Abel was stunned as soon as he entered the door. He was in a huge cave, but all the walls were smooth like a room. The area was 40 meters tall and covered thousands of square meters. There were also countless magic circles around to support it from collapsing. However, what stunned Abel the most was what stood within 20 meters tall iron puppets. Abel saw many puppets in the past. Frankenstein's body, for example, was a human-sized puppet. He also encountered some 10 meters tall puppets, but they were all nothing compared to what stood in front of him. Not because of the height, but the material. As a grandmaster blacksmith, no one in the world knew more about materials than him. He could clearly tell they were the materials of his battle forts, an ancient wall machine. Those 20 giant puppets were the remains of ancient wars, and they were most likely used in the front line considering their heights. You could tell how scary the war of ancient times was just by looking at them. Grandmaster Bennett, these 20 ancient puppets are the most powerful war machines of us dwarves. It is too bad they are all damaged more or less during the Demon from Beyond's first invasion. Although most damage can be repaired with gems, some of them cannot, King Gunther sighed. Majesty Gunther, I don't know much about ancient puppets. Abel shook his head. Grandmaster, we have been researching ancient puppets since the dawn of time. Although we still cannot replicate them, we found some repairing methods. King Gunther smiled. Afterward, he bowed and suggested Abel approach the ancient puppets. We have 20 ancient puppets, but only 5 of them are in working conditions, 2 of them having lost their fighting power. The other 15 have lost all functions, but we finally found the reason for that. King Gunther pointed and said. The reason? Abel asked curiously. Actually, the spirits inside those puppets were damaged before we found them. But this also gave us the opportunity to study them. We invited many spirit makers, but they all failed to replicate the power of an ancient spirit. Finally, we are able to get them functioning again by replicating the spirit's operating system with a manual operating system. Although it was not as powerful, it still allowed us to go to war with them. Because of our alteration, the original operating system of these puppets is lost, and they can no longer repair themselves. After the war, we discovered that most of our manual operation systems were damaged. So the only way to repair them is through a Grandmaster Alchemist. King Gunther did not hold back. They were all secrets of the dwarves. They were what kept the dwarves at peace. But with only 3 of them in functioning condition, they were actually nowhere as powerful as they looked. However, the dwarves had no choice. If there was a spirit inside those puppets, they would not even be able to study them. Once the spirit of an ancient war machine ran out of energy, they would shut off and forbade anyone from entering. The machine would basically become a piece of junk. Therefore, the dwarves were lucky to have the opportunity to study them and finally grasped a method to control them. Abel thought for a moment. Perhaps those 20 ancient puppets were all damaged at once by the same attack in ancient times. They were damaged very similarly. As powerful as the dwarves were, they were still a little behind compared to the ancients. Their alterations have drastically reduced the defense of those puppets. From Abel's knowledge of his battle forts, the weakness of an ancient war machine was their operation system. It was made with a special type of alchemy material, and it was the only thing that could regenerate once it was damaged. Therefore, a war machine with a damaged operating system was a useless war machine. It seemed like this was what happened to those ancient puppets, but still, Abel just didn't have much knowledge when it came to ancient war machines. He was too scared to take apart a battle fort at the end of the day. Although he was already a Grandmaster Alchemist, his knowledge of metallurgy was still behind the dwarves. He only picked it from the dwarves when he was making alchemy materials from the dwarves not long ago. Majesty, I'll give it a go, but I can't promise anything. Abel did not react. He was very interested in the thousands of years of research from the dwarves, nevertheless. Ha, Grandmaster, I'm happy to hear that. King Gunther laughed. He was very confident in Abel, even more than Abel himself. He was the only Grandmaster Alchemist in the past thousands of years. If Abel couldn't, no one could. Suddenly, an old dwarf covered in dust jumped down from one of the ancient puppets. Abel focused on him. He was an almost master metallurgist, one that was on the brink of leveling up. Abel never saw a metallurgist this powerful. Although he heard about them in rumors, he never believed someone could become a master just from metallurgy alone. As you know, top-level materials were extremely rare. Unlike herbs for top-level potions, they could not be grown. Their numbers in the world were set. The dwarves have been mining metallurgy materials since the dawn of time, but most of them were low in ranks. This was why becoming a master metallurgist was almost impossible. Hobson greeting Grandmaster Bennett. The metallurgist turned to Abel with his eyes sparkling in excitement. "Grandmaster, please excuse him. He is a little too excited." King Gunther gave Metallurgist Hobson a threatening look. "No worries, greetings, Metallurgist Hobson." Abel didn't mind. Instead, he smiled and gently bowed. "Grandmaster, I'm sorry I've lost my manners. I was in retreat the last time you visited the furnace fort. I've regretted ever since, especially since you became a Grandmaster Alchemist after that." Metallurgist Hobson stabilized his mood and said, "Hobson is the most knowledgeable person when it comes to ancient puppets. He has dedicated his whole life to it." King Gunther introduced. "Metallurgist Hobson, can you tell me more about ancient puppets?" Abel turned and asked after hearing King Gunther's introduction. "Grandmaster, we have been researching for countless years, and we have many conclusions. All the puppets you see today stems from these." Metallurgist Hobson placed his hand on an ancient puppet and said. Suddenly, everything became clear to Abel. "To be honest, our understanding of them is still on the surface level. We still cannot replicate their fundamentals. Just take their materials for example. We speculate that they are probably made from the bones of powerful creatures, but we just cannot replicate them." Metallurgist Hobson continued. "How come?" Abel asked. He was very curious. He, too, wanted to research them, but he just never had the time. Training was the top priority to him at the end of the day. "We also found some bones in an ancient site. Through our analysis, we believe they are the original material of the ancient puppets. But, do you know what creature they belong to?" The metallurgist did not wait for Abel to answer, as he immediately added, "A legendary-level monster. If we try to hunt them down, we will just die." Abel couldn't help but think of his ancient submarines. Maybe that was what it was for. Perhaps the entire ocean was a huge area for resource exploitation in ancient times. After all, only the ocean had that many giant legendary monsters. Considering the size of those ancient war machines and the size of a legendary wizard, they might not be able to make a single battle fort even if they killed all the legendary wizards in the world. "What about the main operating system? What is it made out of?" Abel asked again. "I'm sorry, Grandmaster, we couldn't identify it. But a Grandmaster Alchemist has the power to repair it." Metallurgist Hobson said. "Let me see it." Abel gained a bit of confidence and said. King Gunther smiled from the side, and he did not interrupt. Even Metallurgist Hobson seemed to forget about him as he led Abel on an ancient puppet through a ladder from the back. When they reached the top, Metallurgist Hobson explained, "The weakness of the ancient puppet is not the head but the back." He then reached out his hand and pressed on the back of the ancient puppet to expose the internals. The first thing Abel saw was a cracked flat board with a tightly drawn pattern. There was a normal magic operation board made out of ordinary material placed on top of the flat board. It must be an alteration the dwarves made to the operation system, but Abel had no idea how long it took the dwarves to make them. This really did affect the power of the original operating system. Once it was attacked, it would be damaged even more. However, the dwarves did what they had to do. If not, these machines couldn't go into war. Since that cracked ancient flat board was fixed on the back of the puppet, Abel could only repair it on the spot. "Hobson, let's give Master Bennett some space." King Gunther turned and said. Metallurgist Hobson stepped off the ladder. He was just a touch away from being a master alchemist specialized in metallurgy. He wanted to see how Abel did it. However, he was not aware. Professionals normally don't like people looking at their working process. Abel knew what Metallurgist Hobson was thinking, but he did not tell him to stay. It was his first time using his metallurgist ability. He didn't want to embarrass himself. King Gunther went off with Metallurgist Hobson, leaving Abel in the open space with the 20 ancient puppets. Abel ignited the Grandmaster Alchemist pattern within him, and a strand of alchemy energy emerged from his hand. It was his usual repairing method, and it worked every time as long as the damage was not serious. However, this was not the case. The thing was infused with too many magic patterns. Not only was Abel an embarrassment, when it came to his understanding of magic patterns as a grandmaster. But the magic patterns drawn in ancient war machines were also often impossible to replicate. Therefore, Abel used his most direct method: ignite the world stone and scan the operation board with his power of the will. Soon, all the details of the pattern were burned in his head. It was not a power a grandmaster alchemist should have, but no one could tell since he was the only grandmaster alchemist around. He pressed his left hand on the flat board and transferred his alchemy energy onto it. He couldn't tell what material the thing was made out of, but he didn't need to know anyway. He was just repairing the thing. After his energy entered, he sensed the main operation board slowly became softer. If a master alchemist tried this, it might take them hundreds of years with their energy. The operation board was very soft, but Abel wasn't going to go all out. He just needed enough for the cracks to merge. The energy kept rushing in, and the magic pattern on the board began to fade as it merged. It was at that moment Abel turned his power of the will into a blade and etched out the original pattern. His job was done, but he couldn't guarantee if the operating system would be damaged again during the next battle. Although he didn't know how to make the dwarves' manual operation system, his world stone had memorized every little detail of the magic pattern on it. He carefully reached his power of the will into the operation board once again and began to etch on the dwarves' manual operation circle with his power of the will. With the precision of his druid soul and the world stone, the process was smooth. This process was extremely challenging for other master alchemists, and it needed careful inspections, but that wasn't the case for Abel. His etching was perfect, almost indistinguishable from the original. Afterward, he directly tore off the original manual operation board. His instincts told him that the main operation circle should be working fine. What he did was not normal for a grandmaster alchemist. The dwarves had basically invited a god to help them repair a magic circle board. "Majesty Gunther, Metallurgist Hobson, please come here," Abel called. His voice traveled through the space, and the two dwarves quickly stepped towards him. "Grandmaster, do you need help?" King Gunther asked. Little did he know, Abel had already completed it. All it took for him was to look at that ancient pattern once, and he had memorized it. "Majesty Gunther, the ancient puppet is repaired, and I even made little adjustments to it." Abel smiled. "What?" King Gunther and Metallurgist Hobson's jaws dropped as they quickly climbed on the ladder to see the result. Metallurgist Hobson had forgotten all manners at that moment. All he wanted was to see how his countless years of research turned out. "Grandmaster, you took off the manual operation system," Metallurgist Hobson gasped. The cracks on the main operating system were repaired, but where did his manual operation system go? "I've etched it on top of the original magic pattern. It's too bad I don't know much about magic patterns, so I can only replicate your old one," Abel pointed and said. Metallurgist turned his gaze and saw a familiar magic pattern perfectly merged on an ancient pattern. "Grandmaster, let me try it. If it works, the biggest weakness of our ancient puppets will be fixed," Metallurgist Hobson said in excitement. King Gunther saw Metallurgist Hobson's expression from the side and immediately knew the repair was very successful. Metallurgist Hobson was powerful as a professional as well. He kept climbing up the ladder. Arrived at the head of the puppet. He lifted up a protection shield and took a seat inside. "Grandmaster, let's get away from the ladder. Hobson is crazy. He must have forgotten we are still on the ladder." King Gunther saw what Metallurgist Hobson was doing and quickly said. King Gunther was a rank 20 wizard, so he placed his hand on Abel's shoulder and disappeared in a flash. When they reappeared on the ground, an ear-shattering noise began to emerge from the joints of the puppet. It was scary. This 20 meters monster was finally beginning to move in this confined space after countless years. It was at that moment Metallurgist Hobson realized how impulsive he was being. They turned to King Gunther and Abel on the ground and bowed. However, King Gunther couldn't care less at that point. His gaze was completely fixed on the ancient puppet. It had only taken Abel a short while to repair such a monster. The dwarves, on the other hand, were hopeless even after thousands of years of research. "Grandmaster Bennett, if it's not too much of a hassle, please help us alter the 3 functioning puppets as well after you fix the other puppets." King Gunther bowed. "No problem," Abel smiled. This job was no challenge to him. It was even easier than making Grandmaster potions. Of course, he was only repairing at the end of the day, not making something from scratch. Abel spent the following hours in this underground space, and all the puppets were repaired by noon. King Gunther and metallurgist Hobson waited from the side. It was the most important place of the dwarves. It was where their biggest secrets were, and it was extremely rare that they opened it up for an outsider. Even most dwarves never heard about this place. After Abel finished his work, metallurgist Hobson tested out the puppets one by one. He knew Master Bennett was a busy man, and they spent a lot of effort to ask him for a helping hand. Therefore, metallurgist Hobson asked as many questions as he could before Abel left. "Grandmaster, please follow me." King Gunther saw metallurgist Hobson testing out the puppets and smiled. He knew they were fine even before metallurgist Hobson finished testing, so he wanted to start talking about Abel's pay. They arrived at the deepest part of the underground space, and King Gunther pressed the wall. A hole suddenly emerged from the ground. They stepped in, and to Abel's surprise, there were two more ancient puppets. "Grandmaster, we are supposed to give you some of those puppets on the surface by law, but they are fundamental to our power. We found these two ancient puppets in the ancient site as well, and they still had a spirit inside." King Gunther looked Abel in the eye and said, "King Gunther, you want to give me these two puppets instead?" Abel kept a little surprised. After all, Abel was not expecting the dwarves to give him any ancient puppets for his help anyway. He knew how important they were just by considering the fact that King Gunther had personally come with him to this underground space, and the only one around beside them was metallurgist Hobson. On top of that, those puppets were the front-line war machines of ancient times. Each one of them was priceless. Therefore, for those two ancient puppets with a functioning spirit, Abel was more than happy to take them since he had the commander's spirit. In fact, it was even better than the ones without spirits. If he was given one of them, he would need to cultivate an operator from scratch, and they had to be dwarves, considering the size of their operation room. "Yes, Grandmaster, they are your compensation." King Gunther smiled. He knew Abel had been accumulating battle forts from all over the continent. If he was just interested in researching them, just one or two of them was enough. Therefore, he guessed Abel must have some method of unleashing their power. And these two ancient puppets might come in handy for him as well. The dwarves knew how priceless those two puppets were, but they really had no methods of using them, so they could only be collectibles for them at most. After all, they already spent thousands of years in research. Therefore, giving them out in exchange for Abel's help was a good deal for them. "King Gunther, I love it," Abel said in excitement. "Grandmaster, I'm glad you like it." King Gunther smiled. Abel wrapped the 30 meters tall puppets with his power of the will and put them back in his holy portal bag. When he returned to the underground space, metallurgist Hobson had finished testing out all the ancient puppets. "Grandmaster, Majesty, all the puppets are fully functioning," metallurgist Hobson said in excitement. "I really want to see what it looks like if all 20 ancient puppets charge at once." King Gunther gazed forward and mumbled. The last time those puppets charged together was during the demon from beyond's first invasion. That period was the pinnacle of the dwarves' fighting power. In 100 years, they would be thrown into a similar situation, and it was all thanks to Master Bennett they could regain a big part of their power. Abel did not stay for long and rejected King Gunther's wine party invitation. At this moment, it was best for him to stay in the Golden Castle. He was constantly worrying about the Holy Kingdom's revenge, especially since King Gunther mentioned how badly hit they were. After all, impacts in the front line were nothing compared to a loss in the central temple. Since Abel had even taken their statue away, they must do something. Although he tried his best to hide his identity, he still couldn't guarantee it. He wouldn't give the Holy Kingdom a single chance. He returned to the Golden Castle and entered the Starlight Protection Circle. Finally, his heart settled a little. His rank 22 wizard body was not invincible. Like his angel body, it was not even the most powerful rank of the central continent. Although he had many legendary friends, relying on them too much was still not a good idea. When it came to his own power, he immediately thought of the two ancient puppets he got, and his heart started burning. They were the top secrets of the dwarves. How powerful were they? He flashed into the backyard of the Golden Castle and took out the two huge ancient puppets. It has been countless years, but their surface was still as clear as a mirror. There was not a single scratch on them. Commander Spirit, do you know what these two puppets are? Abel connected to his headmaster badge and asked. Headmaster information found. They are the puppet kings of the land, the most powerful war puppet. Soon the Commander Spirit gave out a reply. Commander Spirit, can you control them? Abel asked again. Headmaster, you have the permission to use all land weapons. All you need to do is to supply them with energy, the Commander Spirit said. Commander Spirit, is there a user manual? Abel gazed forward and couldn't see any energy box. Soon, a basic user guide was transferred to his power of the will. He flashed onto the shoulder of a puppet king and pressed on. A hidden button. Immediately, an energy socket was exposed. According to the manual, the puppet kings would only take in top-level gems. Abel directly dumped 200 top-level gems into. Maybe the dwarves wouldn't do that even for all 20 of their ancient puppets. At the end of the day, Abel was the only one in the world who couldn't care less about gems. After the socket was filled, the body of the puppet king began to shake as the Commander Spirit shot out an energy wave. Headmaster, you now have the highest authority for this puppet king, the Commander Spirit replied after a minute. Abel unleashed his power of the will and connected to the puppet king. Its spirit was located in the head, and he could control them through it. Of course, the best thing about them was that they could fight autonomously with a single command. Since their spirits were made for war, they were better than any manual operator. Abel did the same to the second puppet and obtained the highest authority as well. I'll call you Land 1, and I'll call you Land 2. Abel divided his power of the will and named the puppets. The puppets were both more than 30 meters tall, and to Abel's surprise, they suddenly bowed. He didn't know how powerful their fighting ability was. But Abel did not have the space to test them out in his backyard. He put them back in his portal bag with a flash, and arrived at Dark World's Lut-Golem Desert through a scroll of town portal. It was the most deserted place of the Dark World. He could test out anything. He let out Land 1 and pointed at a mountain made out of stone. Land 1 attacked that mountain. Land 1 turned its gaze on the peak, and its arms turned into two swords with vicious energy gushing out from its body. With a blast, both of its legs dashed forward, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. It leaped hundreds of meters above ground and heavily struck down on the mountain with its swords. It was just like the barbarians' jumping attack, and two deep scary slices were left on the mountain. However, it would not stop until the enemy was destroyed. Land 1 began to spin the swords on its hand, turned them into a hurricane of swords. It was chilling looking at a 30 meters tall monster doing this. Dust and stones was sent flying from the mountain, and Abel could no longer make out what was going on. All he could hear was the ear-piercing sound of metals hitting rocks. By that point, Abel was certain how powerful the puppet king of the land was. With his command, Land 1 returned and stood still in front of him. Abel gazed at the iron swords that stemmed from its hand. There was not a single scratch. He then turned towards the mountain. After the dust settled, a big chunk of it was gone. It might have fully disappeared if he gave it a bit more time. That was only one puppet king of the land. Imagine 20 of them charging at once. What could have possibly stopped them? Abel didn't know, but a king of the land puppet could only unleash such powerful mobility and strength with a spirit in control. The dwarves were controlling them manually. Their power would be dictated by how skillful their operators are. The dwarves also made some giant war machines for their puppets to use. Therefore, thinking the dwarves could fully unleash their puppet king of the land's power through a manual operation was almost impossible. In other words, the dwarves' countless years of research could not go beyond the skill of a single operator. If they saw the true power of a puppet king of the land, like the ones given out to Abel, they would realize just how bare their understanding was. Suddenly, something came across Abel's mind as he quickly flashed towards the shoulder of the puppet king and opened the energy socket. One of the 200 gems was almost used up. Abel was stunned at how much energy this puppet used. Top-level gems were very rare in the central continued, so he couldn't help but wonder if the dwarves were accumulating top-level gems in secret. After all, most of the gems in the world were dug up by the dwarves. If Abel didn't have his Horadric cube, he too would be accumulating gems for those puppets like crazy. Still, Abel was very happy about the result. He didn't know how well a puppet king would do against a powerful professional, but it would be a nightmare for any castle. Afterward, Abel put the puppet king back in his holy portal bag and returned to the golden castle. Circle Spirit, open a 40 meters tall underground space and set up some protection circles around it. Abel immediately connected to the Circle Spirit. Yes, master. 2,000 worker puppets began to emerge from a secret inventory of the castle. Just like that, a huge construction had begun. Even without any dwarves, those workers' puppets had finished the work in 3 days with the Research Spirit and Circle Spirit in command. The digging alone only took a day, so most of the time was actually dedicated to setting up the magic circles. Afterward, Abel placed the 2 puppet kings in that underground space. The Golden Castle was never the strongest in terms of attack power, but finally, it gained a leg up. Abel given the control of those puppets to the Circle Spirit and Research Spirit. When needed, they would definitely give his enemy a surprise. The wind was getting breezy by the time October rolled around. Although a change in weather wouldn't affect a professional like Abel too much, it was still nice to relax on his starlight protection circle with a glass of juice in his hand. A few months of peace in the central went by, and the conflicts in the front line had subsided. The most the Holy Kingdom did was unleash some attack on the second and third lines of battlefields, but never any large-scale operation. The Holy Kingdom had taken a big hit, and everyone applauded the Wizard Union for their action. However, Abel knew one thing that no one did. The reason why the Holy Kingdom subsided their operation was because of the lack of holy crystals. Still, Abel also enjoyed a moment of peace alongside everyone. Every night he went into the dark world, and every day he made potions in his golden castle. He was at the pinnacle of being a rank 22 wizard. Soon he would level up. Abel was making his way to the Chaos Sanctuary in the dark world, and the battles were only going to get more intense. Like the sunset, Abel's thirst for battle increased once again. After hundreds of years of endless battles in the dark world, maybe he was the most war-experienced professional in the central continent. His blood burned as he watched the sunset. When the time arrived, he returned to his training room. At that moment, everyone in the castle knew it was Abel's training time. No one would bother him. Abel stepped into the blue portal and immediately sensed a change in energy, but he did not stay for long as he directly teleported to the River of Flaming. It was the closest teleportation circle to the Chaos Sanctuary. Afterward, he began to flash on the lava and burned up rocks. He killed all the hell creatures along the way, so the place was safe nevertheless. But still, he had on his frozen armor, energy shield, and bone armor. Was also wearing his invisible cape with his power of the will increasing to the range of 3,000 meters through its crown. Even with the distortion of lava, he could still reach his power of the will out for 500 meters. Abel kept his speed and finally saw the Chaos Sanctuary emerging. He flashed in it and immediately sensed the energy of hell creatures around him. It was time for battle. He let out his 12 Spirit Guardian Knights, Spirit Guardian Wizards, and Mud Monster with the Death Kai of his Druid soul. He then unleashed the natural force of his Druid soul and summoned his Grey Bear and top-level beasts. Finally, he waved his hand and summoned Frankenstein, Mad Knight Bruce, and Legendary Knight Whale. They were only his basic forces, since he couldn't summon any large-size beasts in this tight space. Of course, he was also using his angel body to fight, but after a moment, he got another idea. His angel body was controlled by his human power of the will, and it could appear 1,500 meters from him in the central continent without the help of his mysterious crown. But in the Chaos Sanctuary, it could only appear 500 meters from Abel, even with his mysterious crown. Still, it was enough for Abel to unleash it beside a hell creature out of thin air and unleash a strike. All Abel needed was to perfect the transition. With this in mind, his druid soul could keep using spells while utilizing the super strikes of his angel body. As for now, Abel never encountered any hell creature who could withstand a single strike from it. I see you. Not long after Abel summoned his beast, he saw an Oblivion Knight approaching with a group of Doom Knights following. He immediately cast the aging curse to slow it down, and Mad Knight Bruce unleashed the preaching aura. A green glow emerged below the Oblivion Knight. Legendary Night Whale did not get involved immediately. Instead, he let the Spirit Guardian Knights strike first with their spirit swords. Abel kept his eyes out. Frankenstein and the 12 Spirit Guardian Wizards also began their spells. He couldn't let his summons make close attacks carelessly. He had to make sure his enemy did not have a rebound ability first. Once he was not careful, and 2 Spirit Guardian Knights were directly turned into skeletons during their attack. Luckily, the Spirit Guardian Knights could flash, and they were not that hard to summon again, so they were the best for testing out his enemies. It would be a huge hit for Abel if Mad Knight Bruce or Legendary Night Whale were killed by rebound force. The Doom Knights behind the Oblivion Knights began their spells. Abel immediately commanded the 2 Spirit Guardian Knights who died the most to flash next to Doom Knights. Their goal was not to kill those Doom Knights, but to make an attack pose to test out if they had any rebound force. At the same time, Abel cast another aging curse and slowed them down. Bang! Their swords made contact, and a strange glow appeared above the 2 Spirit Guardian Knights. Abel immediately commanded them to stop, but it was too late. The Doom Knight unleashed another strike, and one of his Spirit Guardian Knights was turned into pieces. Damn it, Abel grunted. He had to summon a Spirit Guardian Knight to reconnect with its soul again. Despite how strong his soul was by that point, he was still bound to each of his Spirit Guardian Knights emotionally, even for newly summoned ones. The other Spirit Guardian Knight stopped in time. As far as Abel could tell, there was only one Doom Knight out of the 12 with a rebound ability. Therefore, he fixed his age curse on it and unleashed his 2 most powerful spells, the Blizzard and Meteoroids. In a second, the spells all landed on that Doom Knight. Frankenstein also knew it would change its target, and followed up on that Doom Knight with its own Blizzard and Meteoroids as well. After 10 seconds of endless spells, the Doom Knight dropped dead. With the only knight with rebound ability gone, Legendary Night Whale and Mad Knight Bruce unleashed their charge to clean up the remaining hell creatures. Abel also unleashed his angel body, and a pure white light struck down on a Doom Knight. How powerful was that strike? Abel couldn't tell, but that Doom Knight was immediately turned into ash. However, there was one thing. It seemed like the soul of hell creatures were burned alongside the strike as well. Maybe the power of light was catastrophic to them. This was why Abel didn't like using his angel body. He wanted the souls of hell creatures to make soul potions. Of course, he was also afraid of the rebound force. The powerful attack of his angel body would become his worst nightmare if it was met with a rebound. Abel didn't know what would happen to his druid soul if his angel body was killed or if his human body would be affected. Therefore, he would only use his angel body on spell casting hell creatures or powerful bosses, given it is a safe situation, of course. After all the Doom Knights were dead, the Oblivion Knight lost the spell support, and the following battle became a breeze. Abel retracted his angel body and cast another aging curse. Afterward, he pointed at the dead bodies of Doom Knights and unleashed a corpse explosion. Bang, 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 the Oblivion Knight dropped dead and the battle ended. The only loss Abel took was losing a Spirit Guardian Knight from the rebound. Unless Abel's summons were killed in an instant, he could normally revive them with his potions. Still, he could not let his guard down. In the following days of battle in the River of Flame, he encountered many dangerous situations. For example, hell creatures flying out of lava, the flame explosion of hell, and the surprise self-destruction of hell creatures. No matter how powerful Abel was, he only had one life at the end of the day. Abel did not even check the rewards he got. Those Oblivion Knights didn't have much other than a long blade corroded by hell anyway. Each battle was breathtaking. There was not a single weak hell creature around. If Abel wasn't a rank 22 with 3 professions at once, or if he didn't have so many powerful summonses as support, there was no way he could even make it through. Afterward, Abel summoned a skeleton from the corpse of a Doom Knight and merged it with a Spirit Wolf to form a new Spirit Guardian Knight. Before the new Spirit Guardian Knight returned to the team, it picked up the gears from the dead Spirit Guardian Knight and put them on its body. After 2 more battles, Abel saw a patch of light in front of him. Although there were the external flames of hell flickering all over the Chaos Sanctuary, what was in front seemed even more spooky. Abel felt his heart drop. He knew what he was about to face, but it was his destination, so he carefully kept making his way forward. It was the center of the Chaos Sanctuary. The glow was coming from the lack of lava, which had a giant pentagram on top. There were no hell creatures around. They seemed scared of this area. Abel knew where he was, of course. It was where the Diablo was hidden. If Abel ignited the pentagram, it would be summoned. The Diablo was the most powerful hell creature he encountered so far, and he only gained the confidence to face it after his crazy level-ups as a rank 22 wizard with countless powerful summons as support, and his angel body. However, summoning the Diablo was no simple process. He had to ignite the 3 magic circles beside it and kill all the hell creatures first. Abel did not hesitate. He walked towards the giant magic circle on the far left. Immediately, hundreds of Oblivion Knights, Doom Knights, and Venom Lords charged Abel. This time, he took it safe and directly cast a bone wall to stop them. He stopped his summons and unleashed a spell attack on those hell creatures with Frankenstein and the 12 Spirit Guardian Wizards. Mad Knight Bruce ignited the Holy Freeze, and all the hell creatures were slowed down. Legendary Night Whale also unleashed his fate, and the resistance of the hell creatures immediately dropped. Abel was utilizing the terrain. His tactic was to block the little passage those hell creatures were coming out of. As long as his bone wall could sustain, those hell creatures had no chance. When the first hell creature dropped dead, Abel unleashed a corpse explosion. Flesh and blood were blasted into the sky, and the fiery shockwave made even more hell creatures drop dead. Abel loved it when the hell creatures without long-range attacks gather in a tight spot. It saved him a lot of time, and he could fully gather his power with Frankenstein and the Spirit Guardian Wizards. Finally, all the hell creatures were dead, but he still kept his eyes out as he made his way forward. It was at that moment he felt a sense of hunger. He couldn't help but give out a bitter smile. He had been battling for hours on end for a day. Since there was no sunlight in the Chaos Sanctuary, the passage of time seemed almost unnoticeable. After all these years, he was experienced with hell creatures, and he knew what the best method of dealing with each type was. The scariest thing about hell creatures was defense, especially the close-range attack types such as the Oblivion Knights. Each of them took a long time to kill. Even with the exploding corpse, Abel was in it for a long ride. He took out a battle of hunger potion, and he was ready for the next 10 days once again. However, seeing how the battle was progressing, Abel decided to take a break. More important than killing hell creatures was resting and training, so he returned to head back to the rogue encampment. He was about to level up as a wizard, and his angel body was growing by the day. He took out a scroll of the town portal and arrived at the Pandemonium Fort. Though its short-distance teleportation circle, he returned to the rogue encampment. It was almost nighttime time for meditation for his human body and sword training for his angel body. Afterward, his human body took a rest as his angel body continued to train through the night. Early next morning, his angel body to his human body before he woke up. It was another day of lonesome batting and training. It was the sacrifice of success that no one in the central continent knew about Abel. After all, he was walking on the edge of life when everyone else was sleeping. Abel arrived at the side of a river and washed away the dread before resuming his battle in the Chaos Sanctuary. The murderous scent remained, and it would not go away unless he killed every hell creature there. It was not a pleasant smell with a ground full of dead bodies, but there was a strand of holiness to the place under the flicker of light penetrated from the giant crystal window. Of course, Abel only had time to admire the scenery since he killed so many hell creatures along the way. He took a deep breath and summoned his summons once again. The following battle would not be easy. He did not immediately ignite the other giant pentagram in the center of the Chaos Sanctuary. Instead, he commanded his Grey Bear, Mad Knight Bruce, and Legendary Night Whale to block in front of him. The Spirit Guardian Knights formed the second line of defense, while the spellcaster stood far from the back. When their formation was set, Abel reached his power of will forward. As soon as it was connected with the first summoning magic circle of the pentagram, a red glow emerged with a strange magic pattern. He then turned to the second summoning magic circle, but before the other strange pattern even emerged, a red light flashed, and a group of Venom Lords was dashing towards him. They were extremely fast, and there was a dark gold-level Venom Lord on the lead. But Abel was prepared. Mad Knight Bruce immediately unleashed a holy freeze and slowed them down. Abel then followed up with an aging curse to slow them down even more. Legendary Night Whale, on the other hand, unleashed his support aura and charged into those Venom Lords. Since they could only do fire attacks, they could do much to Legendary Night Whale. Of course, that was only because there were no other types of hell creatures around, and they were drastically impacted by the holy freeze and aging curse. Still, Abel didn't want Night Whale to take a risk. A white light flashed, and his angel body appeared in front of the dark gold Venom Lord with a sword. His target was set, and a powerful strike was unleashed. However, it was not enough to kill a dark gold hell creature in an instant. All it did was knock it back for a few steps. But still, it created an opening for the following attacks. Abel's angel body kept knocking it back as it tried to spill out its most powerful flame attack, but the holy freeze and aging curse got the best of it. Abel's angel body increased his speed, and his sword almost turned into a wave of silver. The Venom Lord was helpless. All it could do was take the attack as it came. The true power of the angel body was on full display, which was never shown against weaklings. Abel's sword training was also paying off. His wings already did wonders to his speed, and it only doubled with his angel sword. The other Venom Lords wanted to help, but they were stopped by Night Whale. Finally, countless cuts emerged on the body of that Venom Lord, and its scream grew weaker and weaker. It was at that moment Abel stopped his angel body and flashed behind the Venom Lord with his human body with chains of lightning in his hands. In a few breaths, 10 lightning strikes landed on the Venom Lord, and it dropped dead with a final scream. A gray soul then flew out and entered the Horadric cube on Abel's left arm. It was the reason why Abel couldn't let his angel body finish its attack and burn up the soul with it. The soul of a dark gold boss was too good to go to waste. Each of them was basically an ability potion. It was a shame. Such a powerful dark gold servant of the Diablo didn't even get to unleash a strike before it was taken down by Abel. With their dark gold leader dead, the following hell creatures had no chance. Abel's angel body did not keep going. Instead, he turned to the special gray belt on the dead dark gold Venom Lord. It was sparkling in gold, unlike anything else. A flash emerged from Abel's hand, and he snatched the belt with telekinesis. In an instant, his world stone identified the name of this belt. Razor Tail. It was a sharkskin belt with a silver buckle. It looked simple, but its vintage texture and golden glow gave out an extraordinary feel. Abel looked at the razor tail on his hand and admired the wealth the dark gold boss in the Chaos Sanctuary had. For some reason, he rarely got any rewards from other hell creatures in the dark world. Most of it was damaged by the passage of time, whether they were white, blue, or gold. They might look new on the hell creatures, but once their possessor was dead and their energy of hell faded, it would return to the useless object it was. The only ones remaining were dark gold gears. Each one was totally unique. They were the holy object of the dark world. Although the armor on that dead dark gold Lord of Terror was also dark gold, Abel knew it was useless looking at how badly it was damaged. This was why Abel dedicated his time to making Runeword's gear. Despite how powerful and unique dark gold gears were, no one could possibly know where most of them would end up after so many years. The most powerful ability of the Razortail was the piercing attack. With an added piercing attack, Razortail was ideal for characters that specialized in ranged weapons. Razortail's pierce bonus stacks with bonuses inherent to weapons. It was too bad it was most effective on long spears, which were rare in the central continent. Abel directly handed the Razortail to his angel body. The 150% defense was still very useful to his safety. What he lacked was a powerful bow. If not, attacks like that wouldn't do anything to hell creatures. He retrieved his angel body and walked towards the other summoned circle near the window of the Chaos Sanctuary. He reached his power of the will forward, and the terrains were clear to him. The lava lake had divided the area, and there was a passage aside. He never underestimated hell creatures, though he would always try to keep his distance. Time was not a factor because each second counted into his training. Soon he saw a few spooky-looking storm casters flying towards him from the other side. Their attacks were not powerful, but they would be done once you got close to them. Night Whale charged forward. He unleashed a revenge combo strike, and those storm casters were dead in no time. Abel's side of the lava lake had no more hell creatures, so he made his way forward. In 100 meters, there were more Oblivion Knights and Lord of Terror waiting for him. Although there were some Doom Knights as well. Both Lord of Terror and Oblivion Knights were close-range hell creatures. They would be completely exposed to Abel and Frankenstein's spells as soon as they charged forward. Utilizing the terrains in a fight was thrilling. They screamed in agony as soon as they crossed the lava lake. Since Abel was quite close to the passage, those stupid hell creatures had no choice but to face him directly. Abel and Frankenstein didn't need to worry about mana in the dark world. Not only was their recovery rate extremely fast, but the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain also had a rune word insight on its hand. Under a level 17 mediation aura, they had endless amounts of mana. Since hell creatures had a diverse amount of resistance to elements, Abel needed many types of attacks in order to fully utilize the terrain. Just like the Lord of Terrors and Oblivion Knights, for example, fire attacks were completely useless to them. As for the Stormcaster, lightning attacks couldn't do any damage. Therefore, Abel and Frankenstein had to use a combination of fire and ice in their attacks. Time slowly passed by, and hell creatures kept dropping dead, with Abel and Frankenstein causally casting spells. When half of the hell creatures were dead, Frankenstein suddenly flashed to the other side of the lava lake. The hell creatures were immediately attracted as he flashed into the corner of the area. Attracting hell creatures was an art. If you were too close, they could be able to break your flash, but if you were too far, they wouldn't be interested. Frankenstein was the only one in Abel's team who mastered this ability. It was a risky move, but only for normal wizards. After all, Frankenstein's body was almost indestructible. That body was a surprise discovery. Who could have possibly imagined using an ancient puppet as a body and succeeded in doing so? Unless your physical attacks could break an ancient puppet, you would not be able to hurt Frankenstein. Of course, it was not resistance to elements, but that was also not much of a problem to Frankenstein as a law-defying wizard with many gears as support. As Frankenstein kept flashing, hell creatures chased after it in a frenzy as they roared. It was their instinct to chase after anything with life force. Frankenstein led his distance perfectly. Even the Spirit Guardian wizards could not do something like that. Abel kept his eyes on the other side happily and cast his spells in an instant. Lightning, flames, and ice storms filled the area from above and below. Frankenstein's job was finished. He returned to Abel's and cast his strongest spells as well. Abel did not let his guard down despite the breezy battle. When all the hell creatures were dead, he carefully made his way forward once again. He had a power of the will range of 500 meters, but that was not included within the lava, so storm casters could fly out of it for a surprise attack any time. He looked into the passage and saw the summoning circle. He scanned with his power of the will. A red glow emerged from the circle, and a strange magic pattern began to flicker. But Abel kept his eyes on the surroundings. Soon, a group of Oblivion Knights with a dark gold Doom Knight as their leader emerged. He knew he was in for a brutal fight as soon as he noticed the aura below that Oblivion Knight. After all, there were no weaklings in the Chaos Sanctuary. If not, Abel didn't need to be so careful, even though killing him instantly wasn't really possible. With large amounts of recovery potions, he could recover no matter how badly he was hurt. The thing he worried about the most was the rebound force of some Oblivion Knight. It was a nightmare for the close-range fighters in his team, and he didn't want to lose any single one of them. When he saw that dark gold Doom Knight approaching, he immediately wrapped his team in his power of the will and flashed back to the other side of the lake. Frankenstein began its attack once again as the group of Oblivion Knights charged forward with their flaming aura. The most eye-catching hell creature was still that dark gold Doom Knight. It was the only one with a magic staff, and its entire body was glowing in dark gold. Frankenstein flashed towards the side of Abel. But it was at that moment that dark gold Doom Knight waved his hand, and a red cloud of curse emerged above them. In an instant, Abel felt his defense drop. But still, Abel didn't care too much about a curse that didn't give him any damage directly as he began his spells once again. Oblivion Knights were resistant to fire, so he doubled down on lightning and ice spells. The dark gold Doom Knight went mad when it was attacked. It waved its magic star frantically, and all kinds of curses appeared above Abel and his team. Attack absorb, aging, lower defense, life-taking. And damage increase appeared on Abel. At the same time, it kept replenishing the life force of its Doom Knights and added bone armor on itself. From time to time, it charges forward for a strike. But still, they had to engage in a close battle in order for the Knights to achieve an instant kill with a rebound force. Therefore, Abel should be fine as long as he kept his distance. Time slowly passed, and the battle was coming to an end. Finally, the dark gold Doom Knight self-destructed, and a gray soul flew towards Abel. Abel flashed towards the dead dark gold Doom Knight. The place was filled with scattered pieces of flesh and dead bodies. The disgusting smell it gave out was enough to make anyone want to puke. Even Abel didn't want to look at it for too long. After some detailed searching, Abel found a pair of dark gold gloves among the pieces of flesh. With telekinesis, the golden gloves vanished from the flesh and appeared on Abel's hand. Due to the special attribute of dark gold gears, it was not affected by the blood at all. Abel's world stone immediately gave out a name, Soul Drainer. Defense 149. 120% enhanced defense. 7% mana stolen per hit. 7% life stolen per hit. 50 to monster defense per hit, 8% chance to cast level 3 weaken on striking. There was no need to explain that it was a rare dark gold gear. Even Abel only had a pair of normal gloves. But he was not planning to use it on himself. It would be too much of a waste. Instead, he handed it to his angel body. As long as he didn't get killed in an instant, he would be able to take down enemies, even from the same rank. Abel did not ignite the third summoning circle. Immediately, instead, he turned to the rogue encampment as the sun was going down. He first headed to the oak tree to check up on the high elves and the water spirit fruit trees. They kept growing in number. There were more than 10 types of spirit fruit trees, but Abel had only ever taken water spirit fruits from it. He didn't want to undermine their growth, and he didn't want to plant any more trees. Of course, by that point, all professionals were crazy for his water spirit fruit juice. Still, his 3,000 water spirit fruit trees had grown to 7,000 water spirit trees. With the help of the third goddess spring water and the high elves, combined with other types of spirit fruit trees, he had more than 10 trees wet. Were more than enough for the high elves, even if their population kept growing. Spirit fruit trees were not easy to manage. Each needed a professional gardener and the perfect environment to produce a small number. Abel would not be able to have so many if the dark world's weather was not like spring all year round, and so many high elves to nourish them with his third goddess spring water. The sky was getting dark, so it was time for meditation. He took out an elite light gem, intelligence fruit, and mana gathering circle. After an hour of meditation, he felt like he was just a hair away from leveling up. He looked at his drained light gem and felt a little disappointed. His angel body still hadn't completed his training and didn't want to dwell around. He felt like there was something he needed to do, which was why he came to the oak tree. Suddenly something struck him. He immediately flashed towards a mana gathering circle where the holy priest bone card was. It had been half a year, and just as he expected, it was fully recovered. He stepped into the mana gathering circle and took out the bone card with a resurrection target in mind. Of course, it was Wizard Loose from the Snow Spirit Mountain. Wizards were more useful in the dark world than close-range fighters, especially a law-defying wizard. Abel took out Wizard Loose's dead body from his personal storage box. Its body was perfect other than its broken neck and metal arm. Abel was very happy. He first recovered its broken neck with a preaching aura. But, since the life force of wizards was not as powerful as a holy knight, it would take a little longer. Abel didn't want Wizard Loose to die again with a broken neck after he gave it a new soul. Just for safety, he gave it another full recovery potion. The following job was simple. With the resurrection ability of the Holy Bone card, a body with only its battle instincts was resurrected. Afterward, the Holy One card cracked again, and Abel put it back in the mana gathering circle once again to slowly recover. He then turned to Wizard Loose and fed it a soul potion to give it a new soul. faint energy of soul emerged from Wizard Loose. And Abel signed a contract with it. Soon, a soul chain was formed. Abel was very happy. Maybe no one had more powerful summons than him. As you know, each summon being needed a full submission of the soul from another. But even if you could get a powerful force to submit, each person had a limited amount of contracts in their soul. Therefore, every professional would pick who they contract with extreme caution to fully utilize the space. Weak soul always took up less space, so Abel used that to his advantage by signing contracts with his summons before they became powerful. Another professional would not have enough soul storage even. If they could sign a contract with a summon as powerful as Doff the Beeman or legendary Knight. Well, Abel then handed hundreds of soul potions and full recovery potions to Wizard Loose, and its growth began. Finally, Wizard Loose was no longer the wizard from Snow Spirit Mountain. He was reborn. "I'll call you Tony, welcome to the team," Abel smiled. Of course, Wizard Loose, or Tony, did not reply. The outside world was still a blur to him. The only thing he knew was he would reply to Abel. After all, the bond of the soul was the most important. Since Abel was with his summons since their creation, their loyalty was stronger than anything. The soul contract was just a way for them to strengthen their communication. Wizard Tony didn't know how to speak, but it still showed a strong sense of happiness to his owner. Abel connected to Wizard Tony's soul and knew he was an ice wizard. That was no surprise. The inherited object of the Snow Spirit Mountain was an ice bed after all. It seemed like Abel had to let Wizard Tony master another law. A single element was too limited in the dark world. It was no challenge. Abel had a law of fire guide, the eternal flame of hell. And finally, he could ask the Tree of Life to replicate a new wizard pattern in Wizard Tony's soul. At least Abel had replicated 3 wizard patterns in his own soul and became a rank 22 wizard with no problem. The only issue was time. So Wizard Tony might not be able to use the law of fire in this coming battle with the Diablo. He then took out a full set of gear. He prepared the rune-word Spirit Sword, Spirit Shield, Preaching Armor, and Knowledge Helmet. In an instant, Wizard Tony's power took a big leap forward and became the most powerful rank 21 wizard. He then handed Wizard Tony some hunger potions, healing potions, mana potions, antidotes, and more. Wizard Tony was not Frankenstein. He still had a normal human body, and he needed food. It was already midnight, and Abel went into his Ankara tent for a rest while Wizard Tony began to train next to his angel body. The Ankara tent was a barrier to the outside world, so Abel would not hear a sound no matter how much noise they were making. Early next morning, Abel retracted his angel body and put Wizard Tony to his monster ring, and set off towards the River of Flame once again to resume his battle. There was only one summoning circle, and it was the day he ignited it. He summoned his team once again. The only thing different was with Wizard Tony at the back. They got into their formation and slowly made their way forward while keeping their eyes out. In turn, they arrived at a space filled with every single type of hell creature in the Chaos Sanctuary: Oblivion Knight, Doom Knight, Lord of Terror, and Storm Casters. Abel immediately stopped his Spirit Guardian Knight, and they guarded in front of him. Knight Bruce unleashed the Faith Aura, and the defense and elemental resistance of those hell creatures immediately dropped. Knight Whale then followed with a Holy Freeze to slow them down. The 12 Spirit Guardian Wizards, on the other hand, got into a row and unleashed a chain of lightning. Of course, if Knight Bruce did not ignite its aura to lower their resistance to elements, there was no way a spell attack like that would do much to those hell creatures, especially those storm casters. Abel, Frankenstein, and Wizard Tony were at the very back. They were the main power. Abel had a gray bear next to him, which added an even stronger layer of defense. They slowly made their way forward, as those hell creatures charged towards like crazy after smelling the scent of life. The first line of hell creatures was immediately covered. Frost and 12 strikes of lightning landed on them. The Spirit Guardian Knight Captain's rune word Insight kept replenishing mana for the team as Abel and the 2 other law-defying wizards intensified the attacks. From time to time, Abel would cast an aging curse and bone wall to slow down those hell creatures even more. Soon, the first line of hell creatures dropped dead. More charged forward, but they were also met with the same faith. The Doom Knights and Stormcaster also cast their spells attack, but they were blocked by Abel's Spirit Guardian Knights. Even if they managed to go through, they were blocked by his Holy Knights. Of course, Abel could only do this with unlimited amounts of full recovery potions. The battle was getting boring and repetitive. As the hell creatures kept dropping dead, Abel and his team began to make their way forward. Abel kept his spells going. By that point, he didn't even need to aim. All he needed was to track those hell creatures down with his power of the will. Abel knew the most important factor in the Chaos Sanctuary was not their attack power, but the Holy Knight's aura. With the Holy Freeze, in combination with the Faith aura, the defense of those hell creatures took a big hit, and they had no chance of charging. This was also because they had not run into any dark gold bosses yet. Abel kept pushing deeper in his formation. He loved battling in big open areas. It allowed him and his team to keep their safe distance. As time went on, he finally saw the passage in front of him and the dilemma within it. There were not many hell creatures around, mostly just Oblivion Knights and Doom Knights, so he didn't need to keep a tight formation. Abel and Frankenstein flashed into a passage with the Gray Bear in front of them. The reason he didn't bring Wizard Tony was that he was still new to the team. With a Gray Bear in front, all the attacks from the Knights were counteracted. As for their curses, they couldn't do anything to law-defying wizards. Of course, Abel was confident to enter because there were no dark gold bosses around. The battle ended quickly, and not a single knight was left. They ignored the summoning pattern and flashed towards another passage. There were not many hell creatures in that passage as well. Most of them had already been attracted outside and killed. With chains of lightning coming out of Abel's hands, those hell creatures could do anything but twitch. There was no chance for them to even move, let alone attack. Finally, Frankenstein joined in with a blizzard, and all the hell creatures were covered in frost and electric arcs. In a minute, the battle was over. All the hell creatures were dead. However, Abel did not care about the result. Instead, he ignited the summoning circle in this passage and returned to the other one and ignited it as well. Suddenly, a beam of light emerged from the cracks of those passages, and a group of Stormcasters emerged with a dark gold Stormcaster as the leader. Stormcasters were not powerful, so Abel directly gave out a command. White light flashed on Night Whale, and he charged towards the dark gold Stormcaster like a beam. A giant force locked the dark gold Stormcaster back, and Night Whale followed with a shield strike. Night Bruce unleashed a flaming aura and charged towards that dark gold Stormcaster as well. By the time that Stormcaster regained its consciousness again, it was met with another shield strike. For a long-range hell creature vulnerable to physical attacks, it is helpless against two powerful Holy Knights, even as a dark gold boss. Vertigo followed the attacks. The Holy Knights took turns, and the dark gold Stormcaster had no chance of escaping. As for the normal Stormcasters without their leader, they were surrounded easily by Abel, Frankenstein, Wizard Tony, and the 12 Spirit Guardian Knights. Since 12 Spirit Guardian Wizards could only do lightning attacks, they did not make a move. Abel kept his eyes out on his teammates. He would give them a full recovery potion each time their health began to drop. His task in the Chaos Sanctuary of the day was about to finish. He was about to reach a state of fulfillment, so he was not planning to face Diablo just yet. The state of fulfillment could bring him an extra bit of power when facing a powerful boss such as the Diablo, even if it was not that noticeable on the surface. On top of that, the Song of Life that came afterward might even help him on his future level ups. The normal Stormcasters kept dropping dead, and Abel's team began to gather force on the dark gold Stormcaster. Soon the battle ended. Abel did not use his angel body, as it might kill that dark gold Stormcaster by mistake. If it did, that soul of a dark gold Stormcaster would do to waste. After all, his angel body could unleash tens of powerful strikes in a single breath. Abel turned to the dead body of that dark gold Stormcaster and saw some golden sparkles. He used telekinesis, and a bracelet appeared on his hand. High Lord's Wrath. Lightning resist plus 35%. Adds 130 lightning damage. 20% increased attack speed. Plus 1 to all skills. 9% chance of deadly strike. Attacker takes lightning damage of 15. It was a decent bracelet for a long-range professional, so of course, it was perfect for his angel body. He would only give it to his other summons once his angel body was geared up. After all, it was his body, its power was his power. The only thing wasted was that +1 to all skills. His angel body did not have a single skill. As he gazed at the High Lord's wrath, he suddenly heard deep laughter coming from the Chaos Sanctuary. It was not pleasant laughter, in fact, it seemed arrogant and murderous. Abel's face turned pale. He knew the Diablo would emerge from the Pentagon once all the summoning circles were ignited. But he was not planning to fight, so he took out a scroll of the town portal and returned to the Pandemonium Fort. It was a smooth day of battle, and it was the only afternoon. He used this time to make some potions and gears. He could easily make a golden level gear with his forgery skills, if not a rune word gear. Not a single blacksmith in the central continent could even come close. Golden level gears were already the best the Holy Continent could do. Dark gold ones were only documented in legends. Meanwhile, his angel body kept training. Soon the sun had set, and it was meditation time. Abel walked into his mana gathering circle and took out 2 top-level light gems. The reason he had an extra one was that he wanted to reach a state of fulfillment. He took a seat on his cushion and entered a state of deep meditation after hundreds of years. He was numb to the external world. All he sensed was pure white energy rushing in his body from the gems. In an hour, he reached the pinnacle of a rank 22 wizard. Finally, he reached a state of fulfillment. All he needed was an opportunity, and he would level up. It was normally the time where a wizard would go into retreat or try different things, such as picking a fight. This process could take tens of years or maybe hundreds of years. Sometimes a wizard could even die in this bottleneck before they even level up. His angel body stopped. It saw this. It knew his human body was about to end its meditation. Suddenly, it sensed level-up energy coming from his human body. It seemed like the daunting bottleneck all professionals experienced did not occur on his human body. The angel's body was caught off guard, so it quickly returned to its human form by instinct. Abel could not multitask during a level up. At least he couldn't take the risk. It was an expected level up, but he was a god in the rogue encampment. Going from a rank 22 wizard to a rank 23 should be a breeze. The 3 rank 22 wizard pattern within Abel's main soul turned into 3 extremely strange energies and gathered around his power of the will. 3 rune pens were formed in his power of the will, and his main soul needed to draw out 3 rank 23 patterns. When the process was complete, the energy of a rank 23 wizard emerged from Abel. A wizard could not control their energy when they first leveled up. It was their signature. Bell opened his eyes with a strange look on his face. How come he didn't go through any bottleneck? How come he leveled up immediately after fulfillment? He turned to his druid soul. His druid and priest profession could only unleash when his angel body was not around. If the angel body was inside him, his other professions would be overshadowed by its light. Suddenly, the marking of his druid and priest professions also began to change. He knew they were leveling up as well, so all he needed was to give them the energy needed for a rank 23 professional. Since that Death Kai and natural force could transform into each other, Abel just needed to replenish one of them. But still, Abel shook his head. He did not have time to train as a druid or a priest, and he did not have the energy required. He got those 2 professions by surprise, so he was not planning to go too deep into them. Being a druid or priest only allowed him to access more attacking methods. There was no way he could get enough Death Kai or natural force in a short amount of time. What bugged him the most was his bottleneck period. Where did it go? Was he going to have a bottleneck during his future level-ups? This was very important to him. After all, he had been stuck at a bottleneck for months when he was an elite wizard. Actually, the reason Abel had leveled up as soon as he was fulfilled was that his druid soul had merged with the crystal angel statue. Unlike the human soul, it was supported by large amounts of faith from the Holy Kingdom. With this in mind, Abel's druid soul was basically like the soul of an angel. Angels were extremely powerful beings. They were legendary even without training. Since Abel's druid soul had a close bond with his human soul, they could mutually affect one another. If the main soul wanted to level up, the druid's soul had to do so as well. The main soul's effect on the druid's soul would be a long process, since it was not easy for the druid's soul to level up. However, on the contrary, the druid's soul could easily push Abel's main soul into a legendary without a bottleneck. Little did Abel know, the angel body was not only powerful in its fighting power, but there was also this crucial ability. Abel still couldn't figure out why he didn't go through any bottleneck, but he gave up, so it was great news at the end of the day. "Let's go take down Diablo," he yelled. He felt very good with his level up. Yesterday, he was still thinking of leveling up after battling Diablo, but there was no need for that. He was more than prepared as he summoned Doff the Beeman. Doff unleashed a battle cry, and his ability was increased. After feeling the power increase, Abel almost wanted to resurrect a dead mad barbarian warrior for himself. It was too bad all barbarians were his followers. He didn't want to hurt them. He arrived at the little teleportation circle and teleported to the river of flame. After a few flashes, he stopped in front of the pentagram. He couldn't summon his spirit guardian knight or spirit guardian wizards because their defenses were too weak. If they were not careful, all of them would be destroyed before Abel could even cry about it. Frankenstein, Knight Whale, and Knight Bruce formed a team, so Frankenstein could flash away with the knights if things were in trouble. Wizard Tony stood as far as possible at the very back as a guard. Abel thought for a moment and summoned 5 immortal ravens as well. They were not powerful, but they could be used as a distraction. Abel finally summoned the Grey Beat as a close bodyguard. It was the best shield of a druid. Abel then added a frozen armor, energy shield, and bone armor on himself. Seeing everything was set, his confidence was through the roof. The Diablo had no chance. He did not move in a flash, or at least he was not going to. Instead, he sensed the danger in front of him. First, Knight Whale ignited the Holy Freeze aura and charged forward, followed by Knight Bruce with a support aura. It was at that moment Diablo finally showed itself. At first sight, Abel almost thought it was a giant dragon. It had the body of a black dragon. The only things different were the devil horns on its head, and the intense evil energy coming from it. Diablo was very fast, almost as fast as Abel's extra fast. When Knight Whale was 200 meters from Diablo, its Holy Freeze aura slammed again to see it. A blue shockwave lashed out. Just when Abel thought Diablo would slow down, it was affected at all. It was the first time Abel saw a Holy Freeze aura fail. He didn't know if it was because of the suppression of the dark world or the power of Diablo. But he was certain that he was in for a hassle. It was at that moment of hesitation. Diablo made a move, and 2 bone prisons appeared around Knight Whale and Knight Bruce before they even realized it. Knight Whale unleashed a full-force wrath strike and immediately broke the prison. Not because the brine prison was weak, but because Knight Whale's power. On the other hand, Knight Bruce couldn't break its own bone prison even after a few strikes. Suddenly, a wave of flames lashed out toward the 2 holy knights. Knight Whale moved quickly, but the flames still managed to brush against it and took 1/5 of its health away. Abel's heart dropped. What kind of tactic was that? It seemed like the battle instinct of Diablo was to strike first before the defense. As for Knight Bruce, it only managed to break the bone prison when the flames were inches in front of him. There was no escape. In a few seconds, its health almost bottomed. Luckily, Abel had a full recovery potion prepared. It was at that moment Frankenstein wrapped Knight Bruce in his power of the will and flashed away as far as possible. Diablo turned to Knight Whale again, who was frantically charging towards it while kept changing directions. Diablo paused, and a round of flame unleashed from its body towards all directions. Just like the Holy Freeze, there was no way of dodging unless it was beyond its attack range. Since Knight Whale was too close, it could only counteract it head-on with a full recovery potion. Abel cast an aging curse, and a cloud of curse emerged above Diablo. However, Diablo immediately escaped the attack range of the cloud before the rain, of course, even began. It was at that moment Abel saw a pair of dead eyes on Diablo. There was a world stone between them. Just like the supper boss of the past, Diablo was also possessed by the world stone. Abel immediately knew why his tactics were useless. His knights would not be able to do anything if he used up all his recovery potions. Night-Whale shook, and it was back in top condition. Soon it was by the side of Diablo. Diablo did not move. Instead, it was welcoming the fight. Night-Whale unleashed a shield strike. Just when it thought it could knock out Diablo, Diablo did a gentle twist, and the strike missed. Night-Whale immediately followed with a revenge combo strike by instinct. But Diablo remained still and directly unleashed a beam of flames. A big chunk of health was immediately taken away from Night-Whale, and it only kept going. Abel knew he could no longer let Night-Whale keep going. He couldn't take the risk. He immediately wrapped his power of the will around Night-Whale. Since he had the power of the will range of 500 meters, he managed to save Night-Whale at the last moment. Night-Whale reappeared behind the gray bear, and Abel cast a few more spells which were also missed. Diablo was too fast, and its control was too precise. It could almost predict every move of Abel. Even a spell as fast as the chain of lightning was useless. Of course, Abel knew exactly how it felt as a possessor of the world stone as well. It was at that moment Diablo found its new target, Abel. It quickly charged Abel and unleashed a round of flame followed by a beam of flame. But Abel was not planning to give up just yet. Instead, he cast a blizzard with one hand and a thunderstorm with another to counteract Diablo's attack and strike back. However, to his surprise, Diablo dodged the blizzard with a gentle hop and avoided the thunderstorm with a few turns. It was at that moment the beam of flame arrived in front of Abel's gray bear. He sensed an intense threat. He directly gave Knight Bruce and his gray bear a full recovery potion without even thinking. The health of the gray bear had almost bottomed when it counteracted the flames, but it soon recovered with the full recovery potion. As the summon of a druid, a gray bear would be forcefully taken back by the monster ring if it was on the verge of death. As for Knight Bruce, Abel then immediately surrounded it with his power of the will and flashed away. A big chunk of health was also taken from Knight Bruce when it made contact with the flame. It would be the end of his life if it was not because of the full recovery potion. They reappeared 400 meters out. Abel waved his hand, and a bone wall emerged in front of him, separating him and Diablo. He was not expecting the bone wall to stop Diablo, but it should be able to buy him some time. Abel was not looking good. He didn't even have the chance to leave a mark on his enemy. At first, Abel was planning to drag out his distance with Diablo by moving in a flash with Night-Whale, but Diablo suddenly did an earth-shaking. And an even bigger round of flames shot out from its body. This time it had a range of 800 meters. If Frankenstein did not make a move with Knight Bruce they would take a big hit. Abel's face changed. He knew how scary the round of fire was, but he was not expecting Diablo to follow through immediately. At that moment, he injected a full recovery potion on himself and Night-Whale. He then waved his hand, and the 5 immortal ravens flew towards Diablo to distract it. Before the immortal ravens even began to do their tricks, 6 bone prisons emerged and trapped them. Since they did not have much attack power, breaking a bone prison was almost impossible without Abel's help. Their only advantage was their immortal ability. Another bone wall emerged around Abel and Night-Whale. Abel immediately ignited a flash, but it was too late. The bone wall of the dark world could lock up dimensions. Diablo began to make its way forward, and Abel knew he was doomed once it got closed. He was no longer thinking about how to win. Diablo had perfect control of the world stone, and the power it showed was almost the pinnacle of horror. He just needed a little time for Night-Whale to break the bone prison, so he needed to distract Diablo in the meantime. With a gentle wave of his left hand, a body appeared outside of the bone wall and began running. It was the ancient illusionary system, and it was the first time he used it in a battle. Diablo saw what was going on, and its world stone immediately began to calculate which body was the actual body of Abel, but it was not easy. The enemies of the ancients were extremely powerful as well. As Diablo paused for a moment, Night-Whale broke the bone wall, and Abel began to flash away. Even with their distance, he was still affected by the energy of Diablo, and he could only move in a flash for 100 meters. Diablo unleashed a strike on Abel's illusion body, scattered into specks of energy. It knew it was tricked, so it roared and immediately chased after the real Abel. Abel realized Diablo was fixed on him, no matter how fast he flashed away. Since he could only move 100 meters at a time, this speed was almost useless against Diablo. Diablo was just as fast. They had been in a mess, and it had not shown any signs of fatigue. Diablo would strike from time to time, which Abel and Night Whale could only counteract with potions. Abel knew he would be dead if he brought Night Bruce with him as well. But the biggest problem now was the enchantments from Night Whale. It could fade at any moment, and they would be in big trouble if it did. Abel could escape by letting go of Night Whale, but Night Whale would stand no chance by surviving on its own. It was his first legendary summon. It might not be much in the dark world after being suppressed, but it was almost invincible in the central continent. At least he would not be able to take down Night Whale, even if Doff the Beeman and Flying Flame were working together. Abel tried to think of a tactic as he kept flashing. Diablo had no weak points, and it could attack at an alarming rate. Each spell was extremely fast, and its range was so scary even his flash was useless. Most importantly, Diablo's agility was unlike any hell creature. It was invincible. Who could have possibly taken it down? Who could have possibly taken it down? Abel immediately thought of the angel's body. It was his only option, but for safety's sake, he gave it the scroll of the town portal. He would escape to another world soon as things were not working out. At an instant, he unleashed his angel body, and it emerged behind his human body with 4 pairs of wings. With the most powerful greats such as the Holy Sword, Holy Shield, Titan Power, Razortail, and High Lord's Wrath, it blocked Diablo. Whale, bring my body to a safe place and protect it. Abel's voice began to fade from his human body. He had to focus in front of an enemy like this, so he gathered all his consciousness on his angel body to unleash its full power. Night Whale grabbed his human body and ignited a full charge. Diablo suddenly came to a halt, and the wrath in its heart grew. Even as a demon without a soul, it knew it was facing an angel from the world stone. Diablo roared and immediately chased after Abel's human body, while beams of flames shot towards his angel body. Although it was not as fast as Diablo at full speed, Diablo needed to attack and move at the same time. The beam of flame brushed against the angel's body, and Abel felt his body burning, but it only lasted for a few seconds. He scanned his angel body. Only 1/20 of its health was taken away. With the plus 100 recovery rate of the Holy Shield, it would recover in a few seconds. The angel body was approaching Diablo, but Diablo would not let it have an easy go. But the angel body was also specialized in close combat. There was nothing else it could do. White light flashed on its holy sword as it struck out. Diablo unleashed a beam of flame to counteract, and the energy of hell gushed towards the angel body. Abel felt his health began to drop, but there was nothing to worry about with the full recovery potion. As long as it did not drop to a critical point, he would continue his strike. Diablo quickly twisted with the power of its world stone, but the speed of the angel body was nothing to mess with. With the support of 4 wings, its speed was almost doubled. Not to mention, with the 200% attack speed increase of the Holy Sword and 20% attack speed increase of the High Lord's Wrath, even the World Stone did not have the time to make a perfect judgment. As long as he could leave a scratch on Diablo, it would prove that it was not invincible. Diablo had given him such a hard time, he was almost planning to give up. But how could he ever tolerate stopping his progress in the dark world? Once Diablo appeared in the rogue encampment, the foundation of his world would be finished. For a powerful soul, no longer bound by hell such as Diablo, there was nothing it wouldn't do other than the analysis of its world stone. Abel's eyes flashed and unleashed 10 combo strikes with his angel body, 2 of which landed on Diablo. Diablo's invincible body began to shake, but this time it was not within the control of its world stone. It was in that split of a moment where Diablo's body was shaking out of instinct, Abel's angel body had another opportunity. Even though Abel's angel body's health had dropped tremendously, it suddenly began to shoot up again with each strike because of the Holy Sword's recovery ability. Diablo knew it could no longer escape from the angel body, so it doubled down in its attack and even used its claws from time to time. Under the world stone, Diablo knew it had more health than that little angel. It wouldn't stand a chance if they were just planning to drain each other by stamina. The fight between Diablo and Abel's angel body reached a point of stability. A claw and flames counteracted each strike from the sword. Both sides were attacking. This was what Abel wanted. Suppose he kept doing hit and run with Diablo. Then Diablo would have a huge advantage with its world stone. There was no guarantee he could win, but at least his angel body was not draining as much energy with his current tactic. Its dark gold chain gloves had a 7% mana steal and 7% health regain with each strike, so it was sustaining itself at 90% health. Even if it failed, Abe had the full recovery potions as backups. Another ability of the gloves was a 50 defense with each strike, so it was slowly wearing out Diablo. Abel was thrilled. He gave up knight skills ever since he reached the top, but he always loved striking. It was the true manifestation of battle. He also understood why angels were loved by the above. Its recovery rate was extremely fast, even without any supporting gear, not to mention its scary wings. They were constantly absorbing all kinds of energy from mid-air and turned into light energy that completely diffused the energy of hell. Every being needed to absorb energy to survive. But there would be nothing left if two powerful forces were viciously slamming against each other. After all, their energy absorption rate was scary. The angel body's wings could ignite all energy around it for an explosion. The Diablo was no longer satisfied with its flames attack. In a wave, its flames grew crimson red and got even more intense. The angel body's health quickly dropped to 50%, and Abel immediately took a full recovery potion. Diablo immediately knew it was at a disadvantage with that move, and it should change its tactics. It quickly stepped back, but Abel was not going to let the calculation of the world stone take its chance. Diablo's speed stood no chance of escaping, and the sword of Abel's angel body kept landing on its skin even if it did not manage to leave a wound. After all, the scariest thing about the holy sword was the light energy. Each strike was far greater than normal enchantments. Diablo's defense was exposed just when it was about to change tactic, so the angel body took the chance. Abel knew very well there was nothing that could go against a world stone when it came to control. He too had a world stone, but it was in his human body. If his angel body had won as well, the battle would be finished already. The angel body had a leg up against the Diablo when it came to both speed and power, as well as endless potions as support. With this, he could have even control over its sword and land a successful strike every time. But at the moment, he could only try his best to forget the knight skills he knew too well and focus on the angel sword techniques. After all, the first weapon he ever held was a knight sword. Sword fighting was in his bones. This fight with Diablo was a perfect opportunity for his angel body to hone in on its sword skill, since it always only took 1 or 2 strikes to kill a normal hell creature. The angel body was beginning to dominate. With the speed it had, the angel sword technique was unleashing movements unachievable by humans. The angel sword technique could unleash 5 combo strikes at an instant, and each strike landed on the same area on Diablo. It was a chance it gave Abel as it moved back. As they continued to move back and forth, and Abel kept focusing on striking the same area, the skin of Diablo suddenly tore open. Light energy made contact with its black-colored blood and created a sizzling sound. It smelled disgusting. Diablo roared and instinctively unleashed all kinds of attacks on Abel. Maybe the world stone had lost control. Bone prison, rounds of flames, the crimson red beam, and more. The area was almost engulfed in red. Abel had no fear. They were actually not that strong since all those attacks were unleashed at once and did not have the time to build up. His health dropped, but it did not reach a critical level. As for the bone prison, the angel's body could break it with 1 slash. It was a big hit to Diablo, and it began to focus on retreat. Oh, how the tables have turned. Wasn't Abel the one retreating a moment ago? The holy sword turned into a beam of light and landed on Diablo again, and its wound only deepened. It would normally take Diablo a few breaths to heal a wound, but the light energy was giving it a hard time, especially when Diablo was moving vigorously. Black blood flew all over the place. However, the battle did not end here. As the owner of a world stone, it was impossible for the angel body to make a living taking strike even with an open wound. It was at that moment Abel realized the disadvantage of his angel body. It did not have any suppression energy. After all, Abel still had a long way to becoming a truly mature angel. A true angel had no need to suppress their enemies. Just speed and power alone were enough to make an instant kill. The dark world, on the other hand, would unleash a scary suppression on all legendary beings. The biggest effect this had on the angel's body was that it could not fly. It had no long-range attack ability, so suppressing its power of will was almost useless. Therefore, the angel body was the least affected in the dark world. If they were fighting in the central continent, there was no way Diablo would find itself in a situation like this. The battle slowly proceeded. Abel sensed the passing time and knew the sky was getting dark. However, he was not planning to do his wizard training. He just became a rank 23 wizard, so it would be a good idea to let his power of the will take a break and focus on killing Diablo. Diablo had the body of a demon. It survived for tens of thousands of years in the dark world without food and drink, so long and vicious battles like this would slow it down or make it tired. On the other hand, the angel body kept absorbing energy from the atmosphere around with its 4 wings, so it too was maintaining top condition. Although it could not sustain for tens of thousands of years like Diablo, fighting endlessly for days was definitely no challenge to it. Abel had decided he would finish Diablo even if it took him days. Don't underestimate the 50 defense with each strike. A monster's defense rate would drop exponentially once it reached a certain threshold. After a few days, he finally sensed his holy sword making a deeper cut on Diablo. His heart was filled with excitement, and he immediately doubled down on his speed. He landed a strike on Diablo's leg, and it began to shake. Abel took the chance and unleashed a combo strike on the weak point of Diablo. Even the world stone was hopeless. With a roar, Diablo dropped on the black puddle of blood. It was at that moment Abel suddenly realized he forgot something. He forgot to kill Diablo with his human body. He was having way too much fun in physical combat. These days of intense battle boosted his angel body's sword mastery to a whole other level. It might have taken him 10 years if he was just practicing by himself. His angel sword techniques were almost perfect, which was a reward on its own. But still, he needed to make up for his mistake. His human body opened its eyes and flashed towards the angel body. The human body carefully reached out some energy into the druid's soul to signify it was the one who killed Diablo. Suddenly, the world stone between Diablo's eyes flew into his head and merged with his own world. Stone like it was returning home. Abel sensed the world stone in his soul getting larger. Maybe he was only one piece away from fully recovering all the world stones. At the same time, he sensed his power increasing from all dimensions. However, he did not have time to examine in detail. As he turned to the dead body of Diablo, countless beams of light shot out and filled up the Chaos Sanctuary. The entire space was lit up in pure white, even overshadowing the red glow of lava. Those lights were made up of the faces of adults, elders, children, male, female. They were all filled with joy as long as they finally got their relief. Those lights began to sparkle, and Abel felt excitement emerging from his soul. Those were souls trapped by Diablo. Their endless years of torture and pain were what sustained Diablo's power. If Abel never appeared, their pain would continue until eternity. Therefore, the gratitude those souls had for Abel was not something that could be explained by words. They began the song of life, which Abel had heard 3 times at this point. It was a calling from the soul, the deepest gratitude and admiration a being could show. However, this time was the most amount of souls Abel had ever seen singing together. He knew what the song of life signified, so he sat quietly and listened. Time passed, and Abel was in a trance until the song ended. The souls did their final bow and vanished from this world with a smile. After a moment, Abel opened his eyes again. He looked around and realized the Chaos Sanctuary's eeriness and blood stink had faded. Instead, it felt welcoming, like the rogue encampment. After merging with another world stone, he had become a god of this continent. Abel held down his curiosity and shifted his attention back to the dead body of Diablo. He then reached out his power of the will to scan, but he was soon met with disappointment. The 4 meters long body of Diablo had no gear other than dragon scales. It would be a good find if it was the dead body of an actual dragon, but all hell creatures would quickly become rotten after they died. Even the indestructible dragon scales had turned into ash with a gentle flick. There was no use for a body like this. As Abel was wallowing in disappointment, his power of the will brushed against the pentagram where Diablo was summoned and discovered a hole. He immediately flashed towards it and scanned again. After he was certain there was no danger, he called in Frankenstein from afar. He was happy about the fight. Nevertheless, the only damage he took was the gray bear which had returned to his monster ring. Its sacrifice was what allowed Abel to realize the true power of Diablo and change his tactics. Abel turned to the hole. He couldn't sense any danger, but he wasn't planning to enter it himself. If the pentagram began to move again, he might be trapped. After all, there were forces more powerful than him. So he would not take the chance, even with a little bit of energy from God. Still, he would not let this opportunity go. Since there were no goodies on the body of Diablo, it had to be in this hole. He turned to Frankenstein, and it knew exactly what to do. Abel quickly seized control of its soul, and it flashed into the hole. Inside was a dark, open space, but it did not affect the power of the will. There was no danger, just like a normal open space. The floors were filled with rubbish, huge piles of bones, and broken gears. They were the failed experiments of Diablo, and most were rotten after the passage of time. After some detailed searching, Abel spotted 2 dark gold gears, and before Frankenstein returned to the surface, he made sure he did not miss a single corner. Frankenstein placed the 2 dark gold gears in front of Abel's human body, and Abel retracted his control over Frankenstein's soul. Abel gazed down. One was a bow and one was an iron fork. He ran through his knowledge, and the stats of those gears appeared in front of him. Bereza Dukayanen, plus 200% enhanced damage. Piercing attack plus 57 maximum damage. Plus 32 196 cold damage, 4-second duration. Freezes target plus 3. Plus 150 defense plus 35 to dexterity, plus 80% increased attack speed. It was a dark gold bow with decent power. Too bad he didn't have any professional archers. But he quickly thought of his angel body. Since it did not have any long-range attack ability, this bow would be perfect. At the same time, its speed was a great match with its added dexterity. Even without any professional archery skills, it could create a rain of arrows. Finally, its piercing ability would be effective on most enemies even if he missed. At that moment, Abel was already wondering how he could hide his angel body's energy so he could use it. In the central continent, no one would be able to stop his arrows or his razor tail. Abel put away the Bereza Dukayanen and turned to the iron fork. Kelpai snare. Plus 180% enhanced damage. Slow down target 75%. Plus 28 health. Fire resistance plus 50%. Plus 30-50 damage. Plus 10 vitality. A thing like this exists, Abel gasped. The Kelpai snare was not only powerful, it was also disgustingly powerful. It did not have many abilities, but that slowed down target by 75% was a killer. In an instant, 3/4 of his target's speed would be taken away. This speed even included attack speed as well as moving speed. His enemies would be hopeless if he landed a single strike with this thing. He scanned the Kelpai snare again, and it seems like it would be effective as long as it left a mark on the enemies. There was no need for special attacks. Abel looked around the Chaos Sanctuary again. This place was now his. He gazed focused on the furnace of hell outside and flashed towards it after he put away his summons. Since he was accepted by this world, his power of the will could reach beyond 1,600 meters once again. He arrived at the furnace of hell outside, and it looked just the same, but it felt different. He sensed a connection with the platform on it. It was at that moment Abel realized why this place attracted him. It was because of this platform. He came to the side of the platform and sensed it absorbing energy from the lava. In the middle of it was where the energy gathered. It seemed like it was forming something. Abel calculated for a moment. Whatever it was forming should take half a month in the central continent to complete, so maybe he would check on it again until then. As for now, he needed to search for the passage to another world. He already scanned the Chaos Sanctuary and didn't find anything. The map he had also did not say much either. He searched around the River of Flame. Since it was his world, he no longer needed to be careful. His power of will quickly cover the river, but also did not find any hint. By that point, he decided to return to the Pandemonium Fort. He would let his summons out for a search tomorrow. However, he suddenly sensed a vicious dimensional force as he stepped out of the little teleportation circle. He speeded into the Pandemonium Fort's hall, and the first thing he saw was a blood-red portal. Still, Abel remained careful as always and let Frankenstein test it out. After he sensed that it was safe through the soul chain, he made his first step in. Harrogate was a city on the top of a hill. All of its buildings were made with the burliest stones. At that moment, Abel was exactly standing on the highest platform of Harrogate with his power of will fully unleashed. He was not expecting any living being around, but he still couldn't help but sigh after he scanned the environment. It was a human city, but there was not a single person around. So there was only one explanation: humans in the dark world have gone extinct. In fact, there were no other beings other than hell creatures. If the power of law did not protect the buildings of this city, they would have been washed away by the passage of time as well. Abel stepped into the room next to him. It was an alchemy room with a full set of alchemy equipment and potions on the shelves. He did not take those potions. He was no longer the poor fellow he was. However, there were still some super potion healing potions and super mana potions that attracted him. The past owner of this room must be a top-level alchemist. Abel looked around and quickly spotted the books he was after, the formula for those super potions. He looked down at the formulas. Just a few extra rare ingredients alone could make a huge difference. Since Abel had a herb garden, cultivating the ingredients he needed was no challenge. If the dark world was not suppressed by hell or operated by hell creatures, it too would be an amazing place for growing potion ingredients. Abel stepped out of the alchemy room and walked down. There was a little teleportation circle, but all of its energy was used up long ago. Still, Abel installed 2 top-level gems onto it, and it was ignited once again after tens of thousands of years. He connected his power of the will to it. After seeing a familiar list of locations appearing, Abel felt his heart lifted. From then on, he could teleport to this place any time he wanted, even if the portal vanished. After all, he had no idea where Harrogate was located in the dark world. He then walked around Harrogate. He found the blacksmith guild and the exit of the town. However, he was not planning to fight hell creatures. After defeating Diablo and hearing a song of life sung by the most souls, the most important thing to do was to meditate. So he returned to the familiar rogue encampment. No need to wait for the sky to get dark. He had not meditated in the last 24 hours, so he could save the night for training. He sat down in the large mana gathering circle with 1,000 top-level light gems around him. If he needed, he could take out even more resources with his druid soul during meditation. Abel took a deep breath and relaxed his soul. After 100 years of meditating experience, letting go was almost instinctive to him. In his deep state of meditation, he heard the song of life again. It was the true gift the souls had given him. As the song of life emerged, huge amounts of mana began to rush in the large mana gathering circle. Even from miles away, all of a sudden, the place was flooded with mana. Abel felt like a sponge in the sea. With the strange power of the Song of Life, his body was turning that mana into the purest magic energy. His 3 laws grew tremendously. It would normally take a rank 23 wizard hundreds of years to level up again in the central continent. At that moment, Abel was almost stunned as the energy rushed into his body. Of course, there was no way another wizard's body could tolerate this, but after all, Abel's body was almost as strong as a mad knight. It was a little painful to take in so much energy, but he was not afraid of mana overload. Even if he got himself hurt, he always had full recovery potions as a backup. The speed of mana was insane. By that point, it was more like a tsunami than a flood. Luckily, they were in the dark world when no one had ever taken in any mana for tens of thousands of years. So naturally, therefore, its mana density was extremely high. If he was in the central continent, That large mana gathering circle he would probably break down immediately after what just happened. Still, mana moving too fast could cause a disaster. Therefore, the oak tree in Bloodmoor left a command for the High Elves after it sensed the condition of Abel. Under the lead of Headmaster Loka, thousands of High Elves flew up. As the children of nature, they had the natural ability to control all kinds of elements. They had a close bond with mana. Therefore, with thousands of them unleashing their power, the chaotic mana suddenly became calm. Abel was not aware of this. All he knew was he was getting more powerful at a scary rate. After around 20 minutes, Abel's body was fully fulfilled as a rank 23 wizard. Even he had 2 extra wizard patterns compared to normal wizards. Of course, it was all thanks to the High Elves. At the same time, the 1,000 light gems around him had also been used up, and his druid soul was already taking out more automatically. Abel was beginning to level up. He was extremely happy. Since he no longer needed to go through any bottlenecks, this level up didn't even use up any energy from the Song of Life. He successfully drew out 3 rank 24 wizard patterns in just a minute. It must be the fastest level up in history, but of course, he could only do this with the power of God in the rogue encampment. As the mana kept rushing, began to rush in again. The High Elves continued to work. The druid's soul also began to take out light gems. Soon, all elite light gems were used up, and it began to take out other kinds of light gems, even the ones he was not planning to use. The mana was gathering at an unbelievable rate. Especially with the help of the oak tree and the High Elves under the lead of Headmaster Loka, even mana from the ocean in the edge of the rogue encampment began to move in. 10 meters waves lashed out. It was too bad no one was around the ocean to see this doomsday scenery. The main man behind all of this was still meditating. His power kept increasing. Hundreds of hearts of energy were condensed into a single hour. In just 40 minutes, there were no more light gems in his holy portal bag. Since the druid's soul was operating on instinct, it began to take out mana gems. After all, any form of energy could turn into the purest energy for Abel with support from a Song of Life. Abel's skin suddenly tore open with this increase in energy, and a cut to his organs was opened up. The druid's soul automatically used a full recovery potion, and the cut was healed. The Song of Life continued. Since Abel's body was almost immortal with his potions, a little cut from energy would not hurt. In fact, he was filled with joy as time passed by the seconds. He was just like a piece of iron being hammered by energy, and finally, his 3 rank 24 wizard patterns were fulfilled. Just like that, top-level mana gems were directly melted one by one, which was enough to make any powerful figure in the central continent go insane. Each of them harvested the energy to blow up an entire city, but they all quickly turned into ashes after they were taken out. Another hour passed, and the energy kept rushing in. Abel almost felt like his 3 rank 24 wizard patterns were going to explode at any moment. The Song of Life ended in the very last second, and the last note turned into an echo that swirled around Abel's soul. The energy began to settle. The High Elves were also getting tired, but their faith only deepened. Their lord had absorbed every single energy they gathered. If there was another level they could go with their faith, what just happened would definitely do the trick. Abel opened his eyes and stood up, but immediately sat back down. Seeing all the scattered gems around, he could only imagine what just happened. The Song of Life had also fulfilled his 3 rank 24 wizard patterns, so it was time for him to level up again. He sensed the level up energy sifting out from within him, but he was not planning to do it quickly like before. So instead, he took it safe and began to diffuse his 3 rank 24 wizard pattern in his power of the will as well as the power of law. Afterward, he redrew 3 rank 25 wizard patterns. Just like that, Abel had reached the pinnacle of a law-defying wizard from a rank 23 wizard. As a rank 25 wizard, he needed to start transforming his body into energy besides practicing spells. Rank 25 wizards were the core of every large wizard organization. They signified one's potential to become a legend, a truly powerful figure in the central continent, a true master of one's own fate. Abel let out a long breath of relief after becoming a rank 25 wizard. Although he was expecting to level up with the Song of Life after defeating Diablo, it was still like a dream to level up 2 times in a row. Each level up required a tremendous amount of energy, so you could only imagine how many souls Diablo had locked up. Abel looked around. The mountainous amounts of light gems in his holy portal bag were gone. However, he did not feel bad. He was expecting to use them for his level up anyway. As for top-level gems, he couldn't care less. His Horadric cube could create as many as he wanted. Since he was a rank 25 wizard, he was just a rank away from becoming legendary. Abel was so happy, he almost wanted to return to the Golden Castle and celebrate with a huge meal, but too bad his 10 days in the Dark World had not ended. He let out his angel body and operated with his human body. He totally got a sense of its power during the battle with Diablo. It could not only take Diablo's attack head-on, but it also remained dominant when it came to speed. It was the sole reason why Abel won. With his level up, he would be more confident even when the demon from beyond reawakened. His human body reached into his holy portal bag and took out the Barazadukayanan for his angel body. Afterward, he began training again. His sword skills had clearly become smoother, and each strike felt instinctive. He knew his angel sword technique had leveled up, and he was very happy. His human body rested, but his power of the will was still too excited to go to sleep. The following days, he continued his battle in Harrogate. There was no need to hide his angel body since he could let Doff the Beeman, Johnson, Jason, and Flying Flame out again. It was just that Johnson and Jason lagged behind when it came to power. They would soon be obsolete if they continue to plateau their process, but Abel had no idea how to help two stone giants anyway. Stone giants' power was determined by the materials they were made out of. Unfortunately, the only thing more powerful was ancient materials, and Abel didn't know how to make them. Suddenly, he thought of the dwarves. Maybe they had some information. King Gunther must have done research into this. Meanwhile, his angel body was unleashing some scary archery skills. Even with half the power, normal hell creatures could not withstand more than a strike. Especially with the piercing effect. Those arrows were almost indestructible. However, there was one problem. Those were the arrows Abel learned how to make as a knight in the Holy Continent. They could only guarantee accuracy in a certain range, and it would be an even bigger challenge without the World Stone. After all, he was not only after the power of a single strike, he needed to wipe out hell by the mass. Still, he was doing quite well with the Barazadukayanan already. Before Abel left the Dark World, he hid his rank 25 wizard energy with his transformation necklace. It was a good idea to battle for a few more days in the Dark World to let his energy settle. He stepped into the blue portal and reappeared in his training room of the Gold Castle. No one in the Central Continent could ever guess Abel had become a rank 25 wizard in just one night. What he needed now was to gather light gems again. With the help of the intelligence fruit, he was confident that he could fulfill his rank 25 wizard patterns in a year or two. Becoming a legend used to be out of the world, now it was almost at his reach. He moved his power of the will and flashed into his battle fort on the Sat-Light Protection Circle. The sun was still rising, and its beams were soothing in the eye as it covered the mist of the forest. Abel felt his heart relaxing. It was exactly what he wanted after days of intense battle. He took out a glass of water spirit fruit juice and formed a table on the battle fort as he admired the view. "Research spirit, how many light gems do I have in the inventory?" Abel asked. "Master, there are 1,640 beginner light gems," the research spirit replied. Abel had used up all the light gems in his portal bag, but his golden castle still brought in a decent income with its meals. Each meal cost 2 beginner light gems. With 3 meals a day and 10 guests each session, he could have 60 light gems a day. After months of accumulation, he was happy about what he got. At least he didn't have to worry about training in the following few days. After he used them up, he would get more with his potions. "Research spirit, bring me all of those light gems," Abel commanded casually. He was too lazy to even more after going through life and death in the Dark World. "Yes, master," the research spirit sounded, and a pile of light gems appeared on the short-distance teleportation circle beside him. He put them in his holy portal bag and began combining them into top-level light gems with his Horadric cube. Just when he completed, the research spirit sounded again. "Master, Saint Lorraine wants to see you." Not many people know about his training schedule, but Lorraine was one of them. Lorraine's here. Abel stood up with a smile and regained his energy. He scanned the golden castle and directly teleported Lorraine in front of him with his power of the will. Abel, she smiled. Lorraine always kept a graceful appearance. It was only in front of Abel she could smile like a little girl. Lorraine, don't you have class today? Abel wondered if Lorraine was skipping class again. After all, he knew there were no rest days for studying in the temple. No, I am here for mission. Lorraine patted her chest and said with confidence. Mission? What mission? Abel laughed. Headmaster wants me to ask you for a favor. Big Druid Amelia is fulfilled, and she is now in retreat, Lorraine said with her eyes wide open. Although she did not explain much, Abel knew the intention of the temple. It was just that he said he would not help another Big Druid level up after Lorraine became an official saint. Abel, Big Druid Amelia is the most powerful druid. She is rank 24, and the only hope of us elves to become a legendary druid. Therefore, the headmaster wants your help again to maximize her chances, Lorraine continued. Lorraine, did you say yes to the headmaster? Abel smiled. I did not promise him, so you don't have to if it's too much of a bother, Lorraine added gently. Although Abel's place was tight security, Lorraine still acted shy when she expressed her bias towards Abel. Lorraine, is there anyone mistreating you in the temple? Abel couldn't help but laugh again, seeing the cute look on Lorraine's face. No, everyone is great to me, Lorraine said happily. Then bring Big Druid Amelia to me, Abel decided. You must use this chance to get some more rewards from the temple, Lorraine gently suggested. Nothing matters as long as the temple is good to you, Abel said. Lorraine left with some dark gold lotions and conditioner. They were the finest work of Abel after he became a Grandmaster alchemist. Abel saw excitement beaming out of Lorraine's eyes as she held those potions. It seemed like he would be expecting a big order from the temple soon. However, as long as Lorraine was safe in the temple, he couldn't care less. At the end of the day, he was one of the reasons why Lorraine's journey to becoming a saint was so smooth. After 10 minutes, Big Druid Amelia arrived at the Golden Castle, and Abel did not let her wait too long in the hall. The great Grandmaster Bennett, Amelia greets you. Big Druid Amelia gave a big bow to show her respect. Big Druid Amelia, I'm happy to see you. Abel smiled and bowed back. He began to look up and down at this most powerful druid of the elves. She looked like she was only about 20 years old, no need to explain. Lorraine had given her some beauty potions. After all, Abel did prepare a lot of potions for Lorraine. Big Druid Amelia was not shy about hiding her rank 24 energy. I need to be frank with you. I can't guarantee that the Tree of Life will keep helping druids level up, so just be prepared if it starts to reject. Abel lowered his voice. He was only a middleman and the supplier of gems. The Tree of Life's attitude was the most important, and he didn't know if the Tree of Life would continue to be nice to him. Therefore, if Big Druid Amelia was not the most powerful druid of the elves or Lorraine was not the one who asked Abel for the favor, Abel might have rejected it. Grandmaster, I still want to go. I became a druid the day I reached adulthood. I spent 300 years to become a big druid. Becoming a legend was always my goal, so please help me. Big Druid Amelia bowed. Abel could hear the arrogance in her voice. From a human perspective, that was basically becoming a wizard at 18 years of age. She was a true genius, but was it really necessary to bring it up? If Abel didn't have to hide his identity, he too wanted to expose his energy and show this big druid that she was standing in front of a 20 years old rank 25 wizard. Even if he counted the times in the dark world, he would be no more than 100 years old. I talked to Lorraine about it, so just leave it to me. I'll take you to the Tree of Life. Abel still smiled and replied. After all, Lorraine was the defining factor. Thank you, Grandmaster. Big Druid Amelia was not stupid, and she understood Abel's intent, so she smiled and bowed. Okay, follow me, Abel smiled back. He expanded his power of the will to let out Wizard Tony and Frankenstein on the other side of the walls. Afterward, they appeared in the hall with a flash. Big Druid Amelia was stunned as she saw two hooded law-defying wizards appearing. She only knew Master Bennett had one law-defying wizard. Abel was planning to make Wizard Tony public anyway. Therefore, he could use two law-defying wizards to escape if things went bad. Frankenstein and wizard Tony brought Abel and big druid Amelia underground and arrived at the Tree of Life Valley entrance through the giant teleportation circle. With a fortress on guard, only one big druid was needed to be on duty. Good work, Abel smiled and bowed. Although big druid Amelia was the so-called most powerful druid of the elves, she would not be able to enter the Tree of Life Valley so casually without Abel, so the guard remained quiet. There were two kinds of big druids in the elves, male for serving the palace and female for serving the temple. But of course, there were the ones serving Abel as well. As for wizard Tony and Frankenstein, the druid on guard also had no say as long as they came with Abel. The Tree of Life was equal to Abel, so nothing Abel brought would be harmful. They carefully skipped over the plants on the ground and arrived by the side of the Tree of Life. Abel was always the one who greeted first, but this time it was the Tree of Life. Tree of Life, please help this rank 24 big druid level up. Abel placed his hand on a branch and ignited the soul speaker's ability. With their close bond, this was their favorite way to communicate. The Tree of Life requested 2020 top-level green gems, which made Abel wonder if the Tree of Life was starting to maximize its profit. With this number, he might have a problem if he was requested to help a rank 25 druid level up. But after all, leveling up did take up a lot of energy, and the energy from most of those gems would be transferred back to its helping target. Recall how much energy Abel had taken to go from a rank 23 to a rank 25 wizard. However, if Abel directly took out a pile of green gems at once, people might become suspicious. Grandmaster, is there a problem? Big druid Amelia saw that Abel was not looking good, so she asked. Nothing, I'm just negotiating with the Tree of Life. Please step back. Abel smiled. Big druid Amelia was very jealous of the way Abel communicated with the Tree of Life. After all, the temple did view the Tree of Life as the goddess of the moon. Although she did not express much gratitude, her heart was filled with it. Therefore she bowed and carefully stepped back. Abel then took out a barrier circle and blocked big druid Amelia's view. Big druid Amelia was worried, but Abel shouldn't hurt the Tree of Life, right? In the circle he took out the gems. He promised Lorraine, so there was no return. Being taken advantage of was a type of joy as well. After seeing the 2020 green gems being dragged down painfully, he put away the barrier circle and waved at big druid Amelia. Big druid amazing, the Tree of Life agreed. Thank you, Grandmaster. Big druid Amelia gave out a big bow of excitement. Afterward, Abel saw the Tree of Life reached out 4 branches. 2 of them lifted big druid Amelia, and 2 of them were coming towards Abel. Tree of Life, what are you doing? Abel did not dodge since he was certain the Tree of Life would not hurt him. He was just confused. The Tree of Life did not reply. At that moment, Abel's rank 22 big druid energy was fully exposed. It was the special power of the Tree of Life. Afterward, it began to use up the gem's energy, and Abel sensed his energy rushing in. Abel was not expecting to level up as a druid, since he never spent any time creating natural energy with training. However, the Tree of Life might be a help with that. It was what turned him into a big druid in the first place anyway. Therefore, when it spotted some new potential in Abel, it did not even ask before helping. In reality, the 2,000 green gems were actually for Abel. Big druid, Amelia's level up would only take 20. It was an extremely fair trade, and the Tree of Life had done so, ensuring Abel's safety. Abel felt like he was blessed by the Song of Life once again, as a sea of energy rushing in. However, this time it was even more comfortable with the calmness of natural energy. Suddenly, his druid soul sensed level-up energy by his side. It must be a big druid, Amelia. It was too easy for the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life knew big druid Amelia had inherited a druid guide, so all it needed was to make her enter a state of enlightenment. As for Abel, he was occupied by the vast amounts of energy gushing in his druid soul. Luckily, the Tree of Life smooths out the impact, so he had no safety risk. Time passed. Leveling up, energy slowly faded from big druid Amelia, and she was finally a rank 25 druid. She opened her eyes with a prideful smile. There were not many rank 25 druids in the history of elves. Becoming a legendary druid was right at reach. Her name would go down in history, and she would create history when she became a legend. The Tree of Life let her down again. It was at that moment she saw Master Bennett was being held up as well. Her heart dropped. However, she didn't make a move after she saw that Wizard Tony and Frankenstein appeared in front of her. They were the ones responsible for protecting Master Bennett, after all. She didn't know what was happening, but the right thing to do was to listen to Abel's wizards and keep her distance. As a rank 25 druid, she could easily take down Abel's wizards, but what was the point? The druid on guard was already focused on her. Although he didn't know what was happening to Master Bennett as well, he knew Master Bennett was the most prestigious elf. Master Bennett's safety was the most important. Therefore, Big Druid Amelia smiled to signal her kind attitude as she stepped back. Big Druid Amelia stepped back, and Frankenstein nodded, but still, she was very interested in what was happening to Abel. She was not the only one. The druid on guard outside was very concentrated as well. What Abel was doing was very strange. Was he leveling up? He was a rank 22 druid, but it was growing at an unbelievable rate. Frankenstein and Wizard Tony did not have emotions, but the big druids were looking extremely confused. They were in disbelief, fear, envy, and all kinds of emotions were running through their heart. It would normally take hundreds of years for a druid to move up a rank, so leveling up was definitely not a common thing. When was the last time Master Bennett leveled up? They all remember very clearly. It was the time the Holy Kingdom invaded the elves, and the goddess of the moon had a godsend to save the Tree of Life. It had not even been a year, and Master Bennett was leveling up again. Unfortunately, the Tree of Life was too biased towards Master Bennett. At that moment, those druids almost wanted to pull him down and hang themselves on the Tree of Life. However, could Master Bennett's body handle a quick level up like this? Big Druid Amelia always thought she was the most talented elf, but then he thought about Abel's age. Abel had just reached adulthood, and he was a rank 22 druid. Did Abel have overtaken her title already? Still, her pride as a rank 25 druid was not that easy to destroy. It might take Abel a lifetime to reach her level for all she knew. It was at that moment Abel was fulfilled as a rank 22, and the druids let out a big breath of relief, thinking his level up had ended. Suddenly, "My goddess," Big Druid Amelia gasped. Abel directly skipped through his bottleneck and transformed into a rank 23 druid. The hardest part of a druid's life was completed by Abel in just 10 minutes. Every big druid knew the Tree of Life would never fail. Master Bennett had just become one of the rare rank 23 druids. But it was not Abel's fault. He had no idea what was going on either. When the level up energy faded, the Tree of Life began to inject a sea of energy into Abel again. How is this possible? Big Druid Amelia never saw anything like it in her life. The druids on guard outside were also baffled. Was Abel leveling up again? Although it wouldn't take long for Abel's power of the will to transform natural force into his transparent energy, there was way too much rushing, so he had no time to rest. Rank 23 began, rank 23 midpoint. To rank 23 fulfilled. Big Druid Amelia was numbed. Her pride was scattered. She saw a true genius grow in front of her. She almost began to wonder if Grandmaster Abel was the personal child of the Tree of Life. But of course, it was nonsense. She knew very well that every elf was the child of the Tree of Life. As nonsensical thoughts ran through her head, another level-up energy sifted out of Abel. Did Grandmaster Bennett just become rank 24? The druids felt like they were dreaming. If leveling up was this simple, what's the point of spending hundreds of years in training? A druid on guard connected to the royal palace to report what was happening to Abel. Big Druid Lendo was in disbelief. He immediately turned down the call and arrived at the Tree of Life Valley. He just had to see it with his own eyes. Abel was stabilizing as a beginner rank 24, but the energy did not stop rushing in. As far as the Tree of Life known, Abel had the potential to become a rank 25, and it would not stop until that point. Rank 24 midpoint to rank 24 advance, and finally rank 24 fulfilled. Big Druid Lendo made it in time to witness this extraordinary scene, and his jaw was dropped. Grandmaster Bennett was only a rank 6 druid the first time they met, but in a single year. He became a big druid being held up by the Tree of Life. How could he ever describe it? It made sense if another big druid was becoming rank 24, but Grandmaster Bennett's level up was just too fast, almost like a blink of an eye. Abel began to level up again. Other than big druid Lendo, all the other druids were numbed. They had already accepted the unfairness of the world and began to doubt themselves. After a while, natural forces stopped rushing into Abel's druid soul. He let out a breath of relief. What just happened was way too tiring. The Tree of Life lowered him to the ground again after becoming a rank 25 druid. But as a rank 25 wizard already, he was more happy than excited about this fact. He turned, Abel bowed to the Tree of Life, and the Tree of Life suggested it was time for it to take a rest. Big druid Amelia's arrogance was sucked out of her. This young grandmaster had caught up to her in a mysterious way in an instant. How could she ever guess that Abel needed to be a rank 25 wizard as well to do this? Not to mention the 2,000 purest top-level green gems Abel gave out. Maybe the only organization in this world capable of giving out something like that were the dwarves. Abel stretched his back. It was not comfortable to be held up by a branch for so long. Grandmaster, are you a rank 25? Big druid Amelia asked with a dry voice. Maybe the Tree of Life thinks I'm too weak and wants to give me a little help to catch up after helping you, Abel said honestly. Big druid Amelia almost wanted to spill blood. A little help? You call that a little help? Grandmaster Bennett, congratulations. I hope you will soon become a legendary. Big druid Lendo stepped in with a cheer. Big druid Lendo, thank you. But that might still be some time away, Abel smiled humbly. It can be any day with your progress speed, Big druid Lendo laughed. By that point, he wouldn't be surprised even if the Tree of Life helped Abel again in a few days and turned him into a legendary druid. Everyone, since I just level up, I need to go back stabilize my power. We'll meet again next time, Abel said to the druids and bowed under the sparkling face of big druid Amelia. Grandmaster, good luck. Big druid Lendo bowed back and the other druids followed. Abel then vanished from the spot with Frankenstein and wizard Tony. Afterward, the druids exchanged gaze and let out an awkward smile. Big druid Lendo wanted to congratulate big druid Amelia for becoming a rank 25 as well, but he just couldn't bring himself to say it. It would be too awkward in that situation. Still, it was great news for the elves to have 2 new rank 25 druids. Who knew, maybe they might have a legendary druid soon as well. Of course, the legendary druid candidate Big Druid Lendo had in mind was not Big Druid Amelia. With Abel's age, anything is possible. Abel returned to the Golden Castle in a very happy mood. His level-ups had brought him another power gain. As long as he unleashed his rank 25 druid energy, he could suppress any rank 23 and below even without exposing his wizard identity. This had nothing to do with spell power or fighting experience. It was the true power of status. At least this would make revolving small hassles easier. Steward Meyer, call my 3 followers and tell them I want to celebrate my level up. Also tell the chefs to prepare, Abel said. Yes, master. Steward Meyer was very happy for Abel as well. By lunch, Abel's 3 followers returned. Have a seat, we are all friends here. No need to be so polite. Abel nodded and took a seat. His 3 followers followed after Abel was seated. Grandmaster, I heard from Steward Meyer you've leveled up. Druid Polly was the first one to ask. Yeah, I'm a rank 25 druid now, so that's why I want to celebrate today, Abel smiled. Since 2 of Abel's followers were big druids as well, this news would soon spread throughout the elves. However, before that, they all had their jaws dropped in disbelief. Even as they took a bite of the best food of the central continent and took a sip of the best wine, they were still shocked. Pass City was an ordinary city with ordinary wealth and status. Out of the many cities in the central continent, no one would think of it more than twice. Just like every city, it was plagued with good and evil. In the dark corner of society lies an ancient occupation, thieves. They lurked around the common world, and they would make their moves when they found the right target. Of course, they would not target professional, since they stood no chance against the power of the will. In a little courtyard located in the east of Pass City lied the base of the thieves. They seemed like a mess on the surface, but they were actually an organized bunch. If a thief arrived at Pass City without reporting in the base, they would soon learn their lesson or even get killed. Milton was the owner of the courtyard, who looked like a thin old man around the age of 60. He was known to be the testimony of justice. Every time a conflict broke out between the thieves, he would resolve it, and it was exactly what he was doing at the moment. However, this was only because of a rule he made. If any thief tried to resolve a conflict without him, his body would be thrown into the deepest part of a lake. Milton loved his job. It made him feel alive. After all, he was a god who lived for thousands of years without a domain. It would be boring if he didn't find something to kill time. He did not have many followers in the central continent, and most of them were the lowest of the low. As the god of thief, his followers would change their faith as soon as they failed a robbery. However, it was because of his powerlessness. He ended up as one of the few gods that did not get cleaned up by the Wizard Union. Still, this doesn't mean he did not have lifesavers. He could hide his energy and make himself invisible, which made escaping very easy. As long as he didn't take too many risks or try to increase his followers, he should be able to keep his status as a god. His income came from the gains of his followers. However, since the Wizard Union was focused on the Holy Kingdom and they needed each kingdom to be united, there could not be too many thieves around. Thief god Milton knew about this, so he did not get too greedy. After all, the faith he got each day was enough for him to get by. As for getting his own domain, he wouldn't even think about it. Once he did, his brain would start to hurt. And he might do something crazy that could get him locked up by the Wizard Union. Just when he was trying to find some joy in listening to the two thieves in front of him going back and forth, his face suddenly twitched, and a little bit of energy sifted out of him by mistake. However, it was too late. His energy then hit the two thieves, and they dropped down out like a block of wood. By the time thief god Milton turned his gaze, they were already dead. Still, he did not care too much. Normal thieves were weak anyway. Instead, he knew there was something scary to worry about. From the scattered information he gained from his followers, he realized people were looking for him all over the continent. The tactics of those people were simple: capture a thief and force them to declare if they follow the thief god or if they know where the thief god was. This was because the ones going to the job were only normal people, not professionals. Was it because they didn't want to provoke the snake before they strike? Thief god Milton didn't feel too good about this. It didn't seem like the Wizard Union. There was no way they wouldn't use professionals. He quickly scrolled through the information given out by his more faithful followers recently. Although a single follower might not know much, he had accumulated quite a few faithful ones. He could use the passage of faith throughout the continent. He even had 10 followers in the Holy Continent. It was at that moment he realized something odd about those 10 followers. The Holy Kingdom was invaded, and something was stolen from the central temple. These days they sent out countless powerful professionals, and many from the front line had been recruited to search around the cities. Thief god Milton immediately made a connection. What investigation department exclusively used normal people? That's right, the Holy Kingdom. As far as he knew, the Holy Kingdom had a special method of brainwashing that turned normal people into the demon from Beyond's followers, but it was not effective on professionals. Even with the power of the Wizard Union, they managed to establish a huge network in the central continent. Damn, are those bastards suspecting me? Thief god Milton thought to himself. Intuition was the sixth sense of a god. He almost wanted to yell, how could he even enter the Holy Kingdom? Before the Wizard Union started to hunt down gods, he too had thought about obtaining his own domain. Back then, he had enough resources to make a holy object to gather faith. For many gods, holy objects were like a backup. If their body got killed along with their followers by someone powerful, people would still know about their existence as long as their holy object was worldwide. And as long as people knew about their existence, they would not truly die. However, this all changed after the Wizard Union took power. Religion and spreading faith became forbidden, so he could only do so through rumors and legends. As for something as powerful as the Holy Kingdom, he didn't even want to get close. It was the reason he lived for so long. As the god of thieves, he was only half a god at most. If he messed with the Holy Kingdom, he would get destroyed. He felt his heart chill. He was confident that he could escape from the Holy Kingdom, but they might hunt him down together if the Wizard Union found out. Since the Wizard Union probably didn't know the Holy Kingdom was making a move, they would definitely double down on their forces. If this happened, his peaceful days would be over. Thief God Milton knew very well. Both Wizard Union and the Holy Kingdom had many methods of finding him through their followers. If not, no way the Wizard Union could hunt down so many gods. As for the Holy Kingdom, they were experts in faith, so of course, they knew how to find him as well. Who pushed the blame on me? Thief God Milton was not angry at the Holy Kingdom. He had no power to do so anyway. Instead, he was certain that someone was behind this, and he was furious. He began to look through more information from the Holy Kingdom, and one of his followers who lived close to the temple knew a thing or two. For thieves, knowing more than normal people was necessary to survive. Therefore, his curiosity got the best of him after something was stolen from the Holy Kingdom's central temple. Rumors were flying around from all sides, and many theories were created. After hearing those rumors and theories from that follower, Thief God Milton began to analyze. The Holy Kingdom suspected him because the one who committed the deed was invisible, and his speed was so fast, the professionals on guard didn't even have time to react. All of it made sense. He really did have the power to become invisible. Although there were many other ways to become invisible becoming invisible in a temple needed the power of God. And he was the only God with such power. There was no need to think anymore. It seemed like the blame was deadlocked on him. He gazed at the two dead thieves in his yard and directly burned them up with a fireball. He knew he couldn't stay here anymore. Maybe he would need to become a nomad again. He wanted to hunt down the bastard who pushed the blame on him, but he also knew someone who had the guts to make a move on the Holy Kingdom might be very powerful. Still, it wouldn't hurt to investigate. At least he would have something to explain if he got captured by the Holy Kingdom. It was the dignity of a god, even half a god. He packed up some stuff and lit his courtyard up in flames. Seeing the people around coming to put out the fire, Thief God Milton let out a sign as he left the crowd. After all, he lived in this city for the past decades. He did not use a teleportation circle. Instead, he walked. Of course, no one would notice him as he stepped out the city gate with his invisibility. It was the reason why so many gods more powerful than him were killed, but he managed to stay alive. After he left the city gate, he began to fly and accelerated into top speed. Speed was another most powerful ability of his. It was how he had escaped from so many dangerous situations. As long as he reached full speed, no one could match him. However, reaching full speed came at a cost, and it was the power of God. He only had enough power to sustain himself for a weak god, so he could only fly at moderate speed. After all, he didn't even have enough power to create his own domain. Unless a god had many faithful followers accumulated after tens of thousands of years, stabilizing a domain needed large amounts of power. Only powerful gods could do so, not a weak little god who barely made it through each day. Thief God Milton had just left Pass City for a few hours. He was flying in the air and was searching for a place to land. Meanwhile, he was just notified that a true believer of his died. With the worship passageway in place, it was very easy for him to pay attention to this. There was another explanation, actually, and that was that he just had too few followers to not pay attention to each and every one of them. If it was any other divine spirits like the moon goddess or divine spirits who had a tremendous number of followers, they wouldn't bother giving any personal attention to any followers until something special was to come up. This was exactly the case for Abel. The number of followers he had connected to his druid spirit was about several thousand or more. Deaths happened among them on a daily basis, but he would only consider those as natural phenomena and not something he needed to actively interfere with. Thief God Milton was different in this regard. The follower was still very young. In fact, almost all his followers were quite young. Thieves usually changed jobs once they reached a certain age. By that point, the faith would no longer continue, and even if there was anyone that still devoted faith to him, they would just not be as solemn in their practice. Amidst the central temple of the nation of God, the saint was still sitting amidst the temple. His eyes were fixated on a statue that was newly built. Even today, the faith power continued to circulate, and there was still quite some time for the entire figure to be transformed. Every time the saint looked at the angelic figure, he would think of the despicable thief and of the thief god. Very recently, He began to borrow some divine power from the Guardian Wings to help the intelligence agencies with their search. Today, especially, was the day that they identified a thief that could very likely be the culprit who stole the angelic figure. There were a lot of conditions to track spirits through there. Followers. For instance, the divine spirits could just not be in the nation of God. There was a lot of anti-detection work done in the state, so it was pretty much an impossible job to locate any divine spirits that were there. To find any divine spirits, it would only be possible if there were divine spirits that were also inside the nation of God. By that logic, in order to track the divine spirits from their followers, the followers had to be connected to the divine spirits for a set period of time to leave any tracks. Of course, the trace would be at the location in which the connection was formed, and not the actual location of the divine spirit. And the saint thought about the situation of Thief God. He would switch on the divine passageway at all times and perform a soul tracking on the followers that were captured over on the central continent. The price for this would be the lives of the followers, but the saint was too angry to care if the Thief God was going to come for revenge. He would track down the Thief God at any cost. Knight-Mage was holding a strange-looking contact circle in his hand. "We got him, master." It was not a magic stone that the contact circle was powered by. It was powered with divine power, and only divine power could penetrate through the blockage of the doomsday wall. Now that the nation of God had lost so much of its holy crystal, this had to be as wasteful as it could be. This also reflected just how much the saint cared for this. They had to find the Thief God at any cost. The saint said with a serious tone, "We must borrow your divine power to find the Thief God." Under the protection of the Guardian Wings, a golden light dropped and fell on the contracted circle that was powered by divine power. Inside an underground room inside a city, in front of a contact circle, Milton's followers were tied to the ground. They had no idea what just happened. One of them was just ready to find a new victim, but he was knocked unconscious. He woke up and came here immediately. There was nobody in the room. The only item present was the contact circle that was in front of him. He didn't understand why he was kidnapped. He was a nobody. He managed his life mostly by stealing, but he never managed to scourge enough to make a saving. He didn't understand what reason someone would do this to him. Even if it was someone that he stole from, the most he would expect would be a beating. The man was still thinking. A golden light flashed out of the contact circle in front of him. The golden light rushed towards him. He wanted to dodge, but he had no way of doing so. The golden light continued to enter into his soul. Following that, as though he was a barrel of oil lit on fire, his body immediately exploded. During this instance, the golden light also found out Milton's location. It was a while ago. Thief God Milton was just performing a connection to see what he wanted out of this follower. The golden light followed a trail that was hard for most to see. Under the influence of divine power, the starting point of the worship passageway was just found. During this time, like a watermelon that had just exploded, the content inside the follower's head streamed towards every corner of the underground basement. Inside the central temple of the nation of God, a look of joy just appeared on the saint's face. He just received a notification from the divine power. Thief God Milton was found. He thought that some more hints were needed, but it appeared that he was wrong. He spoke again. "We'll borrow your divine power to open these Guardian Wings." Once again, a golden light rushed out of the Guardian Wings. This time, however, a teleportation portal was just opened in the hall room. The location that Milton left just opened up a teleportation gate. A lot of divine power was used up, but he didn't care. He wanted revenge for the divine spirit he worshipped. It was not excusable, in any case, to steal from a temple. As long as he was spending some more attention to his followers, he believed that it was possible to make a return. The saint bowed to the 3 sacred knights in hoodies. "Please, you 3. The 3 sacred knights nodded. After that, they quickly sped up and became shadows that rushed into the teleportation gate. At the same time, Wizard Larking, who was just guarding the doomsday wall, also changed his expression. He couldn't believe the message that he just saw. "Special alarm, special alarm." He placed his hand on a contact circle that was nearby. He activated it and screamed as loudly as he could. This was the highest level of alarm the Wizard Union could send, and even a legendary wizard like him would have no right to participate. He was starting to make a guess. Maybe the nation of God was just about to have a full-scale war with the central continent. Why else would they send figures of this level? If he had other things to worry about, he was more concerned with what could be over the marked location to allow 3 strong men to be sent over there. Wizard Larking screamed, which made the Wizard Union headquarters quite nervous. The 5 screams just activated the 5 shut-down rooms that were stored inside the underground basement. Inside the shut-down room, 5 wizards were just floating inside the rooms. They were just woken up by the siren. As soon as they opened their eyes, a light trembling was what happened at Wizard Union headquarters. Inside Pass City, ignorant commoners were still carrying on with their ordinary lives. An event was just being held in the city central hall. Everyone, whether old, young, men, or women, were just smiling as they participated in their events. Everyone was quite happy, and no one knew that a disaster was just about to fall. Little boy had snacks in his hand. While he was having his time eating it, a strange door emerged beside him. This door was made entirely out of gold. The shape was oval. The boy had no idea what was happening here. He was very curious when he wanted to touch the portal that just appeared. Meanwhile, everyone else was also just noticing that a teleportation door appeared. Most people had no idea what this was. They had very confused looks on their faces, but some class holders called out as they realized what this was. As soon as they were about to make a scream, a foot was just stepping outside the teleportation door. A terrifying suppressive presence was just being emitted. The area was immediately silenced. Everyone stopped moving. The boy's hand was just a bit away from reaching the door that he was so curious about. On the one hand, a regular person's face was seen to be full of surprise. Some class holders dropped their jaws. It was like the world was dead silent. Following that, a man in a long robe walked out of the teleportation gate. 2 men in the same costumes also came out. Everyone collapsed as they all lost control of their muscles. The suppressive power appearing was just too much for any of them. One of the 3 sacred knights spoke. "I felt a divine spirit here." The other one said, "I'll seal up the city, we're not letting him out." As they spoke, he slammed on the teleportation door with his hand. Divine power was just transpired from the teleportation portal. The divine power was just converted into a streak of golden light to surround the entire Pass City. Having made the necessary preparations, the 3 sacred knights went in their ways in 3 different directions. Everywhere they went by, with their bodies as the center, every living being within the range of several thousand meters was killed by having their souls crushed. Pass City was not a big city at all. It only took several tens of seconds for the 3 sacred knights to meet up again. "We let him away. Get back or the Wizard Union will be here soon." "It's a shame. Look for another chance in the future." The 3 sacred knights made some complaints as they stayed afloat in the air. They then rushed towards the direction of the teleportation portal. They did not care that the entire city was just decimated because of what they did. Even the small animals died. Yes, that was just how severe the consequences were for legendary figures to unleash their presence in the conventional world. Once the 3 sacred knights walked to the front of the teleportation gate, they looked up towards a sky that was further away. One of them spoke, "The Wizard Union's already here, but we can't fight them. What a shame." The other one replied, "Wouldn't take much time to start a war with them anyways." The other one reminded, "Leave, we're wasting too much divine power already." What he said just made the other 2 go quiet. They all flashed into the teleportation gate. Just when the teleportation portal was about to vanish, the golden light that was high and above also disappeared. At the spot where the teleportation gate disappeared, 5 elderly wizards appeared. It was a rare sight to see them so old, because wizards would usually keep the looks of when they just became official wizards, so not many of them would look like they were in their older years. These 5 were different. They had white hairs and white bears. When they arrived, their feet did not make a landing at all. They made sure to just be a bit away from the floor. Unlike the 3 sacred knights, they made their appearances very discreet. An elderly wizard said with a hoarse voice, "Let the Wizard Union search this as quickly as they could. We must find out why they are assaulting Pass City." Although Pass City was already massacred by now, it was actually the nation of God that suffered a greater loss. The amount of divine power and strong soldiers deployed were just too much compared to the low-tier class holders and common people that were killed here. Although the nation of God would always get their regular supply of divine power, this was by no means a sustainable thing to do for them. For the 5 elderly wizards, They just found it strange that the nation of God would go this far as to just decimate a middle-sized city. If they were not awakened from their sleep, actually, he would just come here earlier and keep the 3 sacred knights at bay. In this sense, for the nation of God to send so many over here, they had to go through a lot of risks. One elder wizard was not content at all. What are the intelligence agency doing? They didn't bother to send an alarm, nothing. If the preparation was done a bit earlier, perhaps the nation of God could just suffer a lot more loss. For the 3 sacred knights that were here, if any was to remain, the power of the nation of God could just be lowered to a better extent. An elderly wizard witnessed how terrible things became. Let's have the wizard union collect the corpses. These awful lots, they didn't spare the children. Very quickly, the 5 elderly wizards disappeared. 10-something minutes later, the teleportation circle that was inside the city started flashing out, one by one. A large number of wizards from the wizard union appeared. As soon as they appeared, they were all terrified of the devastation that took place here. Some of them had known about the cruelties of war, but none of them had ever seen an entire city's population killed. Thief God Milton paused in the air. He just felt that 50 of his followers living in Pass City had all died. He said quietly, "Pass City is over." Although he was a divine spirit, Milton did have some emotions left inside of him. He did feel something for Pass City, which was a city that he had been living in for the past few decades. That was where his neighbors used to live. There were strangers that would greet him every day. There was a pub that he would go to regularly. It was a place full of personal memories. Now all that was gone. Given how insane the nation of God could be in there. Methods, Milton figured that they must have suffered a great loss too. It's time to have done something like this. The item they lost must be of extraordinary value to them. He began to think back to details that he never considered. While he was doing so, he thought of one possibility. Perhaps it had to do with the divine spirit that he owned. Maybe someone was using it without his knowledge and then using it to throw the blame on him. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it appeared. Milton began to go into the divine spirit temple under camouflage. Apart from him who possessed this ability, he could also accomplish his goals if he was wielding his special tools. Having thought about that, he immediately thought about searching for his divine time. As long as it was something that he did use before, he knew he was going to get some hints. There was not a lot that Milton had. He had a dagger, a veil, and a cape. The first 2 could put him into invisibility mode, while the veil could only reduce his visibility to a certain extent. Milton began activating his own power of the will, and began forging a connection to his divine item. Soon he found out about his dagger and veil. He could retrieve these 2 at any point he wished, but the cape seemed to be out of his reach. The cape was being suppressed by something he wasn't sure of. The most he could do was to figure out a rough location, but he couldn't get it back. Yes, the cape was a divine item. If anyone was to put it back, they either had to be divine spirits more powerful than him, or they had to have divine items that were stronger than it. Milton wasn't sure, but he figured that the cape had something to do with the burglary that happened over at the nation of God's central temple. There was no way that 2 incidents would happen so close to each other with no given reasons. He thought to himself, should I go and have a look? Milton had always stuck to a safety-first principle. It was the reason that he got to live this long. Stealing from the central temple was not going to be a safe job at all. He did all the analysis he could think of. He also thought about the possible culprits that might be after him. Still, if it came to this, he was not sure if he should take any action. He quickly made a decision to change course. I'll see how strong the other side is first. Thief God Milton did not accelerate to full speed. He did not want to use up the divine power that was left inside him. If anything, he needed to spare more in the case of an emergency escape. While putting himself in travel mode, he spent an entire day, and by the second afternoon, he could feel like he was getting closer and closer to the position that he was at. Still, he could feel like something strange was happening. During the night, his cape was almost like it was disappearing from this world. He couldn't sense it. He thought that maybe he was detected, but the cape appeared again on the second morning. It was just like the day before. It was suppressed by a divine portal bag. This was very curious for him. He wanted to know what was happening. His curiosity took him in a clearer direction, and his expression was gradually got grimmer. He realized that he was heading towards the moon goddess temple. Now, the moon goddess was one of the few divine spirits that survived from the age of the gods. She was more than capable of smiting a half-god like him. Yes, Milton was a half-god since he had no domain of his own. Thief god Milton wanted to stop flying and go back. He did not want to go inside the temple of the moon goddess. It was a temple that was especially lively, so there was zero chance that he could be inside without being detected. Still, a voice inside of him asked him to check. He wanted to check, so he never stopped the entire time. More importantly, the divine cape. He wanted to know what happened to it. Even if the moon goddess was showing up, it should still not be able to sever his connection to the cape. Eventually, Milton made his way to the Haddon mountain range. He finally made sure that his destination was not the goddess temple, but the fort nearby that was made entirely out of gold. He knew that it was the work of the legendary Grandmaster Bennett. He wasn't completely ignorant of what was happening in this world, but still, he didn't think that he'd ever had the chance to cross paths with such a prominent figure. He had no use for potions for alchemy. He was a divine spirit, so as far as he was concerned, he might as well just go inside the fort and interrogate Grandmaster Bennett as much as he wanted. Well, that was if the fort was not next to the goddess temple. Thief god Milton put himself into invisibility mode. It's been so many years since I've done this. Let's show this thief who his teacher is. He lowered himself from the air and arrived at the side of the golden castle. He was looking towards the golden castle in front of him. He was a divine spirit, yes, but even he had to twitch his mouth at the sight of this. He could see things that most class holders were not aware of. There were some rare ingredients fused with the gold that was used to make this fort. These were even more precious than gold. In a sense, the golden castle was valued more than just a fort. It was much more than that. Also, there were spell circles drawn in every space. There were all kinds of them hidden inside the light. Thief god Milton looked towards the sky that was above the golden castle. As a matter of fact, while he was heading here, he could sense that the gigantic defensive circle that was in the air was a circle that was more powerful than any regular circle. He could tell that most divine spirits would have trouble making their ways in. Well, not him. He was the god of theft. He knew all kinds of methods to bypass circles. He knew a lot about the circles he saw on the walls. He knew that these were the works of the dwarves. He could go through the gigantic circle very easily if he wanted to as well. He reached out his hand and gently touched the wall that was on the golden castle. The essence he emitted was transformed into something that was equal to the castle's circle. His hand and body were becoming one with the building. His invisible body started elevating and crossed over the castle gate. Just like that, he made his way in without any resistance. As soon as he was inside the golden castle, he could feel something strange happening. It was weird. How was the castle of a Grandmaster alchemist so noisy? He could sense that there were some guests eating inside the restaurant. In the hall room, there were also some guests, while there were some more that were on the topmost platform. Milton just realized that the legendary light was somewhere close by. Come to think of it, this was a pretty good spot to see that. He shook his head still. He didn't understand why a Grandmaster alchemist would open his own castle to the public. Whatever the reason was, he knew that he had to go further inside. He continued to fly at a low altitude in the castle. He was ignoring all the circles that were installed. Soon, he arrived at the warehouse that was on the first floor. The warehouse gate was still shut tight, and with a slight flick of his hands, the gate just opened by itself. He quickly made his way in and saw everything that was inside. There were training resources for druids. There were also potions that Grandmaster Bennett brewed himself. There were also some rare materials. If it was someone else that was here, it was almost guaranteed that they would do whatever they could to stuff all these into their portal bags. Still, this was thief god Milton. He was a divine spirit, so he hadn't had use for most of these. He was disappointed with what he saw, if anything. But he learned that the really good stuff had to be somewhere else. With that, he went out of the warehouse and allowed the gate to shut itself close. He passed through the scanning circle of the golden castle. He did a scan and located 3 spots that must contain the most important items. One was the underground basement where the spirit was stored. Needless to say, that had to be where the defense reinforcement was. The second spot had to be the alchemy lab where Grandmaster Bennett would do his brews. The third one was the training room, where the seclusion circle and the defensive circle were installed. Still and carefully, while thief god Milton was using the scanning circle of the golden castle, he carefully did a scan without looking into the inside of the room. He didn't want the spirit to catch him because of any excessive movement he was doing. Given his experience, He knew that the spirit's guardian of this place had to be more than what he could handle. With that, he placed his final target at the underground basement. The alchemy lab would be the second, so the training room would be the first spot he would be heading. As for why, he knew the job was easier if he started. Here, most training rooms had no use for any seclusion circle. Thief God Milton began flying towards the training room. Abel figured that someone was intruding on the Golden Castle. All this time, he had thought that the defensive capability of the Golden Castle was not for anyone to sneak in, not even the divine spirits. Abel was just having the time of his life, drinking his water spirit fruit juice. He was thinking about how to learn the sword technique for his angelic body. His angelic body was strong. But even learning, these forms would not help him in a way if he was stuck in a long-range or middle-range fight. All this time, the angelic body still relied on the holy angelic sword for attacks. The range was also within reach of the sword. Even with the buff of the legendary bow, the Barazadu Kyanin, the most Abel could do was to go after someone weaker than him and not any worthy opponents. As it stood, the biggest problem so far was the light power could not be separated from the holy angelic sword. To Din's solution, Abel combined his main spirit with his druid spirit. He also switched down his world stone fragment and magnified his thinking efficiency by multiple times. But the possibilities were eliminated constantly. The power of the angelic body was entering into the bottleneck stage. Giving his estimation, it should take at least 50 years for the angelic body to make any more progress. By that time, he should be able to launch something like a middle close range attack. It was why the angelic body had 4 wings in total. For regular angels, this would take a lot more time to accomplish. Abel was quite upset, actually. What he lacked the most now was time. If the demon from beyond wasn't waking up within 100 years, he could just work things at his own pace. He knew that all he needed to do was to make himself comfortable to push himself into legendary rank or even above. It was the same for his angelic body. He could just push himself to become a divine spirit. His Beeman giant beast could also become a divine spirit at a given time. Flying Flame was a dragon, so it might even be possible for it to become a millennium or a legendary giant dragon. His sacred knights and wizard contract creatures would be pushed to their maximum level with his endless resource supplies. The problem was still there. He needed more time. While Abel was busy thinking about this, he realized that someone just entered his training room. Thief God Milton had been doing great sneaking his way in so far. He was blending his own presence with the circle. It was one of his greatest abilities, actually. Because of this ability that he possessed, he could almost ignore all the circles at his own discretion. This was the ability of divine spirit, something above the rank of circles. Very quickly, Milton locked his first target onto Abel's training room. He was very smooth in his way of heading towards the outside of the training lab. It wasn't a hard job at all to bypass the seclusion circle and the defensive circle. The door opened very easily. Once Thief God Milton made his way in, out of fear that someone else would to realize that the lab was opened, he immediately shut the door close as soon as he was in. The first thing that Thief God Milton saw when he was inside the training lab was a natural force circle that was made for druids. He couldn't believe just how lavish this place was. This was a circle that was made especially for druids. Each of them had to be made with extremely rare materials. According to the legends, even the Elven royal palace would just have one. Well, not that he was interested in his way. He was just admiring how wealthy Grandmaster Bennett was. This was not a very big training room. Upon a quick glance, Milton couldn't see anything in particular. Impossible, he thought to himself. Most training labs were where class holders would spend most of their time. There had to be something important here. Still, apart from the circle that was meant for gathering natural force, there was nothing else that was in place. As far as he was concerned, there had to be some sort of hidden mechanisms here or some hidden secrets. Slowly and carefully, Thief God Milton unleashed his power of the will. He hadn't done this the entire time since he went inside the Golden Castle. He was always using the special abilities of his divine spirit, but if he was to try to locate anything that was hidden and unknown, the power of the will would be the fastest and most convenient method. Of course, he understood the risk of unleashing his power of the will here. Slowly and carefully, he did a quick scan across the training lab, but he didn't realize anything. While he was extending his search towards the wall of the training room, an accident happened. As though something bit him, he could see that something was onto him. He just received an attack from the dark spirit. The strange power of the will appeared right here, so the dark spirit had to do his part to attack. At the same time, it was also sent an alarm to the circle spirit and the research spirit. The dark spirit quickly demonstrated its terrifying fighting capabilities. Inside the training room, it was absorbing energy right out of several top-level magic gemstones. The dark mist was dispersed out of the main body. The circle spirit was shutting the training lab gate immediately. It did this in the most brutal of manners, using all the circles available to the Golden Castle to perform a forced suppression to the training lab. This was a very common thing to do for city defensive circles against fighters of low capabilities. Here, however, this was the Golden Castle, a structure that the dwarves had spent countless resources to build for Abel. Everything here, even now, could maintain the suppressive power of up to 40 starlight defensive circles in total. It was not a problem at all if they decided to block up a small training lab. Thief God Milton realized that something was wrong. He immediately rushed towards the gate of the training room, but he could also see all kinds of spell circles that were drawn on the walls. He began switching his essence and used his special ability to open the door. Still, the situation was different from when he was trying to sneak in. He was now in a fight against the circle spirit and the research spirit. If he was using his special abilities now, the circle spirit might just respond very quickly. The spell circles on the walls and gates started changing up indefinitely. This made it very difficult for Milton to blend in with the circle runes. If the circle rune wasn't changing, all it would take for Milton to do was one adjustment. All of a sudden, he wasn't sure how to keep up with the change. He knew that his track was already exposed, so he was no longer keeping himself under check. This was a Golden Castle, any legendary fighters. It should be all right for a divine spirit like him to expose himself here. He unleashed his power of the will very quickly, trying to make a forced suppression of all living things that were inside this Golden Castle. He wanted to make sure that he was not attracting the attention of the moon goddess whatsoever. While Milton's essence was rushing towards the wall, the thick dark mist appeared and engulfed all his essence. Of course, things wouldn't just end like that. The mist struggled to neutralize the essence of the divine spirit, but more dark mist would come from the underground basement and reach to each side of the training room. That seemed futile, too. The quality of the dark mist was in no way in comparison to the essence of Thief God Milton and his power of the will. The dark spirit was hidden in the underground basement. There were enough top-level gemstones to supply energy. The dark mist it transformed into was virtually unending. No matter how strong Milton's power appeared, the mist was just so plentiful that it kept Milton inside the training room. Abel knew that the training room was just being intruded on. As the master of the Golden Castle, he knew that something was passing through the circle spirit to observe the situation inside the training lab. First of all, he knew that he was not seeing anyone inside, but he could see that a very strong essence was emitted from the training lab. The only conclusion was the opponent was capable of camouflage. He was very confused, in a way. A few months ago, he was just doing the same thing to sneak into the central temple of the nation of God, but his home was just being invaded in the same way. If it wasn't for the special ability of the dark spirit, he would have no means of knowing that someone was just here. Abel was very surprised that something was on the circle inside the training room, this essence, a divine spirit. Abel spoke immediately. Get everyone inside the Elven Royal Palace. Hey, circle spirit. Thief God Milton reached out his left hand, which was wrapped around by the golden light. He was using his left hand to slam the gate of the training lab. He was obviously looking down at Abel and this entire building. The dark mist was more than he expected, but it was still nothing against the power of a divine spirit. Still, something that took him by surprise happened. While his left hand was just about to make contact with the training room, in the sky that was above the Golden Castle, 40 battle forts that constituted that starlight defensive circle were all ignited. An inspector was just looking towards the legendary light. Is that a starlight? While the other guests were also noticing what strange things were happening, the dimensional suppression was already taking place. It was hit Thief God Milton from his head. All of this was done without Abel's direct instruction, but the circle spirit and the research spirit were doing whatever they considered the most correct decision. Their immediate decision basically limited the amount of damage thief god Milton could cause into something that could be controlled and manipulated. Within a very short instance, while the dimensional suppression was happening, a short-distance teleportation circle was activated beneath Milton's feet. Milton could feel that his body was getting lighter as he was sent out of the training room. The next thing he knew, he had steel walls on his four sides. The materials were something left from ancient times. He could feel the dimensional suppression on him disappearing, but he was starting to feel even angrier. He didn't think that he could just be immobilized and teleported to an entirely different location. He was not the most prestigious god known to the world, but he didn't like it one bit at all that he was played by a mortal like this. Milton slammed onto the ancient steel with his left hand. There was about a meter indent into the steel wall. There was no penetration, though. The indent was quickly reverted to normal shape at a speed that was visible to the eye. On the other hand, the golden castle started trembling. While the guest and the rest that were inside the castle had no idea what was happening, teleportation lights started shining beneath them. The research spirit called out, "Please don't resist, everyone. An accident just happened, so you will now be teleported to the Elven Royal Palace. Please be quiet." They knew that something was happening. They respected the decision of the owner, so they complied with being sent to the large-sized teleportation circle and towards the Golden Castle. This included the servants, butler mayor, and Abel's 3 followers. While all the guests were leaving, the Golden Castle started shaking. Thief god Milton just commenced a devastating attack. Abel was not very far away from thief god Milton. There were just about 500 meters of distance between. But Milton was inside the Starlight defensive circle while he was looking from outside the circle. Yes, just then, by the work of the circle research, thief god Milton was put into the Starlight defensive circle without his control. He was put into the most indestructible part of the entire Golden Castle. The sturdiness of this spot was even more than what the circle spirit could estimate. The steel walls surrounding thief god Milton were from ancient times. It was literally a cage that was about 10 meters thick. Thief god Milton could try to break out, of course. Each one of his terrifying attacks could change the shape of the walls, but with enough energy to supply the fort. There wouldn't be any chance as long as the core was not damaged. Also, every hit would be dispersed to all directions, so the Starlight defensive circle would sustain longer than what the energy inside could maintain. Thief god Milton just unleashed his invisibility powers. His attacks became more and more serious, but the effects were starting to become more insignificant. He tried to scan with his power of the will, but the dark mist would continue to eat away his power of the will. There was not even the chance to conduct a full scan. This had to be the most terrible situation he was in for the past few millennia. He was trapped inside the castle of an ordinary man. He knew that the walls around him must be something from the ancient ruins, but he had never heard of anyone using ancient items like this. Anyways, after the 100th hit, he stopped attacking and realized that there was not going to be a lot of damage inflicted on the steel around him. Thief god Milton shouted, "Let me out, I won't come here again." He was not in a happy place to say these words. His face was even blushing at the thought that he, a divine spirit, had to lower his head to a mortal. He had lost the sense of shame for a while. The god of theft was notorious for not being accountable and always capable of making a slippery escape. He could do any despicable things he'd like without being caught, and most of those were towards fighters stronger than him. This time, however, he failed against a grandmaster alchemist that he knew was much weaker than him. Abel was just starting to notice what happened. Actually, he didn't think that a divine spirit would end up like this. "Who are you?" Abel passed his voice into the Starlight defensive circle. It was not a respectful tone, and thief god Milton was starting to get angry. Still, thief god Milton figured that this was as good of a chance for negotiation as it could get. Thief god Milton replied, "My name is Milton. I was just curious about this place. I'll be willing to pay for my misbehavior." Abel began searching for a name that was related to what he was hearing. He wasn't sure why, but he couldn't find anything relevant with his research spirit. Quickly, he went ahead and allowed the research spirit to search for permission to trade internet access. From the Wizard Union, there should be more information over there, especially now that he was the honorary elder of the Wizard Union. Thief god Milton, on the other hand, started to feel very uneasy. There was no reply. Maybe the one who caught him was having a change of thought. Thief God Milton said loudly once more. Are you Grandmaster Bennett? I'll be willing to give you top-level ingredients or recipes. I'll make you satisfied as long as you tell me what you want. Just doubled down on what he was willing to give, hoping that this would make the Grandmaster Alchemist reconsider. Abel, however, was not interested. He had all the connections he needed to get anything available on the central continent that he wanted. As far as Abel was concerned now, he just wanted to know more about the divine spirit that was caught here. He was starting to feel strange as to why the divine spirit would sneak his way here towards the Golden Castle in his real form. Given his understanding, most divine spirits would not show up in their forms. The beast god, for instance, was a half-god that could just die if he fell in battle. While Abel was thinking to himself, the research spirit sent a message to him. Only the god of theft is related to the name Milton, Master. Milton is one of the many aliases that the god of theft uses. Abel understood immediately why M. Ilton was here now. It had to do with his invisibility cloak, which was what the god of theft created. He was just surprised, actually, that the god of theft was still alive to find him here. Abel spoke, Thief God Milton, no need to hide your identity now. Tell me, why are you here at the Golden Castle? Thief God Milton only continued to talk about his offers. I am not hiding my identity, Grandmaster Bennett. You see, if my conditions are not to your liking, I'll give you 2 holy crystals in exchange for my release. How about that? Abel strengthened his tone. I'll ask again, why did you come here? Thief God Milton never gave an answer to that. If Abel had to guess, he probably got some information and came here for confirmation. As for what it could be, there was actually too much that he did that deserved this. He changed the faith of the Battlesong Plateau barbarians. He changed the faith of the high elves living inside the dark world. He also went towards the central temple of the nation of God to commit theft. There were a bunch of things that he did that deserved the attention of any divine spirits. Still, given the order of what happened, the most likely possibility should be his recent theft at the central temple. He started to think of what might actually allow Thief God Milton to pay attention to him. Immediately, he thought of the invisibility cloak that he was wearing. Thief God Milton spoke at the same time. I just want to know who stole my divine cloak. Grandmaster Bennett, I'm not trying to be your enemy. That just gave it away. Abel was more certain that Thief God Milton knew about what happened over at the central temple. If he wasn't here to find the divine cloak, the timing would just be too strange to find an alternate explanation for being here. No, Abel was not going to believe it at all if it had nothing to do with the central temple. Abel said slowly, you had no quarrel with me before. Thief God M. Ilton, but now that you're here to spy on my secrets, you come and pay the price. Yes, I know you are a divine spirit, but the price is the same. Abel was not loud in any way, but Thief God Milton could hear it loud and clear. Thief God Milton was starting to get tough as well. Do not push me too far, Bennett. You won't want to learn about the wrath of divine spirits. I'm just not willing to waste my divine power here, so don't make things ugly for either of us. Abel replied with a chilly smile, what do you mean pushing you? As a matter of fact, Abel knew a lot of ways to deal with Thief God Milton, but this was the central continent. A lot of his methods, he had to think about the consequences of using them here. Well, for now, what he could do was to make things very uncomfortable for his captive. Abel spoke to the dark spirit, grind him up, dark spirit. In the underground basement, the dark spirit was just absorbing some energy out of the top-level gemstones. There were most dark mists appearing, and the dark mist was rushing into the starlight defensive circle and going in. Thief God Milton wasn't doing anything, but he was seeing a large amount of dark mist swarming in. He understood what disgusting ability it possessed. The dark mist could swallow the power of the will. Although his power of the will was powerful in its own way, the dark mist would still be eroded slowly. Almost instantly, Thief God Milton was putting all his power of the will into his one body. The dark mist was filled with ancient structures that were formed by the starlight defensive circle. It was not a comfortable situation at all for Milton. He didn't even think that it was safe to extend his power of the will. He couldn't use any of his techniques. Do not humiliate a divine spirit, Bennett. Thief God Milton let out a loud shout. With this soul, a divine spirit ripple was generated. His body began inflating, and he started getting taller very quickly. He was no longer the same figure that looked like a 60Y. Oh, man, He was a 5-meter giant that had golden light flashing out of every spot of his body. Abel wasn't all that surprised. This should be the body of the divine spirit. He remembered seeing another powerful divine spirit being naked and having blood squeezed out of him. He shouldn't feel too terrified with this, then. Compared to the god of war, thief god Milton was not the same as the body of the god of war, even if the god of war was in a constant slumber. On the other hand, Abel did have a lot of confidence in the battle fort. He wasn't sure if 1 or 2 forts could block the attack of a divine spirit, but here, there were 40 battle forts in general. Now, there were top-level stones filled at every corner of the fort. He wasn't afraid if he was to fight a battle of nutrition with thief god Milton. Now that thief god Milton was showing his true form, a lot more divine power was now being used. More would be used if he was to be in a fight. He was not like divine spirits who had a lot of followers on his side. He was very careful in every bit he was using. So he wanted to save as much as he could. Still, the situation was already too much for him to not use his trump card. He just wanted to break out of this place to capture Grandmaster Bennett. He wanted to get everything he could from the central temple. He wanted Grandmaster Bennett to work for him for the rest of his life to generate wealth for him. Also, as angry as thief god Milton was, he didn't want to kill Abel. Why would you kill a chicken that could lay golden eggs? If he could see Abel now with his power of the will, he could just confirm that even more. As it stood, even if Abel was standing right in front of thief god Milton, Milton would still have to think a lot to see if he really wanted to kill Abel. He wouldn't want to offend both the moon goddess and the tree of life at the same time. If the 2 deities were to go after him at once, he would be as good as dead. Thief god Milton's body was barely standing straight within the ancient steel dimension. He screamed as loudly as he could while slamming onto the wall with both of his hands. Boom! Loud boom erupted from the starlight defensive circle. Abel could feel the golden castle shaking. He was very surprised to see that the power of the divine body was more than what he expected. He even thought that maybe he should give more holy crystals to Doff now. Doff couldn't be seen on the central continent. It did serve as a very adequate fighting power later. Thief god Milton was looking towards the giant pit that was appearing in front of him. The radius was about more than 5 meters. He wanted to continue to strike a few more times, but the spot that was breaking through him would just be broken through. That was where something else happened. The ancient steel started moving once more. And what appeared in front of him again were ancient steel walls that appeared just as new. A spot that couldn't be seen, the battle fort was just absorbing the energy for quick recovery. Thief god Milton was in a frenzy already. He was not a combat-type spirit, and he was ranked at the bottom in terms of his fighting capability as a divine spirit. The attack he unleashed just then was the best that he could do, but nothing that he did worked. Very quickly, he thought about the connection between Grandmaster Bennett and the Wizard Union. He thought to the divine spirits that were in the underground basement. He didn't want to be a member over there. Very quickly, his divine body started moving on its own, and his fists slammed onto the wall. The immense power was making it so that the battle fort could not regenerate itself as quickly as it could. Soon he broke through one wall, but another appeared in front of him. It was made of the same ingredients. He didn't bother to think too much. He knew that he couldn't last too long with his divine power, so he needed to get out as quickly as he could. Under the constant banging noise, he broke through each and every wall, but every time he did, another one would appear. It was like there were an endless number of walls here. As a matter of fact, what thief god Milton was looking at were not materialistic walls, but special materials that were formed from the Starlight Defensive Circle. The Starlight Defensive Circle could block all outside attacks, but in the same sense, it could keep the enemies trapped inside a confined space. Know that thief god Milton was inside. The best choice was definitely not to break through the walls, as long as the energy was not completely expended. These walls would just never disappear. The walls that were broken through would only come back slowly, but there were about 40 battle forts here. There should be enough time to recover the walls that were broken. Thief god Milton was just breaking through walls that were taking turns to show up. Inside every battle fort, the total storage would be at least 2,000 top-level gemstones. There would be at least 80,000 top-level gemstones within the 40 battle forts. The number could be said to be more than what was found in this world. No, there was no way like a weak divine spirit, like thief god Milton, could drain all of it. Away! Thief god Milton was getting slower and slower. His body was also shrinking, but with the terrifying thought that he might just become permanent captive of the underground basement, he continued doing what he could and started attacking. He knew that it was over if the Wizard Union got him, basically. As far as he was concerned, only resistance was a viable potion. In the entire world, all the thieves stopped doing what they did and stared into the same direction. They were all reminded of something important that was happening. Some of them were even caught and beaten because they stopped what they were doing. Thief god Milton was calling his followers to stop and supplying him with divine power. He was absorbing any energy that he could to make a viable escape. Thief god Milton took out 5 holy crystals out of his portal bag. He was not feeling easy at all. The fact that he offered 2 holy crystals just then just showed how desperate he was. Now then, what he needed to do was to use the last holy crystals that he had, something that he had been storing for many years. Under the oppression of the Wizard Union, he had already lost the chance to generate his own holy crystals. Quickly, thief god Milton threw the last bit of his holy crystals into his mouth. The divine power that was generated sped him up quite quickly. His attacking power also increased. There was still something that he hadn't understood, however. The wall in front of him was infinite. He would be able to know if he was scanning with his power of the will, but the dark mist that was floating beside him made it impossible for him to unleash his power of the will. He was already starting to turn blind, in a sense. Rather, he was less than a blind man, since he couldn't even use his power of the will. Abel could hear the sound of metal banging coming over. His brain thought to the days that he was practicing to forge. This was a battle of attrition. There was thief god Milton, a meek and not so resourceful deity. On the other side, there was a grandmaster alchemist with an infinite supply of mana gems and 40 ancient battle forts. It seemed the fight was over from the start. Thief god Milton was sent into the Starlight defensive circle, and no one, not even Abel himself, expected that divine spirit with extreme speed and stealth would be trapped like this. Thief god Milton didn't expect this, of course. He was very confident until he was inside the Golden Castle. He didn't think that all his skills would be countered once. He was inside the Golden Castle. He smoothly bypassed all the circles, but as soon as he used his power of the will, the dark spirit made it so that he had absolutely no way to hide. On top of that, with the combined analysis of the research spirit and the circle spirit, the Golden Castle managed to make the most sensible responses in the shortest time possible. The 5 holy crystals were boosting thief god Milton's fighting capabilities immediately, but it was still nowhere close to breaking through the Starlight defensive circle that was supported by the 40 battle forts. Perhaps the Starlight defensive circle was not the sturdiest defensive mechanism there was, but it was definitely the most complex one there was in terms of how difficult it was to bypass through. The self-recovery function, for instance, made it so that all kinds of attacks would have to be repeated several times to have any actual effect. Thief god Milton tried to break out of the ancient walls for a while. After 2 hours of frantic attacks, he finally started to slow down. Meanwhile, many had already sent messages to ask what had just happened. The Golden Castle had just done an emergency evacuation of all the incoming guests. So all the organizations that were connected with Abel, one way or the other, began to show their concerns. Wizard Clemens of the Wizard Union Intelligence Agency was the first to make an inquiry. Following that, it was the elves, the dwarves, and the Lightning Clan. Within 2 hours, Abel made replied as he could. The excuse was the same. He explained it as he was testing his brand new spell circle. He didn't want anyone to interfere in a fight that he knew very early that he had won. After the 5 holy crystals were all used up, thief god Milton just lost the confidence to continue on with the fight. There was not much divine power left inside his divine body, so the most he could do was to keep his divine body intact. Thief god Milton started saying something that Abel didn't expect. "I surrender to you, Grandmaster Bennett." Having heard that, Abel was actually not sure what decision to make. He did remember seeing the god of war in sleep, but that was the work of the Wizard Union. It really had nothing to do with him. He had no experience handling a divine spirit himself. For instance, he knew that a divine spirit couldn't be killed. He knew that for sure. If it was so easy, the Wizard Union wouldn't have to go through so much to keep divine spirits imprisoned. Also, for a rank 25 law-defying wizard like him, Abel wasn't even sure if he had the capability to keep a divine spirit imprisoned in one location. If thief god Milton was trying to break through from whatever state of captivity he was putting him in, he would have a lot to worry about. The first thing would be that he might be killed for revenge, and he did not think that the Starlight defensive circle was going to work a second time. Now, the dumbest idea Abel knew was to keep draining thief god Milton's energy until he was going to sleep. This was probably the safest way he knew. Abel asked, "So what are you going to guarantee with your surrender, thief god Milton?" Thief god Milton wasn't sure how to respond. They were in a stalemate. Abel had the ability to capture him, but not the ability to keep him under control. Milton chose to surrender, but Abel wasn't accepting that. Suddenly, the Starlight defensive circle started moving on its own. The Firetooth battle fort that was on the side started moving its way into the Starlight circle. While Milton was still trying to find an appropriate answer, he felt a strong energy ripple that made him feel very threatened. As the energy cannon of the Firetooth battle fort started recharging, an endless streak of explosions started igniting from the inside of the circle. The components of the energy cannon were perhaps the least effective attacking method of the Firetooth cannon. As ineffective as it was, the attack should have some sort of impact on the surface of the battle fort. Still, since the attack was inside the circle, all the damage would be dispersed constantly inside the battle fort. Everything was kept under control, and it wasn't like Milton had any space to run to avoid the hit of the energy cannon. Every time there was an attack, a golden light would start flashing on Milton's body. This was all the divine spirit inside of him making an automatic defense. What was happening now was technically opposite to what just happened. At the start, thief god Milton was just beginning to unleash an attack. The Starlight defensive circle was taking the hits passively at the expense of draining energy. Now, the Firetooth battle fort was unleashing hits that Milton had to take. A lot more divine spirit was wasted because of this. Milton was 5 meters tall, but the excessive energy expenditure was making him shrink. After a few more hits, his body started getting smaller and smaller. Once he was about 3 meters tall, his divine body just stopped shrinking altogether, which was actually his minimum size. Thief god Milton was losing all sense of pride. "Stop attacking me. I'll be put into sleep if you keep this going. I beg you, Grandmaster Bennett, don't put me to rest." Things were not looking good for thief god Milton. With all the hits he was taking, even the clothes he was wearing was starting to wear off. He was just a naked deity who was exposed to all the attacks that were thrown at him. Abel's power of will was pushing the Firetooth battle fort to stop moving. He wanted to know some things about the divine spirit, so he didn't think that he was going to slip a chance like this. First of all, what he needed to do was to do something about the divine invisibility cloak. It must be the reason that thief god Milton was able to track him and find him. Abel spoke, "Thief god Milton, I need you to surrender ownership to your invisibility cloak. You should know what I'm talking about." Thief god Milton was screaming, "Yes, I know, no problem." Wouldn't matter what happened to Milton's divine items if he was unconscious. The chances of waking up again were, well, very slim. Thief god Milton made it a snappy choice to cut ties with his invisibility cloak. It was not good that he was losing some power of the will, but he was willing to make the sacrifice. Abel was just starting to understand the special reaction that was taking place inside the invisibility cloak. It was with him for a while now, but this was the first time that he felt something so different about it. Yes, his power of the will could now make contact with the ownership circle without facing any resistance. Within the ownership circle, there seems to be a lack of energy as thief god Milton just surrendered any right to own it. Milton's power of the will was flowing out of the circle, and actually, Abel was not planning on wasting any of this energy. After claiming ownership over the ownership circle, he started wrapping Milton's power of the will with his own. As the power of the will just lost the ability to resist, it just became a part of him. Abel's reach with his power of the will just went from 1,600 meters to 1,650 meters. With a satisfied look on his face, Abel withdrew his power of the will. Now that the invisibility cloak had a new leader, he didn't think that he should keep the mystic headband attached to the cloak. As he separated the two, he decided that the mystic headband should stay inside the divine portal bag. As for the invisibility cloak, now that it was truly his divine item, he decided to merge it with his own body. Abel smiled. "We can have very smooth conversations, thief god Milton." Thank you for your cooperation. Thief God Milton was starting to have hopes. Does that mean you can let me go? Grandmaster Bennett. Abel lost his smile very quickly. Are you assuming that I'll spare you just because you gave me an item that was already mine? Thief God Milton had to ask again, what else are you after then? Abel replied, it's simple, Thief God Milton. I'm curious about the kind of heritage the divine spirits pass to each other. Can you make a copy for me? Thief God Milton paused for a bit. That's already banned by the Wizard Union. What use would you have for it? The divine spirit heritage was Thief God Milton's, so he could give only what he got. Naturally, Milton didn't want Grandmaster Bennett to know too much about divine spirits because that would put him at a great disadvantage. He was already a prisoner now. If Grandmaster Bennett began looking into this kind of stuff, he might just develop a way to keep divine spirits. Yet if he wasn't giving the stuff away, Abel might just attack him until he was put into a permanent sleep. Abel continued his coercion. I don't have a complete set, Thief God Milton, but you should know about my connection with the goddess temple. I'll be verifying whatever knowledge you pass to me. So be very careful if you're thinking about lying to me. As a matter of fact, after receiving the divine spirit heritage, Abel knew for certain that he was going to find the elves of the moon goddess temple for verification. He was not going to test whatever he was taught without some sort of guarantee. One wrong step, and he knew he was going to be in a very bad place. Thief God Milton was kind of happy to hear this, actually. Of course, Grandmaster Bennett. No lying from me. Just reach your power of the will. The dark mist made it so that I couldn't extend mine. Simple tactic. Thief God Milton was pretending that he was making contact with his power of the will to pass on the divine spirit heritage, but he just wanted to seize control over Abel. Abel wasn't stupid, of course. Abel smiled, all good, Thief God Milton. My spirit will be connected to yours. You just pass on what you know to my spirit. As soon as Abel finished his sentence, the ancient steel surrounding Thief God Milton touched his head and stuck out a long steel rod that touched Thief God Milton's forehead. Thief God Milton could only pass on all he knew without trying any tricks. He didn't want to give in so easily, obviously. The divine spirit's heritage had a very difficult time being passed around in this time. On the one hand, there was the Wizard Union and their oppressive acts. On the other hand, there were a lot of rivalries going on between divine spirits, so if Abel really verified with the goddess temple, Thief God Milton would still be in a lot of trouble. Abel, on the other end, didn't care what Thief God Milton was worried about. He just wanted knowledge. So under the help of the World Stone fragment, he allowed the knowledge to be passed over completely. He didn't know if what he was receiving was correct or not, so he began checking immediately. Abel saw some records about the holy crystals. From what he was reading, there was a lot of use of these precious materials. One important use was that it was a currency used between the divine spirits. The holy crystal was like a hard currency for divine spirits to trade with each other for. There were a lot of uses, but the sources were always very limited. Another use for the holy crystal was that it could help to build up divine bodies. A lot of faith power would have to be harvested over the years, and the quality and quantity of devotions received from the followers were very relevant. The process would always be long and arduous if it was just done with the follower. If done with the help of just 10 holy crystals, a divine body would be built very quickly. There was another use for the holy crystals. Yes, it could be used to build divine nations. Sanctuaries for hosting the main body of the divine spirits to negate most enemy attacks. Even if the main body's location was found out, most enemies would have no way of breaking through the defense of the divine states. There were a lot of advantages in holding one divine state. As the training ground for the divine spirit's main body, there tended to be better absorption for the worship power of the followers. Sometimes, the most devoted followers might just be drawn into becoming members of the state. Now, Thief God Milton had no state. By that standard, he was not a complete divine spirit. There were not a lot of holy crystals that needed to be spent on building divine nations. Of course, this was not just for Abel, who had already held a total of 5,300 on himself. Milton had been spending his entire life searching for holy crystals, but all he really got were 5, which were left a while back. That's just how difficult it was to find holy crystals. Take Daf, for instance. Even with the entire Battlecry Plateau as his energy source, it would still take several centuries to produce one holy crystal. Yes, Doff had his figure in place now. But to reach a production rate of 100 was still something that seemed implausible in the short term. 100 holy crystals were the minimum requirement for building divine nations. That was the starting level. For the intermediate level, the number would be multiplied by 10 times, whereas the divine state would be 10 times on top of that. The holy crystals did possess other abilities. For instance, the nation of God would often use dimensional force for blockade purposes. This was an example of how holy crystals could be utilized for something. It was also the time when the legendary sacred knight used one of his holy crystals for an attack. In a sense, the crystal could also be used to break through barriers. Needless to say, most regular divine spirits would have no way of spending resources like this. Of course, that was before. Now that Abel had visited the central temple of the nation of God, he figured that he might be able to use more holy crystals at his will. As it stood, there were not a lot of holy crystals stored inside the nation of God. Some of the higher staff would only store less than 100. Most of them were in the hands of the saint. But even he had no control over some of the ones that were produced by the most powerful fighters the state had. Abel was flicking through the records for the divine spirit heritage. He was starting to gain some understanding of how divine spirits worked. He was also starting to understand what the holy crystals in his hands meant. Thief God Milton was getting impatient. "I've completed your request already, Grandmaster Bennett. Can you please let me go now?" Abel replied, "You're rushing a bit too much here, Thief God Milton. I still can't confirm whether what you sent me is genuine or not." Thief God Milton insisted, "In the name of my holy title, Grandmaster Bennett, there is nothing fake about this. Just wait a bit." Abel didn't understand what weight a divine spirit's oath was, but he trusted Lorraine more than Thief God Milton. Since the heritage he received had nothing to do with the goddess temple, he just needed to ask Lorraine some questions without having her reveal anything about the moon goddess temple. He spoke to the research spirit, "Contact Lorraine now." Inside the goddess temple, Lorraine still had her lessons. She was doing her history lessons taught by Druid Beulah. She was in the study meant only for the saint. Everything here was as top-notch as it could. No elves would come here to interrupt her lessons. Well, that was supposed to be the case until a female druid rushed in. Druid Beulah asked, "What is this?" Druid Beulah was not going to be in a good mood if someone came in to interrupt her lessons. This was especially now that there weren't a lot of days left for Lorraine to become a saint. This was when studying was as important as it should be. The female druids reported, "Grandmaster Bennett, Druid Beulah has just sent an invitation to Her Majesty the Saint." Having heard that it was an invitation from Grandmaster Bennett, Druid Beulah's expression started to look a lot less grim. Grandmaster Bennett was very important to everyone here. He was the one sending all the food and beauty products, so naturally, it'd be hard to have any kind of negative feelings about him. Druid Beulah turned to Lorraine. "You can go now, Lady Saint. The lesson will end early today." Lorraine was unsure. "Thank you so much, Druid Beulah." Lorraine then started jogging away. It was not very saint-like of her, but Druid Beulah didn't make any comment about it. Having arrived at the front of the contact circle, all the nearby elves made it clear that they would leave now. It was so that she could meet up with Grandmaster Bennett alone. Abel was starting to notice something. "Are you still having your lessons?" Lorraine smiled and replied, "It's fine, Abel. Druid Beulah was the one teaching, and she made the lesson end early." Abel made it straight. "I have a complete set of divine spirit heritage here, Lorraine. Can you confirm if it's real or not for me?" In this world, Abel didn't have a lot of people he could trust. If he couldn't trust Lorraine, he would really have no one else to turn to. Lorraine laughed proudly. "Good timing, huh? I actually just got a full mark on my course related to divine spirits. I even got a personal compliment from my lecturer." Abel was still unsure. "That's great. Well, but if you need to keep anything confidential, just tell me whether it's real or not. No need to do any extra explanations." He didn't want his personal affairs to interfere with Lorraine's career. To Lorraine and the family behind her, becoming saint was always the top priority. Lorraine nodded quickly, "Okay." Well, she actually thought of something else. She could tell that Abel cared a lot for the divine spirit heritage, so if there was really anything that went wrong, she didn't mind using whatever she knew to make sure that Abel was getting a better understanding of it. Abel passed over what he knew over to Lorraine, while Lorraine caught it with her power of the will. Once the process was done, Lorraine began looking towards this divine spirit heritage system. She was surprised to see how complete the set was. She couldn't even find anything off if she tried. It was not as good as the goddess temple had, but this was pretty complete in its own way. Lorraine spoke after checking for the third time. "I don't see anything wrong with this. If you need some more, I can just give you a version here." Abel smiled and replied, "You've helped plenty already, Lorraine. Make sure you are on good terms with the elves inside the temple. Tell me if you ever run into trouble." He didn't bother saying much with Lorraine. There was a divine spirit waiting for him in his trap. Abel turned to thief god Milton. "There's nothing wrong with what you gave, apparently. You've been quite honest with me." Thief god Milton was relieved. "Can you get me out now then?" Abel replied, "Well, one problem still stands. How do I make sure you're not going to go after me after I release you?" Thief god Milton was getting anxious. "I can make an oath." Abel refused. "That's not enough, I don't trust you." Thief god Milton's mind was going in different directions. How about I give a part of my soul to you? That way you'll have control over me at any time." Abel agreed immediately. "A quarter to me then. I'll make sure to release you as soon as I get it." Separating the soul to let the other side control it. This was a very common method of forming spiritual contracts. The idea that was just proposed wouldn't work on thief god Milton most of the time, but Abel would always have the option to destroy a quarter of thief god Milton's soul. That should be more than enough to put Milton to sleep. Abel didn't think of sparing thief god Milton, but this was a very good offer he was receiving. The chance was very hard to get. This was a divine spirit that managed to train. Thief god Milton wasn't a powerful divine spirit, but his expertise was undeniable. Thief god Milton forged a blade with his power of the will and sliced towards himself. A quarter of his spirit was put to the side. The pain was so great that his expression was starting to turn pale. He said meekly, "This is my spirit, Grandmaster Bennett. You go ahead and take it." Thief god Milton was not as lively as before. In fact, Abel never expected that he would ever get to see a divine spirit in such a vulnerable state. He didn't think that receiving the spirit was anything dangerous, but out of habit, he still allowed his druid spirit to take it over. He was not going to expose his main spirit to any kind of threat. The druid spirit extended some power of the will towards the starlight defensive circle. A quarter of thief god Milton's soul was retrieved. As soon as it went inside the druid spirit, the portion suddenly went from a quarter to 3/4. Thief god Milton suddenly revealed a sly smile on his face. Thief god Milton understood that Abel had a very poor understanding of souls, so he made 3/4 of souls take the form of just 1/4. If Abel had some understanding spirits, this trap wouldn't have worked, obviously, but Abel didn't see how crafty and decisive thief god Milton could be. Thief god Milton was not as meek as he demonstrated. He was actually quite bold to pull something like this off. Thief god Milton was a weak divine spirit, but he did begin as a mortal. With that being said, a lot of courage and wisdom was required in his path to growth. No one just succeeded by accident. It was not an easy path for any divine spirit, and they all had their own ways of surviving in this world. Thief god Milton could not break through the starlight defensive circle, so he agreed to all of Abel's requests, and at the same time, proposed a contract that he definitely had no way of refuting. All this was just for a chance to go inside Abel. So, a quarter was not enough to deal with a grandmaster alchemist, so he didn't hesitate to make it 3/4. So, just like that, without Abel's knowledge, 3/4 just went inside his soul. If there was anything that thief god Milton wasn't sure of, it'd be that the body he infiltrated was not actually Abel's main spirit, but Abel's druid spirit. Now, the druid spirit was a special spirit. Its concentration was actually more than that of Abel's main spirit. It could even suffice to become the soul of the angelic spirit. Without an intellect of its own, it was also impossible to be brainwashed. Spiritual manipulation was also impossible since Abel's conscience was the one controlling the druid spirit, and not the druid spirit itself. As 3/4 of thief god Milton's spirit went inside Abel's druid spirit, an explosion was what took place. The weak-looking spirit became a sea of gold that swarmed towards the druid spirit, but to thief god Milton's surprise, the soul he was infiltrating looked too abnormal to him. He saw a crystal angelic statue, transparent energy that could neutralize even him, and vast storage of light element energy. He was starting to think that he was actually inside of some other divine spirit. Thief god Milton did have his fair share of strange experiences, so he wasn't too worried to have encountered a spirit like this. As long as he was using his own spirit to assimilate this spirit, he believed that everything strange that just happened would just explain itself. In terms of the ridiculously high concentration of the druid spirit, for instance, to his understanding, he never remembered any class holder who had stronger spirituality than the divine spirit. That being said, it was very weird that the spirit didn't take any damage under the strikes of his golden spirit. He couldn't assimilate it, much less take any control. The soul he was encountering was like a fort. His golden spirit could not attack from the outside and never go into the centermost part of the spirit. Meanwhile, the druid spirit began its counterattack. First, a pure white light was emitted out of the hollow shadow of the crystal angelic statue. It was then transmitted from the inside through the holy hymn. There were not many hollow spirits inside the statue, but it did contain the spirits of 9 mad knights and 1 legendary sacred knight, and Izuel, the angel. As soon as the druid spirit was attacked, they all began enchanting and generated a giant, invisible hand that grabbed tightly onto thief god Milton. Thief god Milton was shocked. What is this thing? Tried to break through the imprisonment of the crystal angelic statue, but the statue seemed to possess some power that was meant to target the soul. Some kind of power was making it very hard for him to resist. Now, thief god Milton was not very knowledgeable about how druids, so he wasn't even sure if he could do a good job trying to assess the situation. Thief god Milton kind of understood something, however. If 3/4 of his soul were to be going into the hollow shadow, he would just lose permanent control over his own spirit. He trusted his feelings and what the divine spirit was doing. He quickly began struggling as much as he could, but the struggling only traded for a temporary stalemate. His soul was still slowly moved towards the hollow shadow. Meanwhile, thief god Milton just noticed something that could be more terrifying than staying asleep. He just voluntarily sent 3/4 of his soul into Grandmaster Bennett, and it might turn out to be the worst decision he's ever made. Grandmaster Bennett would just have no way of seizing full control if he hadn't done this. But this bold move of his just put him in a danger that was more than just being put to permanently sleep. He might actually die if Abel found a way to seize control over the 3/4, so thief god Milton might just lose his existence once and for all. No, thief god Milton howled in anguish. He made his last attempt by having his 1/4 reaching for his 2 other divine items. He knew how futile all this might be, but he didn't want all his efforts over the last few thousand years gone like this. Meanwhile, in a land somewhere else, Rick was a very skilled assassin. He wasn't famous in any way, but he did hold a very good reputation in his line of work. With a success rate of close to perfect, all the job offers he got were quite expensive. A few days ago, Rick received a mission to go after the lord of a small city. It was the lord of a small city, but his good friend was a class holder that most assassins wouldn't dare to target. What was important was to survive and kill the target. Killing the target wouldn't mean anything if it meant wasting your life for the target. Rick was very blessed in this sense. He had a divine dagger on him that he got by accident. This dagger made his life very different from what it was like before he got it. Anyways, Rick was spending a few days spying on the city lord. He noticed that the city lord had the habit of coming to a backyard every afternoon at the same time. The city lord enjoyed spending some time drinking red wine by himself. During this time, the class holder bodyguard, who was his friend, wouldn't follow. Now the other assassins knew this, but they couldn't use this information, given how tight the security was around the backyard. Rick was just standing amidst the backyard one day. The sun was shining on him, but he had no shadow. He was in camouflage mode, which was an ability granted by his divine dagger. The dagger was the reason why he had succeeded in so many silent kills before. Slow and carefully, he closed in on the city lord that was drinking his red wine. He was keeping his emotions and murderous intent down. He was like a puppet that couldn't be detected. Rick went to the back of the city lord. He was watching the city lord with his back towards him. He liked the feeling of having control over whether whatever important figure in front of him got to die or not. "It's over," he thought as he stabbed towards the city lord's heart. He understood how sharp the dagger would be, so it wouldn't matter if the city lord wore any armor. Actually, he might just go after class holders after this if he wasn't afraid of any revenge. While the dagger was stabbed towards the heart, Rick noticed that something was wrong. There was nothing in his hand. He was just standing behind the city lord with nothing in his hand. He couldn't understand where his divine dagger went. The city lord, on the other hand, noticed him and screamed. "Assassin!" The city lord screamed and kicked Rick in the groins. Rick fell to the ground after letting out a terrible scream. The bodyguards rushed in quickly afterward. They got Rick in handcuffs so the city lord could decide whether to burn him alive or kill him by multiple blade slashes. In another intermediate-sized city, Viscount Bethune was hosting his own banquet that would last from afternoon all the way till midnight. The family he was from was of nobleman status for the past few centuries. He was one of the wealthiest men in the city, actually. As the leader of his kin, he would enjoy the most lavish lifestyle daily. He liked having banquets in particular. He liked the atmosphere and the noble status women that would come to the banquet. These were the things he loved about his lifestyle choices. Today, he was hosting another banquet under the name of welcoming his good friend. But, of course, most noblemen knew that he was in for something else. He was really into it, so he could pick whichever lady he was most interested in for this occasion. The butler quietly said, "Time's up, sir." Viscount Bethune quickly rushed towards the middle of the hallroom. He held a glass of red wine in his hand. "Welcome, everyone, to the banquet today." All the guests started looking quite shocked when they saw him. Even his butler was looking different. Viscount Bethune scolded his butler, "What's wrong with you, hey?" Viscount Bethune noticed very quickly. His voice was much different from his usual self. It became a lot thinner. He was quite familiar with this, actually. This was his original voice, but the question was, why did he hear himself in his original voice? He touched his face with his hand. He could tell that the divine mask he was wearing was gone. He was actually not Viscount Bethune. He killed the real Viscount Bethune. He used the divine mask to steal Viscount Bethune's identity so he could enjoy his wealth for the next 10 years. The divine mask could help him do that because it could change his face, presence, and voice to whoever he wished. The butler was grabbing him by the collar. "Viscount Bethune, where is he? Who are you?" The impostor would be facing judgment from the royal courts very soon. His fate would be no different to Rick, the assassin that was just mentioned. Back to thief god Milton. He just retrieved his 2 divine items in exchange for his 2 followers. 2 divine items appeared in front of his weakened divine body. He was grabbing onto the divine dagger, but he didn't care for the divine mask, as it was quite difficult to move with just a quarter of his soul. He began stabbing towards the ancient steel while surrounding him. Still, the druid spirit decided not to give thief god Milton any more chances during this time. The crystal angelic statue started becoming stronger, and 3/4 of Milton's soul was dragged right into the hollow shadow of the crystal angelic statue. If the effect of the holy hymn outside the crystal angelic statue was 1, then that 1 would be magnified to 10, now that most of what thief god Milton was inside the statue. 3/4 of thief god Milton's spirit quickly lost the ability to resist. The golden spirit became nothing more than a figure. The figure was quite hesitant, but it went ahead to lay flat on the ground. Meanwhile, at the same time, Abel was starting to feel that a powerful faith power was transferred out of the golden spirit. The faith power that was generated was pretty much identical to what Izul generated. Just when thief god Milton lost control over himself, 1/4 of his remaining spirit just stopped. Having lost control of his 3/4 meant that his remaining quarter would be sustaining a lot of damage. This would be fatal if he was a mortal. If he was a regular class holder, this would mean that he would have no way of making any progress. Since he was a divine spirit, this would mean that the damage was truly fatal. Thief god Milton could not sustain 1/4 of his spirit. Rather, it was being sucked from the 3/4 that were inside the crystal angelic statue. If Milton was still conscious, he should resist in some sense, but he was already losing all abilities to make the right call. His spirit was so injured that he couldn't do anything. 1/4 of his spirit was just sucked right into the angelic statue to merge with the 3/4 that were already taken. Abel was quite shocked to see this as well. He just saw an entire golden divine spirit appearing inside his angelic statue. He thought about something else when he noticed this. If soul light was what appeared out of law-defying wizards when they were killed, what would appear when divine spirits were dead? If some kind of phenomenon was to take place, How was he going to explain it to anyone close to the Golden Castle when they saw it? He wasn't even sure what killed thief god Milton, actually. He didn't think that he would just be sucked into the crystal angelic statue. He thought that divine spirits were supposed to be immortal. The spirit was already sucked in, so the divine spirit should be dead permanently. Quickly, Abel focused his power of the will onto the starlight defensive circle. He was shocked to see that thief god Milton was not dead. Thief god Milton was standing still with his divine body. The body was not collapsing yet. Abel didn't go inside the starlight defensive circle. He wasn't going to take the risk even if all of thief god Milton's spirit was sucked away. The body did make his eyes red, though. This was truly the body of a divine spirit in front of him. This would probably take more longevity potent than he knew to forge. Abel was still in a state of excitement, but he was starting to feel that Milton's divine body was dispersing. Milton lost control after losing his spirit. Still, this didn't mean that Abel gave up on retrieving the golden spirit. As far as he was concerned, he wasn't sure if the crystal angelic statue could withstand the impact of the soul living. Abel slapped his own head. The problem is, right, it's just missing a soul. Abel took 10 bottles of the soul potion out of his divine portal bag. He used his telekinesis spell to move the potions towards the side of the starlight defensive circle. The whole reason that the divine body was flowing was that there was a lack of soul, so he might as well craft one right here. One after the other, the potions were poured into thief god Milton's mouth. A soul was just being formed. It was weak, and as soon as it took form, Abel forced it to sign a spiritual pact with it. Once a soul chain was established, he connected his power of the will to it. To his surprise, the divine body was still trying to push the spirit out. Perhaps it had to do with how weak the spirit was. Abel's body flashed and appeared amidst the starlight defensive circle. Due to what he just did, he was now certain that thief god Milton's body was not a threat to him. Of course, during the moment he went in, he still had his guard on so that he would leave as soon as his instincts told him to do so. Going in was actually a lot safer than he had thought. Actually, the divine body gave him a sense of comfort that came out of the weak soul. It was fine if it was weak, because he could feed it another one of his soul potions. Now, there were 1,000 bottles that he held. He could make the divine body as strong as possible, but he couldn't really reverse the process of the soul dispersing. He could make it slower, though. Abel tried to think for a bit. Maybe this was happening because the soul he inserted was not of golden quality. He took out a holy crystal to confirm that. He wanted to see if he could increase the strength of the soul he just inserted. Quickly, the holy crystal in his hand was turned into a golden light that rushed into the divine body. Soon, the body was flashing in golden light. He knew that it worked. It was just like the divine spirit heritage thief god Milton described to him. The process was also very easy, as long as he was thinking about what he wanted to do. With the holy crystal would just let itself do that. That's if it was within the range of the crystal's capability, of course. The harder the command was, the more crystals would naturally be required. Abel just used a total of 5 holy crystals to turn the soul into what was like thief god Milton's original one. The spirit was born inside the divine spirit, and after it stabilized, it quickly merged 100% with the divine body. At the same time, he just received a response from the divine body, which was immediately memorized by the new spirit. Those contained skills that thief god Milton originally possessed. There was the invisibility technique, the concealment, domain breaking, and extreme speed. Abel wasn't sure if he should be glad or disappointed. He didn't think that divine spirit would only have 4 abilities. No wonder it was such an easy job to trap thief god Milton. For analysis, the invisibility technique was nothing more than turning one's body into nothingness. It was much more convenient than just having an invisibility cloak on, as one could walk around while in invisibility mode. But Abel could teleport in his invisibility cloak to remain unseen. He could also fight and remain unseen with this. So thinking back to when thief god Milton was still alive, if he was using this technique, Abel might be unable to capture him even with his angelic body. There was also concealment. This was a very, very effective stealth technique, given how thief god Milton was undetected all the way until he voluntarily extended his power of the will. He managed to do this even with the research spirit and the circle spirit intact. On top of that, the domain breaking must allow Milton to go in and out of circles freely. while the extreme speed should be what allowed Milton to have twice the speed of everyone else. Now, as powerful as all of these skills were, none of them could be used to assist in combat. Abel shook his head and spoke to himself, "Well, that's still another divine spirit on my side." Of course, Abel wasn't just going to let Milton's divine body stay naked like this. He didn't think it was that difficult of a job to forge an armor set for a 3-meter-tall divine spirit. That'd have to wait sometime later, though. For now, the first thing he should do is to grant a new name for his new contract creature. Abel didn't think too much. Thief god Milton, let's not change anything. After granting the name, Abel connected tens of thousands of worship pathways onto the divine body. Actually, he just realized that he was doing something wrong as soon as he went ahead. He used Thief God Milton's name and Thief God Milton's body as the base, but the soul was entirely new. All the previous followers were now to follow an entity that was entirely foreign to them. This wasn't good at all. Thief God Milton came to him because the nation of God was tracking him. So now that Abel was not replacing anything with this divine spirit he just retrieved, he was the wanted man that the nation of God was after. Naturally speaking, Abel wouldn't want to take the risk. He immediately had Thief God Milton inside his portal beast bag, so maybe he could take it out once he was inside the dark world. For power analysis, Abel could see that Thief God Milton was a little more than a mad knight. Actually, Milton wasn't even as strong as Whale, the legendary sacred knight. That was if Milton wasn't using his divine power. And honestly, fueling it with any divine power would be too costly a method to fight. Abel did have many holy crystals on his hand, but he didn't have enough to be putting them in combat. In this sense, Thief God Milton was like a reserved trump card. He was very powerful, but there was a very limited set of time to be used to his full ability. Most of the time, Abel would have a lot more use with, say, Beeman Giant Beast Doff, because at least Doff had the ability to engage in melee combat. Abel went ahead to look towards the two divine items. There was the divine dagger and the divine mask. He didn't have time to do a close inspection, because someone might be going in from the outside to see what just happened. Instead, he went ahead to do a quick scan at his starlight defensive circle. He was surprised to see that the damage sustained was already discovered. To capture Thief God Milton, the battle forts did not receive any loss from losing several hundred top-level gemstones. Abel gave his command, "Let's have the Golden Castle switch off the seal's circle spirit." Druid Joseph was waiting outside of the teleportation circle. He was repeating the consecutive movements of the large-sized teleportation circle. Druid Joseph, Druid Polly, Druid Gunter, and Butler Mayer were all worried because they knew something happened at the Golden Castle. Druid Joseph shone his eyes. The teleportation circles opened. These elves quickly teleported themselves back into the Golden Castle and into the hall room. They only relaxed after seeing that nothing wrong happened. Abel's voice was sent throughout the hall room. "I need some time for a shutdown training. Mayor Butler, having all the guests affected by what happened today, make one restaurant reservation here." Butler Mayor bowed, "Yes, Grandmaster Bennett." They all looked at each other in a confused manner, but as long as Grandmaster Bennett was fine, they figured that the accident just then was already resolved. Grandmaster Bennett wasn't telling them what happened, so they didn't need to know as well. Very quickly, the servants that were teleported away were taken back. The guests that should be here were also returned. Abel wasn't in charge of those. He was busy having the circle spirit supply new top-level gemstones for the Starlight defensive circle while locking himself inside the training room. Abel spoke to the dark spirit. "You'll be allowed to use up the top-level gemstones, but make sure to keep all the key locations protected." Basically, the existence of the dark spirit was nothing but an accident. It was a special spirit, and there was no method to replicate a copy of it. It was replaceable, in a sense, and depending on the area it was protecting, the energy expenditure required would always be different. If Abel had to make an estimate, the Golden Castle should be spending 10-something top-level gemstones every month at minimum. Whilst inside the training room, Abel took out a divine dagger that possessed the ability to make him disguised. This was no different from the invisibility cloak. Still, since it was a weapon and not just an item, it would be more valuable than the cloak. Actually, every divine weapon was rare, and therefore extremely valuable. Thief God Milton had to go through a lot to forge it. He was a weak divine spirit, so forging this dagger did take up a good portion of the divine spirit inside him. Without a second thought, Abel decided to let his angelic body use the dagger. Now both his main body and his angelic body possessed the ability to remain disguised. He couldn't learn thief god Milton's skills, though. That'd have to wait until his strength was getting close to that of a divine spirit. Very quickly he took out a divine mask, which should be the absolute best work that thief god Milton produced. On the surface, there were all kinds of runes drawn. The inside, too. With a scan of his power of the will, Abel could see that many layers constituted this piece. The effect of the divine mask was basically to conceal his essence. Changing looks and voice was like a bonus. Abel laughed as he learned what that mask could do. The angelic body can show up at the central continent after all. His absolutely most powerful unit would be his angelic body. It did have many weaknesses and things that it couldn't do, but its ridiculous attacking power could make up for all that. And now, with the divine mask, he could fight thief god Milton while keeping him trapped. Suppose the target was a divine spirit that was immobilized. He would have absolutely every chance to win as long as he got to make his most powerful attack hit. To start, Abel threw the two divine items into the druid spirit. He allowed the golden spirit to cancel the ownership process and allowed his druid spirit to become the new owner. The two items went into his angelic body so they could be used at any time in the future. Abel thought back to what he gained today. In his view, his greatest gain was not these two divine items and not thief god Milton's divine body. If he had to pick, it would be the complete set of divine spirit heritage that he received. It made him learn a lot about how divine spirits grew. He was also gaining a much clearer understanding of where to progress in his training. As for whether he should become a divine spirit himself, he still had a lot of doubts. If he wasn't so worried about many of the consequences, he might use the faith power supplied by the high elves of the dark world. What happened over at the Golden Castle did raise some questions coming from the central continent, but Abel did manage to find excuses that were persuasive enough for most who asked. There was no major drama really happened. Abel was just sitting on top of his starlight defensive circle, actually. Today, however, he wasn't here with just one of his bodies. His human body was sitting on a chair with a cup of the water spirit fruit juice in his hand. On the other side, his angelic body was sitting aside while practicing the angelic heritage sword technique constantly. The reason that he was so open about showing an angelic body was because of his divine mask. Again, it was the one thing that made thief god Milton one of the most stealthiest beings of this world. Actually, even Abel's human body couldn't sense his angelic body if the two were sitting next to each other. That was just how ridiculous this divine mask was. It had been 10-something days since what happened to thief god Milton. Abel didn't let the remains stay on the central continent, which was a very smart move that made a lot of the Nation of God's investigation attempts fail. In fact, from what Abel read from the information he got from the Wizard Union Intelligence Agency, some thieves had just been captured recently by the Wizard Union. More importantly, some were found to be working for the intelligence network of the Nation of God. As little as these captured men were found to know, the Wizard Union was finally getting some hints as to how the Nation of God operated in this area. And all of this must have had to do with thief god Milton. Even the Wizard Union was putting their main focus onto him. Abel was a bit nervous to know this, but his actions hadn't changed. He was not going to keep thief god Milton on the central continent now that it was his contract creature. The holy angelic sword in the angelic body's hand stopped. He just received a message from the Nation of God regarding his preacher. From what he heard, the Nation of God had been reinforcing their control over its followers. They wanted the followers to provide more faith power than ever. Abel knew what it was for, of course. He was the one who stole the holy crystals, so he knew that the Nation of God was trying to boost production to replace the amount that was stolen. Well, whatever the Nation of God wanted to do, he would just go ahead and not let them do that. If they wanted more followers and more control over the follower, he would just kill more preachers. This time, actually, he might as well do it under the name of thief god Milton. It wasn't hard to come up with a fake motive. Thief god Milton was trying to have revenge for being hunted by the Nation of God. As for who was going to do the job, he obviously wasn't going to let Milton go. Milton did have special stealthy abilities, but he was nowhere yet near competent to be engaging in a fight. It would be the angelic body. The angelic body was strong and fast. It could finish the job before the nation of God had the time to react. Naturally, it'd be much better to hide the angelic body with the divine dagger and divine mask. Now, the biggest advantage of having the angelic body do the job was so that every time a preacher was killed, it'd be absorbed by the crystal angelic statue's halo shadow into the Book of Heritage. This was a great chance to make him stronger and at the same time let the nation of God get weaker. Of course, he was not going to let this chance slip. He was going to do it right away. Soon, a divine dagger quickly appeared around the waist of the angelic body. Abel's body quickly disappeared alongside it. The good thing about this dagger was that as long as it was on him, it was not going to influence him to use any other sorts of weapons. The angelic body lightly stepped onto the starlight defensive circle. Its body flew towards the sky while the human body still couldn't sense its presence. Abel was just looking at it fly away. It was definitely one of the fastest flying figures he had ever seen. Soon, it was flying out of the continent and heading towards the ocean. The angelic body was not flying at low altitude. As confident as Abel was regarding its stealth capability, he still didn't want to risk running into Kemble, the golden dragon. The flight was a rather easy one. There was no obstacle, so the angelic body reached the beach that Abel was familiar with quite quickly. Abel was already quite used to this place by now. This was the first spot he would think of whenever he was heading into the nation of God. The angelic body reached out its hand and touched the defensive barrier. It was a bit of an unnecessary move, as it would just go through the barrier without resistance. Inside Abel's brain, a part of the nation of God's whole geography was already appearing as a map inside his head. It was following some messages he received earlier to mark his route. This time, he was plotting the journey in a way that he could kill as many preachers as possible before the nation of God managed to react. Of course, he wasn't going to pick the beach, his starting location, to begin his kill streak. With that in mind, he resumed flying again and went deeper. As the angelic body flew deep into the inner part of the nation of God, the day was starting to get dark. Abel just gave up on entering the dark world altogether for the mission this time. He was not going to let his human body and his angelic body in two separate worlds. He never tried that before, but he figured that the potential risk was too much for him to try. While his angelic body was, well, here, he decided to do the same thing but put his human body inside the training room of his golden castle for a wizard meditation session. The angelic body continued on its murderous quest. It made the most out of the fact that all the important locations in all the major towns were in rest mode. Abel made a special call to pick his initial location, somewhere where there were no common people. Originally, there was a time when Abel's assassination attempts attracted the attention of many sacred knights. However, given how tense the combat between the Wizard Union and the nation of God grew, there were now locations where only preachers would occupy. Instead of picking somewhere more crowded, Abel picked a spot with just one preacher. He was skipping the middle and large cities. He wanted to, again, kill as many as he could whilst attracting the minimum amount of attention. The angelic body was just standing in the air of the teleportation point. There was no emotion in its eyes. Abel did not feel guilty about slaying some preachers that were brainwashed for the majority of their adult lives. "Commence," the angelic body said quietly. As the operation commenced, the angelic body started accelerating and rushed towards the preaching point that was on the ground. It was changing to the form of thief god Milton. As its body made contact with the defensive barrier, it just tackled the barrier with its raw body and in a very ridiculous manner. It broke through the barrier and rushed straight into the teleportation point. The preacher that was praying was holding a holy book in his hand. He was performing a prayer and did not notice any danger that was closing in on him. The angelic body was moving too fast. It was rushing from high altitude. As it broke through the barrier, it passed through the preaching point and went beside the preacher. There was not even time to breathe. The angelic body was going beside the preacher while switching the holy crystal sword into the divine dagger. The dagger was stabbed into the preacher's heart. The preacher died without even letting out a scream. It all happened too fast. There was not even time to change his facial expression. Abel was not so merciful as that, though. With a sweep of the angelic body's power of the will, the preacher's soul was sucked into the crystal angelic statue and was turned into a book of heritage. He just got the first book of heritage. The angelic body didn't stop there. The assassination happened in an instant. For a preacher that was no more than a commoner, this was a very easy job. Abel wasn't just trying to kill one preacher, however. He needed to race with time to get to the maximum kill. He was aiming for. The angelic body flowed out of this location and searched for the next target. It left the people living in that area to find out themselves that their most respected preacher was just killed. In a few minutes, it went to another location and did exactly the same thing. It found the defensive barrier, broke it, went in and stole the preacher. Then, it was the third one. One after the other, the preachers in different areas were just slain. Because it was nighttime, the nation of God really had no ways of guarding against something like this. No one would expect a divine spirit to just do something this underhanded. Most class holders had no business going after ordinary people, so what business would a divine spirit have killing so many innocents? Abel wasn't the type to play by the rules, actually. He was even planning to have thief god Milton take all the blame for the atrocious act he was committing. Just like that, one preacher would be killed every 5 minutes. The knight was concealing everything. Of course, some of the barriers would be installed at the preaching spots. The residents wouldn't get close to it, which was why they would very often be as far away from the preachers, even if they were all living in the same area. Preachers had very few friends and families too because of the nature of their work. It would take at least the next day in order for most of their corpses to be spotted. The angelic body did not stop working the entire night. Until daytime, there were about 100 preachers that were dead to its hands. Not all of them were killed. Some spots had no one in them when the angelic body visited, and it wasn't like Abel was going to take the extra time trying to find everyone. Well, he was still very satisfied with the heritage books he was getting. The more heritage books he would get from killing preachers, the more followers he could generate with whatever spares he was making. The next morning was very unlike usual. The residents of the town did not hear the bell that they were so familiar with. Whether it was the storm or if it was raining, there was not a single day that the bell stopped ringing. It was always the job of the preachers to make sure that bells ring on time. It was supposed to show the dignity of the divinities that everyone worshipped. The job was too important to miss out on. Because of this strange situation, some residents went towards the preaching point to see what would happen. The residents that arrived the earliest started screaming when they noticed something. Their beloved preachers were dead. Their bodies were lying in a pool of blood. The same thing was found to be happening all across many towns. All the law enforcers made it a top priority to let the temple know this. Abel was not done, though. He was not satisfied with 100 preachers in one night, so he decided to go after more. Meanwhile, the saint was just receiving the news. The saint shook his head. What? Mass killings of preachers. There had been similar incidents before, but those only happened because the followers went insane. It was hard finding the right explanations, but at the end of the day, the effect wasn't that major. This time, however, a very concerning close to 100 preachers were killed in one night. Knight-Mage was very careful with his words. Master Saint, should an inquiry be made to the Guardian Wings? The saint was concerned, but he still went ahead to contact the Guardian Wings. He didn't want to use what little divine power was left in storage, but this was a very dangerous and detrimental incident they were encountering. The saint closed his eyes for a bit as his expressions became angrier and angrier. He eventually opened his eyes. Why is this happening, Thief Gold M. Ilton? From what the Guardian Wings found out, a divine spirit's presence was found within the borders of the nation of God. Only one divine spirit would do something this disciple and bold. Yes, Thief God M. Ilton. It all made sense. The saint was the one who ordered to annihilate one of Thief God Milton's hideout, so it would make sense that revenge was on its way. Still, he never expected the revenge to come in such a dirty manner. This was actually worse than Milton showing up at the temple again. It was one thing to be confrontational and obnoxious to someone's face. It was something much worse to go after that someone's wealth behind his back, when he was still sleeping or focusing on something else. The saint quickly commanded, "Open up all the contact circles, report any sightings of the thief god." There were only two ways the saint could rely on. One was to use the Guardian Wings to track any location where thief god Milton voluntarily unleashed his presence. The other was to use the law enforcers in different ways to do the search and tracking manually. Abel didn't have a plan now. He was just letting the angelic body go to whichever city, that was near so he could make forced entrance in to kill whoever preacher he was looking for. He even went as far as going into a middle-sized city. While he was in the air, he could see that there were about a dozen sacred knights that were protecting him. His power of the will actually detected one preacher who hid himself in the wardrobe. He quickly rushed down without making a pause. Again, as he made a forced entry through the barrier, he revealed himself in the form of thief god Milton. Abel's divine dagger was still very different to that of the real thief god Milton. Same for his ability to put himself under disguise, because if it was the real thief god Milton that went inside, he would still remaining in his invisibility mode. The thief god Milton that the angelic body was pretending to be made a forced suppression to kill these middle-low-tier sacred knights. Now, within the coverage of his power of the will, apart from some of the preachers that remained, there were no living beings anywhere within Abel's attack range. Abel was free to kill everyone here and harvest their souls. After killing one particular preacher with his divine dagger, Abel could sense in the air that the 5 sacred knights after him were coming closer. Abel couldn't help but speak in awe, so fast. Wasn't that the nation of God was responding fast, but really, Abel was just too focused on making his kills. Because of how long he was staying here, the 5 sacred knights were already taking their time to remain at the teleportation circle. Once the guardian wings made the report on sightings of thief god Milton, they immediately made their forced entrance right here. Abel was finally starting to clam down a little from his murderous rampage. He was still inside the nation of God, after all. As powerful as his angelic body was, there was no guarantee that someone even more powerful could be on the way. Also, it wasn't worth risking to lose his angelic body if it was meant for some preachers that he didn't know of. Having thought about that, Abel started flying towards another direction. His speed accelerated at the same time, such that the 5 sacred knights after him immediately stopped. The ones after him were quite experienced. They understood that it'd be impossible to stop him once he was off ground. They were not sure why Abel was concealing his presence, though. They figured that their target was perhaps being as careful as he should. Divine spirits, it must be the thief god, one sacred knight spoke to himself. Another one said, we need to set up some traps to let him fall into, as it seems. The others laughed bitterly at that proposal. There weren't a lot of people that could hold off against the thief god to begin with, but they still needed the right number to pose as threats. It appeared that there was a limit as to what traps they could set up that the thief god might just fall for. Meanwhile, the angelic body was not staying in the nation of God anymore. He was flying towards the direction that it was heading towards to leave. Inside the central temple of the nation of God, the saint was no longer receiving any traces of presence that the guardian wings could provide that might show where thief god Milton was. The attack began out of nowhere, and in the same way it ended without any signs as to what really happened. The saint was left with not even the right methods to ask questions. He wasn't sure if he should continue investigating after thief god Milton, or if he should give up the investigation overall. One was still for sure, though. What thief god Milton stole from the temple was too precious, so much so that it was enough to make any divine spirit go bankrupt. There was a total of 5,300 crystals. Even the moon goddess couldn't bring out so many holy crystals at once, much less the divine weapon of the demon from beyond and the guardian wings that would take up to several thousand years to be fixed. The saint didn't want to calculate the cost, but he had to. Here's the problem. The nation of God could not just keep having thief god Milton going after them like this. But if they were to continue trying to track Milton down, Milton would just continue attacking them like this. Thief gods had no use for a good reputation, so there was virtually nothing to prove that the same thing wouldn't just happen again. Milton's followers were all thieves and bandits and the like. They were not the type to engage in direct conflict, but they would have all kinds of ways of going after their opponents when they least expected it. Thinking back, it only took one night and one morning for thief god Milton to kill all the wealthiest preachers within the nation of God. The saint lost his strength very quickly. Heed my words, we're not trying to find thief god Milton anymore. Just have all the agents stop their search. Knight-Mage couldn't believe it. Yes, Master Saint. The angelic body was already far away from the nation of God now. It was flying back towards the golden castle, and it would have never expected that the investigation was already over before it returned to Abel. Abel's body was still sitting on his chair, As this was happening, needless to say, he was very satisfied with the outcome of this mission. This time, while Abel allowed his angelic body to move, he confirmed that it was possible for the angelic body to be separated from the human body over long distance without influencing each other in any negative manner. As a matter of fact, the Fire Battle Fort had been preparing all the time since yesterday in case the angelic body was found to lose control. Things turned out to go quite smoothly, though. If there was anything that went wrong, it'd be that his emotional control was still not close to where it should be. So he didn't really stop killing the preachers when he should. It didn't cause any major problems, but it was enough to make him feel alarmed. Abel did a scan over his crystal angelic statue. He could see that there was a total of near 120 heritage books that were lost. The 20 that remained were what he got accidentally during this mission. All of them could be used as long as he was inside the nation of God. This meant that he could summon up to 120 preachers that would work for him. These preachers would all get to rule their own regions, so that they could rule their own town. If things went really well, the number of followers under his control might just be tens of thousands or even millions. Abel raised the cup of juice in his hand. "Thank you, thief god Milton." He was thanking the thief god Milton that was there before, of course, and not the one that was his summoned creature. As he said this, his angelic body and his human body smiled at each other. Under the flash of the short-distance teleportation that was beneath him, the two bodies were already teleported straight into the alchemy lab. Abel was already becoming a lot faster with his potions brewing. Of course, it really had nothing to do with him getting better in his craft. It was already hard enough to make any more progress, given how high his alchemy level already was. The reason now that he could make more than 40 bottles of the Grandmaster potion at once had really to do with his new angelic body. There were two of him. So even if the angelic body did not have the world stone fragment to assist it, it could still craft high-quality potions with little to no need for the Grandmaster Alchemist rune. Abel was doing mass production of the Super Healing potion and the Super Mana potion while he was inside the Dark World. Inside his divine portal bag, there was a total of 500 bottles worth of the ingredients required. He wasn't planning on saving any of them. He wanted to use them all to make potions for the wizards that were fighting the nation of God on the front line. Again, the two states were fighting a battle of nutrition with each other, and he was definitely going to do whatever it took if it meant delaying the awakening of the demon from beyond. Inside the alchemy lab, there were at least a total of 2 alchemy tables with the same sets of alchemy equipment. This was what he traded from the Potion Masters Guild. They were about the best that he could get his hands on. He wasn't using the Akara's potion bottle for this. He never used the Akara's alchemy set if he was brewing potions for someone other than himself. Sometimes, if the level of the potions he made were too high, he would just not make it at all. Here, the first potion he would make would be the Super Healing Potion. As his human body took out a bunch of ingredients from his divine portal bag, about half was split and distributed to the angelic body. The angelic body was taking the ingredients over to process the materials along with the human body. The human body and the angelic body were moving in synchronized sequences of actions. Soon, various ingredients were processed, and the two bodies would start making the potions. After undergoing so much training, the ability for the angelic body was already as extreme as it could be. Combined with the calculation bonus of the druid spirit, the angelic body's ability to make precise movements was no different to the main spirit combined with the help of the world stone fragment. In essence, Abel's production rate had doubled. It didn't take much time to craft a total of the 500 bottles of the Super Healing potions. They were all lined up on the ground. It was the same for the Super Mana potion. 500 bottles were brewed. Following that, Abel was planning on brewing potions that originated from this world and not the Dark World. He needed to use the Grandmaster Alchemist's rune of his human body for this. There was only one Grandmaster Alchemist rune shared by his two bodies. If he wasn't trying to conceal the existence of his angelic body, he might just ask the Tree of Life to make a new one for him. No, he wasn't doing that just yet. Today, he wanted to brew some mana-canceling potion, a very practical Grandmaster's potion. He just stopped brewing these ever since he's moved the herbs into the blood moor of the Dark World. Given where he was at now with his strength as a Grandmaster Alchemist, he could now make a total of 40 bottles every day. What he needed to do was so his angelic body could do the same. Again, his human body was separating all the ingredients in half, while the angelic body started processing what was sorted through on the alchemy table on the other side. This was just the same as brewing the dark potions. Just then, in terms of sorting through the herbs, the craft was pretty much the same between the two worlds. Speaking of which, the Mana Cancel potion was the first Grandmaster's potion Abel mastered. It was the perfect thing to make to boost the level of his angelic body. He's always thought about it, but today was the first day that he really considered. So, while his human body was already starting to commence the brew, his angelic body began by connecting its power of the will to his Grandmaster Alchemist rune. He needed to do some calibration first. Usually, it'd be impossible to have two bodies using the same rune. But since his angelic body and his main body shared the same mind, it became possible for the two to take turns. Inside the alchemy lab, the alchemy rune of his human body was just starting to flash across. The alchemy rune of his angelic body was also flashing out. The entire alchemy lab was shining with light. The human body was the first to make the first set of the Mana Cancel potions, while it didn't take that much longer for the angelic body to do so as well. Abel's power of the will scanned across the first 80 bottles that were created. If he wasn't putting them apart, he wouldn't know which of his bodies made which. That's just how fast his angelic body was learning. After creating a total of 200 potions, he went ahead and finished the work today. It was already nighttime by now. He placed 50 out of 200 bottles of his Mana Canceling potion into the warehouse. On the other side, 150 bottles of the Mana Canceling potions were placed onto the trading platform of the Wizard Union. He now needed a lot of lightstones to continue on with his training. He also needed to store up more lightstones. There shouldn't be a lot of time left by now. Soon, the wisdom would reach legendary rank. And that was when he would need a lot of light stones to help with the promotion process. Even now, the Wizard Union was still continuing its fight against the nation of God. Abel was planning on taking advantage of this and trade his Mana Canceling potion for any light stones that might be harvested from the front line. The battle fort built on the front line was still fighting hard against the resource point the nation of God established. Whether it was to use up some spare time or to declare authority, the two sides always fought against each other in several minor conflicts. Today, two law-defying wizards saw that two trading items were in the most obvious locations. There was the super healing potion, which was supposed to be twice as effective as the original power potion. It cost 200 light stones. The cost was the same as the super mana potion, which was twice as effective as the mana potions. One law-defying wizard spoke to his staff. Did Grandmaster Bennett release a new potion? The working staff laughed. Yes, this is Grandmaster Bennett's way of taking care of those who came back from the front line. Sorry to say, there are only 400 bottles of either bottle here. As a matter of fact, Abel could harvest the light stones faster than this, but he wanted to help out the class holders fighting on the front line first. This was a special service from him, basically. He wanted to sell the potions appear Wizard Union wouldn't take all of them before the class holders could get their share. The law-defying wizards took out all the light stones he harvested. Grandmaster Bennett is really taking care of us. Wasn't just him. In fact, all the class holders with light stones were doing their bit to trade potions. As a matter of fact, the prices of the two super potions would always be very expensive. It wasn't like the Wizard Union distributed plenty themselves, since there weren't many left after they were spending extra portions to assist in the war that was taking place. Abel had potions that were much more effective than their original counterparts. As expensive as they were definitely life-saving. While the portion was enough for the working staff, there were about several hundred law-defying wizards and several thousand advanced wizards. Now the Mana Canceling potion worked like a double-edged sword. It worked for both sacred knights and wizards, so the Wizard Union made it a priority to make sure that they had all the ones produced. It was understandable from Abel's perspective, so he obviously wasn't going to give the Wizard Union any trouble for it. He figured that the Wizard Union would just pay the right amount of light stones to trade for him, so the price wasn't a big concern. While maybe it was, as it should be more profitable if he was trading with the class holders. After sorting through the ingredients that were brewed, Abel used the teleportation gate to head back into the dark world. This time, He was not heading back to Haragath for the boss fight. He was using his waypoint to arrive at the fire river of the Mana Gathering Fort so he could teleport to the Hell Furnace. He realized that something was wrong as soon as he was there. He was a divine spirit there, and his senses were sharper because of it. Today, the altar of the Hell Furnace just stopped absorbing energy. All the energy that was absorbed up to this point was fixed onto one little dot. Abel was standing right in front of the altar as he carefully observed the small dot. It was a very small dot before, but it was now occupied by a very powerful energy. It had been about a year since he realized what was wrong with the altar, and he did his calculations to make sure that he was arriving when the altar was ready for collection. He knew that this was originally for making runes. Although the altar was already filled with energy, it didn't have Mephistopheles' soul stone and the Hell Furnace. He wasn't sure how the runes were crafted. Abe slapped his head quickly. Right, I'm a divine spirit now. I don't need to ask anyone. He was a divine spirit on 4 of the continents inside the Dark World. However, apart from the High Elves and the blue howling rabbits living over at the Blood Moor, there were not a lot of living beings that he could compare himself with. He was having some problem figuring out what was different about him as a divine spirit. Also, since he was not as strong as a real divine spirit, he wasn't sure if he should even keep staying in his divine spirit mode. Abel stood in front of the altar and began enchanting. Just do what you're supposed to do, altar, I say. Soon as the words I say were spoken, heaven and the earth began roaring. These were the words spoken by a divine spirit, and the commandments were draining something out of the environment. There were always some conditions required to fulfill a commandment. Sometimes it would be in the form of energy, while sometimes it would be the environment nearby, and sometimes the divine spirit stored up inside the body of the divine spirits. Abel spoke the words without spending any divine energy or even energy inside his world stone fragment. The spirit he was using was technically not violating any of the rules that belonged to this world. Divine spirits lose energy when they violate the world they were in. If he violated the rules, he might just use up all the energy that was stored inside his world stone fragment. White light was flashing on the offering altar. A rainbow light started popping up next. Under such a powerful formation, a rune was licked out of the offering altar. Before it landed somewhere else, Abel snatched it with his power of will and grabbed it. This wore a 22. It wasn't the best in terms of its rarity, but he was still quite pleased to have received it. Last time he did get 500, but 500 wasn't enough to make one advanced rune. This time, after spending about half a month on the central continent or 1 year inside the Dark World, he did manage to receive one advanced rune. His rune was now part of his passive income. Based on his previous experience, the offering altar here would give him runes that were between 15 Hell and 25 Gull. As long as he slowly saved them, he had the change required to make the top-level runes he'd always dreamt of crafting. A lot of runes started appearing inside Abel's head. But if he had to pick, he probably wanted the mystery armor for his angelic body. There were all kinds of effects the mystery armor held, and among these, the +1 instantaneous movement would have to be his absolute top pick. With this, he could guarantee to escape no matter what kind of powerful enemies he was fighting against. For now, Abel was putting the 22 back into his divine portal bag. He then began inspecting the offering altar with his power of the will. The altar was sucking up the lava energy once more for the next time. That was actually just what the altar was meant for. It was constructed to provide runes for the underworld. The only reason that the Mephistopheles' soul stone and the Hell Furnace hammer were needed was so that only a limited number of people would be allowed here. Abel was just leaving the Hell Furnace to enter into the rogues' encampment where thief god Milton lived. Abel thought if Milton could learn any combat skills here, for skills were not a lot for a divine spirit, especially when none of them could be used in combat. He did have a lot to help with that, actually. He had the 3-element wizard spells, the summoning druid. Spells, the summoning techniques, cures, and bone poisoning techniques of the priests, and the summoning. Elemental control and shapeshifting techniques of the druids. He also had his legendary sacred night whale to provide defensive spiritual kai, attacking type spiritual kai, and combat skills. He possessed almost all the heritages that were available on the central continent. He might even be able to teach Milton angelic heritage if he mastered it himself first. Still, things turned out to be more difficult than Abel anticipated. Most of what he attempted to teach Milton was refused. It had to do with the kind of deity Milton was. When thief god Milton was, well, just Milton, his lack of resources made it so that he could only pick a few abilities that were suited to him. It wasn't like he didn't know any combat techniques, of course he did. But when he became a divine spirit with his own divine body, he didn't have enough faith power to merge his body with combat skills. He was without any choice but to master a specific set of skill. It cost too much to add combat type skills to Milton. Mage roughly calculated that if he were to add an advanced level melee skill, it would take at least 500 holy crystals in total. For an advanced spell, however, that would just be 1,000 holy crystals required for him to merge with the divine body. Now, he was definitely not going to spend that much unless he had a clear direction of what he was doing. He wanted a good reserve of the holy crystals so he could use them at any point. He did have his production of the crystal over at the Blood Moor, but he needed to wait a very long time for it to have any real effect. Abel was just starting to notice. As powerful as the divine spirit was, it was not without its weaknesses. The best choice for now, it seemed, was to fuse as many abilities as he could into the divine body as it was forming. Otherwise, if he thought about enhancing it later, it might cost him too much. Thinking back, however, as effective as the holy crystals for any divine spirit, they would almost all of them would have a shortage. And how many crystals could a newborn god possibly have? After all those years of effort, and all that was gained would not be enough. He still had to pick what few sets of skills he wanted during the last procedure. After some meaningless experiments, Abel decided to call out his combat squad to commence his new day of going on a quest. The days passed, one after another. His days were just like usual. Large amounts of potions was sent out of the Golden Castle in exchange for large amounts of light stones. In the night, he would be going into the dark world to continue fighting and training. Perhaps it was because he was rank 25 druid, but most of his friends that used to visit him stopped coming. On the central continent, there were not a lot of rank 24 and 25 class holders. Most of them were in shutdown training most of the time. Anyways, in hopes, if they ever got the chance to go into legendary rank. For this reason, precisely, almost everyone had done their best not to disturb Abel's training. The elves, especially. The Elven Royal Palace even made an official announcement to state that Grandmaster Bennett needed to go to training quietly. They did their bit to pay their respect anonymously. Now the elves had been living independently on the central continent. It had to do with the fact that the moon goddess was the one taking care of them most of the time. The elves had been too reliant on the moon goddess. In a sense, druids weren't supposed to be competent fighters, anyways, so the elves had never really been able to elevate their status as they were on the central continent. When Abel became a rank 25 druid, that was real hope for the entire elven race to see if they could gain some more recognition on the central continent. They were even hoping that maybe Grandmaster Bennett could become a legendary figure. Even Druid Amelia, who was also a rank 25 druid, did not receive the same amount of recognition as he did. The chances of Druid Amelia to reach legendary rank was already quite slim, while Abel still had many years ahead of him. In fact, it only took 2 years to go from being a big druid to a rank 25 big druid. Because of this, the Golden Castle had never bothered Abel despite all the guests. The elves didn't even invite him over to the holy birthday this year. It wasn't because he was important. No, he was too important to waste time on an occasion like this. Within the nation of God, Abel killed one preacher each week, and used that heritage book to make new preachers that served his angelic body. 1 million of the hundreds of millions of followers with the nation of God were lost because of this. While only a fraction, the numbers only kept growing. Over at the Bloody Foothill, outside of Harrogath City, Abel was continuing on with his combat conquest. Things had been going smoothly for him, in spite of how increasingly diverse the attacking methods of the dark creatures he fought had been. His combat squad had been hanging on. They had adapted to the geography here quite well. Now, Doff, Flying Flame, Johnson and Jason were all participating in the fight. It was starting to get easier and easier. Following that, with the combined effect of the spiritual light rings of Bruce and Whale, and the spells of Abel, Frankenstein, and Wizard Downey, everything was under Abel's control. The angelic body, also, was like an unstoppable machine that no one could defend against. This was the last piece of continent left inside the dark world, but the fight was starting to become a lot easier. Abel was just noticed that his fighting power did increase, especially after he obtained the angelic body. He was finally confident enough to feel like he could handle anyone inside the dark world. Suddenly, an elemental cluster fell from the sky and exploded somewhere near him. The gray bear beside him did its job and blocked the lightning explosion that was triggered. Another cluster then fell and became a green, poisonous mist. Abel used his power of the will and allowed it to spread. As he did so, he wondered where the attack might have come from. From what he could tell, it was more than what his power of the will could handle. The environment here did have some suppression effect over his power of the will, but he could do a quick scan of everything that was within a 500-meter radius. Abel took out the mystic headband and started wearing it. He could now detect anything that was within a 1,000-meter range, but he still couldn't locate the source of the attack. He started getting curious. He didn't think that the long-distance attack came from some sort of hell creature. Under his command, Flying Flame also began to extend its search range. Inside the dark world, it seemed that only Flying Flame was capable of flight. The angelic body, thief god Milton, and Whale, the legendary sacred knight, seemed to be restrained by their own powers, so they couldn't make their bodies float in the air. Flying Flame searched in the sky for a bit and let out a dragon's roar to Abel. Since this was the dark world, the only effect of a dragon's roar was for communication purposes. Flying Flame was doing the same thing on the central continent. Most creatures within at least a 10-mile radius would either be paralyzed or intimidated to leave their natural habitat. Dragons were a scary kind, but here inside the dark world, no hell creature would suffer from any indirect attacks coming from them. Abel was bringing his squad to head over towards Flying Flame. He was fighting the hell creatures that were on the way. He considered himself powerful enough to handle any of them, but he wasn't so bold as to just leave any of them and go on his way. He fought every single one of them as he moved on. Very quickly, he took notice of the thing that was attacking him from afar. It was a catapult with a pentagonal circle on its base. On the top was a special mechanism that was constructed with special materials. Abel ordered all the members of his combat team to not attack the catapult. Instead, he teleported himself right next to it. He could see that it was made all with some sort of special ingredients. At one end, there was an Inferno Soul container where the attack came from. The catapult was a hell creature, technically, but it wasn't exactly that. The container did not possess any attacking power on its own, but it was the one sending out commands for the catapult to be activated. The energy stored inside the pentagonal circle would be loaded onto the device, then shot out. Abel seemed to be quite interested in this catapult. In just 1 minute, the catapult was switching between different elements at the rate of 1 every second. There was poison, freezing, lightning, and fire, which were all formed at the bottom, then moved onto the projection device. The Inferno Spirit would operate the attack and send out appropriate commands in the meantime. It lacked the ability to unleash close-range attacks, so Abel was not taking any damage, even if he was standing right in front of it. It would be quite convenient to have an automatic weapon that could launch 4 kinds of elemental attacks from a long distance. Abel was starting to think that maybe he could make this catapult his, but before that, he might have to sort through some things himself. It would be easy to kill the Inferno Soul that was within the container, but after he did a light hit, just for testing purposes, he realized that the catapult would just be destroyed if he destroyed the soul. He couldn't attack it, so maybe the next best thing to do was to just take the catapult apart. Perhaps for someone else, taking the catapult apart was a very complicated job on its own. However, after Abel activated the world stone fragment, things started to get a lot easier. Every route each circuit went, all the way down to the composition of the pentagonal circle, were under his recording. Abel reached his hand and pressed on the pentagonal circle above the catapult. The Grandmaster Alchemist rune inside of him started flashing, and energy that appeared inside this world started influencing the materials that were used to construct the pentagonal circle. A missing gap was seen on the main circuit of the pentagonal circle. The circle just lost an energy supply source. The catapult was finally stopped, and no matter how much the Inferno Soul was trying to send out the command, not another elemental cluster was seen. Abel's power of will locked onto the mechanical part of the catapult. His brain was analyzing a way to deconstruct this device in the right steps. The parts were gradually taken apart, and the pieces broke the connection with the Inferno soul. It was why he wasn't putting everything into the divine portal bag. These parts would only belong to him if he was breaking the connection of the Inferno soul. The deconstructing was actually the easy part, which was all thanks to his world stone fragment. Actually, a diagram of the whole device was already inside of his head. The last piece missing would be the Inferno soul container. During the designing process, most parts would already have to be taken apart for the container to fit in. In a sense, someone would have already expected the catapult to be taken apart to come up with some sort of security device to do something about that. It didn't work, of course, given how ridiculously good the world stone fragment was. As the soul container left the catapult, all the remaining parts just became materials that were without soul essence. Shamefully enough, Abel didn't have a clue what these were made from. Of course, he didn't want to think about the kind of things that would have come out of the underworld to be made into these. Knowing might just make him not want to use this. At last, once the remaining parts were taken apart, everything along with the bottom base was put into the divine portal bag. He was already losing the thought to continue on with the fight. Since it was already the 10th day inside the dark world, he decided that he might as well just end the fight early today. With that, he called back his combat squad and returned to the Golden Castle. Abel went above the Starlight defensive circle and took all the catapult's parts out of his divine portal bag. He then began assembling them. It was actually pretty easy, given how the catapult blueprint was already inside his head. Very quickly, a catapult emerged on top of the circle. It was without an Inferno soul container. But it was no different from any catapult that was from the underworld. Abel spoke to the circle spirit, "Do an analysis, place a control circle if you have to." "Yes, master." Circle spirit replied and scanned across the catapult. Two delicate construction puppets began using the short-distance teleportation circle. The engineering puppets brought out materials out of their one-portal bags, and they began setting up control circles at the spot that was meant for the Inferno spirit circle. The delicate mechanical fingers started launching out streaks of fire and ice to mold the ingredients into the appropriate shapes so they fit better onto the structure of the catapult. Next, the knives were extended out of the fingers so complicated runes could be engraved. The puppets weren't the ones to make these, of course. Rather, they were the work of the circle spirit's commands. The setup process lasted all the way until the final activation process, which reflected just how fine the engineering puppets the dwarves manufactured were. Come to think of it, maybe that's why they had the puppets do everything when they tried to install spell circles. The circle spirit's voice came over. "The control circle is all set up now, master." Abel took a look. He could see that this was a control circle that was identical to the control circle of the puppies. Quickly, he did an ownership claim process to it so he could have full control. He was just starting to recover the pentagonal circle that was on the base. Otherwise, the catapult might have just launched 50-something attacks on its own. Now the central continent did really have pentagonal circles. This was really the work of the dark world, as pentagonal circles would mostly be found in the dark world. While Abel did already have a precise understanding of where the circuits would be by now, he still had quite some trouble remaking them. The circle wasn't drawn. Rather, it was carved out of some sort of special ingredients. What he needed to do now was so that the missing gap he carved was recovering on its own. Perhaps it was only possible for a Grandmaster alchemist like him. Abel's power of the will was seizing full control over the energy that was over the Grandmaster alchemist rune, so that the missing gap was reverting to its original state. Under the help of the world stone fragment, he was very certain that the form it was reverting back to was not, in any minute detail, different to before. Once the pentagonal circle was repaired, it very quickly started gathering energy on its own. It would take only half a second if it was collecting energy from inside the dark world, but now it would take up to 5 minutes for it to be filled. Once the energy was filled, a lightning cluster automatically appeared at the middle of the circle and followed one pathway before it was sent to the loading dock. Abel's power of will could reach up to 1,650 meters. His target was fixed to a mountain boulder that was far. He quickly used his control circle to unleash an attack. Mechanical parts of the catapult started moving on its own. The lightning flew quickly, and even Abel's eyes couldn't capture the entire process. The lightning cluster did hit the boulder. Followed by a very extreme explosion, the boulder started exploding, and all the trees and rocks nearby were hit. The trees fell down and the rocks were torn everywhere. Abel was devastated by the impact. This was much stronger than when it was inside the dark world, perhaps due to the many environmental constraints that were over there. No, Abel didn't stop there. He put on his mystic headband and placed his target at a spot that was around 3,300 meters away from him. He reactivated his catapult, but he didn't hit the target this time. The elemental cluster was dropped at a spot that was only 3,000 meters away. After a few experiments, he made sure that the maximum attacking distance was at 3,000 meters. The explosion would reach up to 30 meters in range. The power of the catapult was very strong, much stronger than he had anticipated. There was a problem with that, though. It was so slow that it had to charge once every 5 minutes. The mana concentration of the Dark World was much higher than on the central continent, which was why it took 5 minutes to charge the catapult here. Still, given how powerful the shots were, Abel decided that maybe there was still a place for it. Actually, even the ancient runes were not as strong as this. The Firetooth Battle Fort would have to use top-level gemstones to launch an attack of the same strength. Abel continued to take out a few top-level gemstones to place inside the pentagonal circle. The circle quickly charged itself up to full. A poisonous cluster appeared amidst the pentagonal circle and was sent to the loading dock. Abel just thought about something. Maybe he should just do research on catapults with the dwarves to see whether he could make the same thing with materials that could be produced from the central continent. For the following days, Abel was fighting inside the bloody foothills while stealing as many catapults as possible. He didn't have time to replicate them, so now he was just collecting ones he could get his hands on. He would be 21 after the new year. Yes, even now, no one knew that the same wizard from the Holy Continent was now a rank 25 law-defying wizard. Abel's power was already much more than a wizard, actually. In February of the new year, Frankenstein was promoted to become a rank 22 law-defying wizard, while Mad Knight Bruce became a rank 23 knight during April. Among the many contract creatures, only Night Whale hadn't received any promotion. Or his rank, however, even if Abel had an endless supply of resources, he still couldn't be promoted in the short term. Still, since Abel was staying so much time inside the Dark World for the past few days, most of his contract creatures did receive a lot of benefit in terms of their promotion. It was only several months on the central continent, but here in the Dark World, they did train for at least more than 10 years already. The two law-defying wizards especially. They couldn't share the lightstones around, but they never lacked a source for the blue howling rabbit crystal cores. Combined with the mana environment of the large-sized mana gathering circle and the dark golden quality training potions, they did have an excellent source of training ingredients. Also, since they were contract creatures whose souls were fused from soul potions, they could also focus on their training much better than most class holders. Abel was placing most of his contract creatures inside the Dark World for good reasons. He realized that if he wasn't putting them to boost their levels, they might just not be able to keep up with him. It was just like white snow. While he was capturing white snow, he did remember it putting up a very good fight. Things became very different when his growth far outpaced it. It was a major reason that he was giving it away to Lorraine. For now, Night Whale had been doing all right, and as behind as Knight Bruce was, his spiritual Kai Light Ring could still do very much for the combat squad. If the two law-defying wizards weren't doing much, however, there might just not be enough firepower overall. Without the contract creatures beside them, the angelic body could still do quite some work. Abel's main human body was actually in a much safer place now, as he could just allow the angelic body to appear or conceal itself at any given point. He was becoming a lot safer now, so it wouldn't matter if the contract creature was not guarding him at all times. Abel sat on the Starlight defensive circle. How much increase for the pentagonal circle spirit? Beside him, his angelic body was just practicing the angelic heritage sword technique. No, it wouldn't exhaust itself. And since he didn't want to waste any time, he would just allow it to keep training like this. The pentagonal circle was something that he collected from a few months back. He was passing it to allow the circle spirit to look into this. For a spirit that specialized in circles, the circle spirit should have much better knowledge than even the best circle master on the continent. Combined with some information that was open for Abel, the circle spirit might just use the training system of the Wizard Union to release information that was open to him. This made it so that the levels of the circle were now on a new level. Abel didn't have much confidence when he was letting the circle spirit take care of the pentagonal circle, however. The pentagonal circle belonged to the dark world and perhaps even from the underworld. Still, the circle spirit seemed to work regardless of that. It quickly allowed the research spirit to take out parts of the resources. In just 10 days, the pentagonal circle functions were analyzed and put into a report. There was still a problem, however. The main ingredient of the circle could only be forged by a grandmaster alchemist like Abel. Most couldn't do this even if he learned about the pentagonal circle. They would need a grandmaster alchemist of their own, but quite literally, Abel was the only one in this world. During this time, the circle spirit managed to boost almost every circle that was within the golden castle. As the pentagonal circle was appearing, the original circle just gained a boost, ever gaining energy supply. For the circle that was on the central continent, apart from a few super large ones, most circles did receive a huge amount of energy and updated information in a very short amount of time. Most of them were upgraded, essentially. This was so that the same thing wouldn't happen with the barriers, unable to block the enemy attacks. Things have become quite different now. The circle spirit was expending a large number of main ingredients so the circle could continue to be updated. The energy inside was also split into two types. One was the energy that was underground, while the other was energy that was supplied by the pentagonal circle and formed into the golden castle. As slow as it was to charge up one portion every 5 minutes, being able to charge up every 5 minutes was actually a big plus. Circles continued to be distributed within the golden castle. The number became astronomical, even inside the pentagonal circle, so much so that it was even infinite. As long as more mana was left inside the central continent, the golden castle would just be filled with energy forever. It'd be much more difficult to break through the definition by then, once the entire transformation process was complete. It might just be impossible for a divine spirit like thief god Milton to break through by then. The circle spirit replied, 80% of the transformation has been completed, Master. Please wait 1 month for the procedure to be complete. The process was still ongoing, but the pentagonal circle remained off. To see if a merge could be done, a small-sized defensive circle was opened in advance. Abel ordered, 80% sounds good enough to me. Circle spirit, open up all the pentagonal circles for me. The pentagonal circle replied, yes, Master. Following that, the entire golden castle made a light tremble so Abel could sense that man was being drained from the air. Above the golden castle, a wave of air that was absorbed started forming into a spiral. One law-defying wizard shook his head. What experiment are you doing this time, Grandmaster Bennett? Another seemed to have noticed something. He probably used some mana gathering circle. I don't know. This was very strange. Everyone knew that Grandmaster Bennett was a big druid. He wouldn't have any use for mana, let alone an environment fueled with mana. These class holders seemed to notice very quickly, though. The circle on the wall was already much different prior to the transformation of the golden castle. The pentagonal circle managed to do very well with the circle of this world. The defense of the golden castle was constituted very small defensive circles. One circle would be attacked and passed to all the defensive circles, but if the limit was exceeded for the small-sized circle, the circle would just be broken through, and the defensive circle would also be penetrated at the same time. Now then, inside the small-sized defensive circle, a lot of change was already taking place. A lot of energy was stored, actually, and it was just waiting to be activated now that it was within the pentagonal circle. Abel spoke to himself, ready for a test run. Meanwhile, the angelic body stabbed the wall with his holy crystal sword. Once the sword stabbed towards the wall, the angelic body started showing up and allowed the disguise mode to deactivate on its own. Once the sword was stabbed towards the wall, a defensive barrier appeared on the top, and this was the last line of defense against anything done to the internal structure. Followed by a boom, the hit did not penetrate through the barrier. Rather, the barrier only shook for a bit as the energy started laying flat across all the defensive circles nearby. The angelic body didn't hold back. From Abel's estimation, the hit it struck should be equal or better than that of a full strike from thief god Milton with his divine power. With it, all the pentagonal circles were now connected. As the defensive circle was just being depleted, the defensive circles nearby started to supply energy to this spot where the angelic body struck. The recovery occurred immediately after the hit. The angelic body didn't stop there. Instead, it started unleashing multiple attacks right onto the barrier. The barrier continued to shake, but was not broken through. The energy inside was just being drained at an extraordinarily fast pace. At the same time, on the other hand, inside the energy slot of the underground basement, some more energy was just being supplied. A part of the pentagonal circle was reactivated, more mana was starting to be absorbed. The angelic body stopped after a while. Abel was starting to gain a new understanding of the golden castle that was in front of him. Apart from the starlight defensive circle and its physical defensive structure, its energy barrier was now technically impenetrable. Unless someone could use 5 minutes to clear through all the energy that was stored inside, breaking the barrier would just be an impossible job. 5 minutes, however, in 5 minutes, all the energy that was drained by whatever attack sustained would always go back to the spot. That was restored. Abel didn't think that anyone could break through the defense of the golden castle now. If the moon goddess was just trying to unleash a divine bestowment, he just didn't think that anyone could break through the defensive barrier. No, he didn't think that the pentagonal circle could be connected to the circle of this world so well such that now, the golden castle was truly the most indestructible fort of this world. Due to the efforts he made over the past few months. Actually, 225 catapults were now placed inside his starlight defensive circle. These catapults were placed inside the 40 battle forts and hidden regularly inside so they wouldn't be found. But if a fight was started, they would appear from the inside and started attacking under the common Duff the battle fort spirit. Now, the reason that Abel was so keen on doing upgrades for his golden castle had really to do with the nation of God and the Wizard Union. He's been good with the Wizard Union so far, but he understood well enough that the Wizard Union possessed powers that even he had trouble encountering if there happened to be some major disagreements between them. This was especially if there was a major conflict of interest. He wouldn't be sure if the Wizard Union would truly consider him a friend if they wanted something from him. Abel remembered some bad experiences with the Wizard Union. He was never honest that he was Wizard Abel, even now, had to do with the fact that others tried to go after Johnson before. He didn't think that the stone giant would attract the jealousy of so many inside the Wizard Union, and he had been much more careful ever since he knew. As for the nation of God, he did understand that there were 5 sacred knights that he would have very much of a problem fighting. He did manage to escape from them multiple times, but that only meant that he was faster than them. He never fought them directly. Maybe he could handle 1 or 2 with his angelic body, but it wouldn't be possible to face 5 of them at once. Inside the rogue's encampment, Abel was sitting with his legs crossed on top of his futon, with the large-sized mana gathering circle around him. In the past 7 months, he increased the amount of time he was spending inside the dark world. Every day, he would spend around 15 days inside the dark world. Although it was only 6 months since he was on the central continent, his rune was already about full by now. To boost his fighting capability just a bit more, Abel became quite busy, spending most of his time selling potions he gained from the front line in exchange for more light stones. That wasn't his only source of light stones, as he never stopped trading with the Wizard Union, the Dwarves, and the Lightning Clan. In a sense, his storage of light stone had been in surplus for a while now, and because of this, he could just keep training without reserve until today, when he finally received a fill. His rank 25 wizard rune was full. Barely anyone made it this far on the central continent, and he managed to get there when he was 21 years old. Still, he wasn't so different from those law-defying wizards. He believed that he wasn't going to spend much time in this state. In fact, no one really knew if he was going to stay in his full state. He was sitting on his futon right now. He knew that it was only a bit until he could reach that point. After entering into rank 25, he had been training for about a total of 7 years inside the dark world now. During this time, he never stopped using the light stone. The mana was so concentrated inside the dark world, it actually just became the best training ground for wizards. Under the cultivation of the 3 goddess statue fountain water, the wisdom tree was now producing the wisdom fruits as fast as it was biologically allowed to. Meanwhile, Abel was collecting recipes the three law-defying wizards might have uses for. He wanted to see if he could plant the sprouts in the herb garden inside the Blood Moor. Under the care of the high elves and the help of the oak tree, everything he planted eventually ended inside 3 of his dark golden training potions. Because of this, he became a wizard that most Central Continent wizards couldn't dream of matching, even if they had several hundred years. Abel took out a wisdom fruit. I'll be able to reach full state after having this one. Today, Abel's been doing his absolute best to train. He didn't even unleash his angelic body, just so he could focus better. He had the wisdom fruit inside his mouth, and he quickly sensed bizarre energy rushing into his main spirit so he could enter into a state of meditation. Whilst having the meditation, the strange energy became 3 elemental energy after it was inserted into the main spirit, which entered into 3 rank 25 wizard runes. These would probably take at least a few months. The single wisdom fruit was just completed like that. He knew that if he wasn't so lucky, he would have never been there so quickly. He thought he might need to defeat the last boss on the last continent and bless himself with the Song of Life to receive another breakthrough. Now, even without the Song of Life, he could always rely on the wisdom fruit to enhance his process at a speed that was observable to most. Once the 3 elements entered his wizard runes, the runes became much more stabilized, so much so that his rune was pretty much complete. This was the mark of the runes reaching full, but the meditation was far from over yet. The top-level gemstones in his hands and the mana that was transformed were already passing through into the wizard rune under the help of his power of the will. The mana that entered in, however, started flowing out. Abel didn't stop. Once the meditation began, it couldn't stop. This was why the wizards would always become so defenseless and vulnerable once they became weaker. This wasn't without its advantage, though. His 3 rank 25 runes just became a lot more refined because of this process. Quickly, a promotion Kai started rising out of his body, and it was much stronger, many times stronger than any of the promotions he experienced in the past. Thief God Milton and Night Whale were just standing from not far. One was a divine spirit, and another one was a legendary figure. Both were ranked above Abel, so they became the only ones that served as references if he wanted to promote. Of course, nothing was left inside their conscience apart from their fighting instincts, so Abel wasn't even sure if they could really help. Now, the reason legendary figures were called that was that, truly, they've already exceeded what most humans were like. Legendary bodies were no longer ordinary bodies, but bodies that were converted by energies. Before becoming legendary figures, while becoming a law-defying wizard, the law-defying wizard spirits would already be transformed once such that their spirits would be very different from advanced wizards. This was why advanced wizards wouldn't even be able to stand straight if law-defying wizards didn't want them to. Legendary wizards were above even that, and the process of becoming legendary wizards was very dangerous. There were many risks involved, and even the slightest mistake would make it so that the body could no longer function in a manner that could facilitate promotion. From what Abel read from records he saw from the Wizard Union, wizards would often prepare a large pool of energy if they were aiming to hit legendary rank. At the same time, they had to prepare as much treasure as they could, so they would need to protect their lives at all times. Remember, most injuries that happened during legendary promotion were not treatable, even if healing potions or even super healing potions from the dark world. The process of promotion to become a legendary wizard was a procedure of a lifetime. The injuries that might arise were not inflicted by something physical or elemental, but spiritual. Only a few rare materials could treat these, and the extent to which they could treat injuries could vary quite a lot, as there were always a number of limits as to how much promotion Kai could be contained once it was all depleted. The body would have too much to treat injuries and not enough for promotion, which was why the promotion would just fail. Worse yet, a failed attempt would mean that there was no next time. Once a body was transformed to reach above rank 25, the effect was virtually irreversible. Abel's druid spirit just took out a bunch of top-level light stones from his portal bag. There were about 500 something in total, which was even more than maybe even the number of mad knights in the nation of God right now. If he didn't have the Horadric cube so that it could forge a light stone on its own, perhaps the only place he could go see these light stones would be the warehouse of the Wizard Union. Following up next, it was the 10,000 freezing element gemstones, 10,000 fire element gemstones, and 10,000 lightning element gemstones, which were just poured on the ground like they were some pebbles found on the street. They were definitely worth much more than pebbles, but the most they could do here was to add some more element concentration to the surroundings. Abel's skin started becoming transparent after he was inside the promotion kai. His muscles and veins started to be seen clearly. He didn't have the time to pay attention to that. The pain was so great that he couldn't pay attention to anything else. Under the influence of the promotion kai, a large amount of energy started swarming in such that the light stones nearby started being sucked into his skin. He didn't know if this was what happened to the other legendary wizards, but he could only rely on himself right now. Very rapidly, his power of the will became endless streaks of networks that covered up his entire skin at every spot. The transformation process was not automatic. If there was one spot that he neglected, accidents might just arise. The invisible skin started showing up once more, but the skin was becoming very different from the start. His skin was becoming like jade. The promotion kai started transforming his muscles. All his muscles started stretching and contracting, and every time this was happening, more energy would swarm in and transform the muscles into energy. As the pains started swarming, his power of the will started waving, and 2 sets of muscles on his back started snapping suddenly. The promotion kai would then have to be swarmed to those 2 sets of muscles to commence the repairing process. Abel did remember seeing some guides on that. If the promotion kai was depleted too much by accident, the entire promotion would just result in failure. His body was becoming stronger than most law-defying wizards, which made the promotion kai much more than ordinary law-defying wizards. He could not make any mistakes here, in a sense. If he failed, his promotion might just be incomplete, even if he achieved it. Under the flash of purple light, the injury that could only be repaired by the very few rare materials started repairing in an instant, miraculously. The promotion kai was stopped. Again, they started rushing towards different parts of the body. Abel let out a long sigh in his mind. Thankfully, he owned a resource tank that nobody could match. Otherwise, he might just fail permanently right here. He didn't have the experience, though. He trained for less than a decade, while every other rank 25 law-defying wizards must have had all the time and experience they needed to withstand the pain that went along this process. Still, Abel at least could feel that his muscles were becoming more full after he underwent the transformation. From what he could sense, in the very least, his body was boosted to at least twice than before. His defensive capability was also enhanced by a lot. His skin could now resist most attacks, and his muscles too. His bones were transformed such that some very hard clanging noise could be heard. It sounded almost like his bones were breaking. The pain wasn't that severe, however, compared to when he was changing his muscles. Or so he thought. When the promotion kai entered into his skeleton, he started feeling a sharp pain that was the greatest since he thought when the promotion commenced. He was sweating the entire time. The sharp pain was the result of the seizure that he was undergoing for a while. Given his current power, the sweating wouldn't just appear out of nowhere. His body would have to go through some immense pain for this to happen. Once the promotion kai was guided to the skeleton on his face, his power of the will started pausing suddenly. The transformation here was already influencing his thinking pattern, and his spirit was hit slightly at the same time. If he read about anything inside the records of the Wizard Union legendary wizards, he would have known that something like this was bound to happen. Whoever it was, transforming this part could always mean the generation of injuries to some degree. He was now about to use the treasures that he prepared. Abel knew that this was a necessary depletion to obtain the level of promotion kai he was after. Under the combined efforts of his treasured materials and his promotion kai, his spine was now transformed to become energized. Most wizards would fail during this part of the process. The amount of time taken for a pause would define how injured the spin was. If the damage exceeded to a certain extent, the depletion would just become more than what was expected. Abel's case was a bit strange, however. Even if his main soul was influenced, the druid's soul would still stay the same. Just then, when his spin took a hit and a promotion was not recovered, a bottle of his full recovery potion was used. During this time, his main spirit started waking up to continue on with the transformation. Following that, the same thing happened to his organs and brain. Every time his organ was transformed, a lot of challenges would arise. Since Abel had enough full recovery potions with him, any injuries he sustained would be healed instantly without wasting any excess promotion Kai. Finally, as there was still a trace of the promotion Kai, Abel's body was completely changed so that his body was finally shifted. He was feeling something. It's almost like his body was just about to leave the ground. Although he was very much in alignment with his surroundings at a place that was much further, he could feel a being, an entity that was suppressing onto him so that his body remained. Although the transformation was complete, the promotion was not. Abel still needed to craft a new rank 26 wizard rune. He couldn't make any mistakes while trying. Rather, any wizard who experienced multiple promotions shouldn't be making any mistake at this point. The 3 rank 25 wizard runes inside of Abel became liquid that was merged with dimensional force and power of the will. They then took the solidified form of a pen. Very quickly, 3 of the rank 26 runes were illustrated. As Abel opened his eyes once more, he realized that the suppression force of the legendary rank was actually not much different from that of a rank 25 law-defying wizard. Still, he knew that as long as he was heading back to the central continent, he would still be able to verify just how much advantage he was gaining. He actually wanted to head back right away now, so he immediately activated his town teleportation scroll, opened up a teleportation portal, and returned to the Golden Castle. It was still nighttime right now. He could feel that his body was getting a lot lighter after he went out of the teleportation portal. It was a sensation he didn't remember feeling with his angelic body, but he thought it was fine. He barely spent any time with his angelic body, while his human main body was the one he stayed in for the past few years. Abel's body began floating after he was out of the teleportation portal. If he wasn't making a force suppression so he could conceal his own presence with the transformation necklace, he might just have to make a forced suppression of all the elves that were nearby. It was truly a strange experience. It felt like his body was a lot lighter than the air surrounding him, but he was wielding much more power than ever before. Abel tried to fly towards the training room for a bit more. He realized that he could use up his own mana as long as he was staying in the air. There wasn't a lot he was using up, but the depletion was clearly happening. He couldn't feel it while he was flying with his angelic body. The 4 wings behind his back were absorbing the energy nonstop, while the storage inside the angelic body was on an increase. The angelic body could only control his own power, and not so much the energy that was nearby. His angelic body was helping him all the time to boost the light energy that was inside of him. Still, he couldn't tell anyone else about it, unless he became a legendary wizard himself. He was still Bennett the elf right now. It's very strange. Again, although he gained all this power, he couldn't show it to anyone unless he was training inside his own lab to figure out what the best techniques in Midair were. He only stopped when the sun finally came out. He made a force suppression on himself and slammed his body to the ground. Only then did he realize something. Walking depleted energy after he became a legendary figure. Without depleting his energy, he might just start floating on his own. It was no wonder he was always seeing the legendary wizards of the Wizard Union flying, and not walking when they appeared in front of him. Abel felt like he was a baby learning how to walk. He didn't like this. He wanted to see what would happen if he was now also boosting his druid level. No, he wouldn't have to do this himself. He's never learned the training methods of the druids, and his best chance would have to be the Tree of Life. He started by activating that short-distance teleportation circle beneath him. His body started flashing under the movement of the teleportation light. He arrived at the large-sized teleportation circle of the underground basement and waited for it to be activated. His power of the will was fixed onto his destination. The guardian druid quickly greeted him as he arrived. "Good morning, Grandmaster Bennett." Abel smiled and bowed to the big druid. He then started walking into the Tree of Life Valley. The druid was wondering something. Abel seemed to be walking in a quite strange fashion today. It was almost like all his steps were very unnatural. Abel didn't know what the druid was thinking, of course. He was actually too busy adjusting his body now that he was in a new condition. Abel walked towards the Tree of Life and placed his left hand on the bark. The Tree of Life's Soul Speaker's ability was switched on. At the same time, scanning power was emitted from the Tree of Life and swept past his body. The power was very discreet. If he didn't reach legendary status, he wouldn't have felt it. He didn't ask for anything yet, but he already received a message that was coming from the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life made a direct request for 1,000 green top-level gemstones, which Abel obviously wasn't going to worry about. Before giving them out, however, he made sure that he was setting up a seclusion circle to conceal the process of him trading with the Tree of Life. He took out a small seclusion circle plate, which he placed at the side of the tree bark. He and the Tree of Life bark were not wrapped around by the seclusion circle. The big druid couldn't help but say, "Is Grandmaster Bennett going to be promoted now?" He didn't believe the words he was saying, actually. It's only been 7 months since Grandmaster Bennett hit rank 25. It didn't seem realistic that he was having another promotion now. While the big druid was still trying to make his guess, Abel was already putting 1,000 green top-level gemstones at the root of the Tree of Life. The branches were extending from the ground while dragging the stones to the underground. Before waiting for the last stone to disappear, Abel was finally shutting the seclusion circle down to put away the circle plate. Abel stood up straight. Meanwhile, the Tree of Life reached out 2 branches and lifted him up into the air. The big druid at the valley gate couldn't believe it. It looked exactly like Grandmaster Bennett was about to be promoted. He had no idea what Grandmaster Bennett said to the Tree of Life, and actually, he hadn't even reached his bottleneck stage yet. The big druid really had no idea what was happening. He just remembered being a rank 21 big druid a few years by. And as he watched where Grandmaster Bennett was heading, he was starting to have the urge of slamming head into the wall that was nearby. No matter what the big druid was thinking, as it stood, Abel was already feeling the natural force that was being emitted by the Tree of Life. The natural force was swarming over to him fiercer than the last time. In a sense, it had already exceeded the threshold that his body could withstand. His big druid state just went from being at the beginner's level all the way to the intermediate stage. After that, it was in an advanced state. In just 20 minutes, the druid essence he was emitting was no different from that of a rank 25 druid in the bottleneck stage. The big druid standing at the valley gate was watching what was happening inside the valley. He had almost forgotten to let the Elven Royal Palace know about this. He was too shocked to do anything else than to bear witness of the miracle that was happening to him. The promotion Kai appearing from Abel was just starting to emerge. It was extremely intense for his second time, unleashing the legendary promotion Kai. He might think that the promotion Kai would just be wasted like that, but when the promotion Kai was generated once more, the Tree of Life began passing over a strange life force. It shouldn't be possible for a second energy transformation to be promoted, but here it was. The Tree of Life did have the treaty to keep an equal relationship with Abel. Also, Abel's been doing a lot to protect the Tree of Life, so much so that there was even a time when he risked his life to protect it. The two depended on one each other for their survival, so in this sense, they would never back off from making each other as complete and bound to grow as they could. Again, if the other druids required a promotion, the Tree of Life would definitely not offer the same kind of help as it did to Abel. Green top-level stones were a must for it to replenish the energy it was using. Abel was starting to feel the same pain he felt during last night's promotion. It started from his skin all the way to his muscles, bones, marrows, organs, and brains. Didn't know that only 50% of his body was transformed after he hit legendary rank. And with every promotion he was receiving next, the extent to which he would be promoted would only be 5% every single time. The peak he would reach would be 75%. That would require a lot of training he was doing to elevate his transformation process. The process was difficult, but once the transformation was at 100%, he would truly become an immortal. By then, as long as the energy was not depleted out of his body, it just wouldn't be possible for him to die of old age. In a sense, that would be him reaching the final desired state of being a wizard. Now, barely enough wizards could reach that state. There were a lot of geniuses born every few days, however. Every day, they would do their bit to race against time to seize more chances to live longer. However, as long as they were staying in any rank for too long, they would just die due to natural causes. Once the last promotion Kai disappeared, Abel was beginning to feel that the extent to which his energy was transformed was becoming 55%. The Tree of Life just grants him a new chance to be baptized by the promotion Kai. It probably had to do with the fact that he had 2 souls. Other class holders wouldn't receive this chance even if they were training 2 occupations at once. Perhaps it had to do with the fact that he now had two bodies and two souls. Come to think of it, Abel never did anything himself to boost his druid levels. It was all the works of the Tree of Life. The guardian druid didn't know the details, of course, even if he got the chance to witness the entire process. He was just observing and sensing the life force and promotion Kai that was sweeping across Abel's body. He wasn't afraid in any sense, however. Rather, a look of madness and joy appeared on him very quickly. As for why, well, the elves finally had their first legendary druid for the very first time. Before, it was common sense that there was no such thing as a legendary druid, but the curse was not lifted. The Tree of Life was already withdrawing its branches. But Abel remained in the air. He did not get down. He realized that he no longer had to hide the fact that he could fly. He became the first legendary druid, so nobody would find it weird if he could now do something that no one else could. Actually, he just realized that his suppression force was lashing onto the druid at the valley. He apologized and withdrew it while flying to the side of the Tree of Life to say thanks to it. To his surprise, the Tree of Life told him that it could no longer help him with anything for the next half a year. He realized that it was becoming a bit weaker. The Tree of Life must have used up quite a bit of its energy to try to help him just them. Same promotion Kai could only be used for one transformation. This was the rule of this world, and a great cost was needed to violate this rule. Abel was just starting to realize what the 2 times promotion Kai was doing to him. The energization he was doing to his body was already hitting the level of a rank 27 wizard. Under the treaty of equality he made with the Tree of Life, he used up one fully recovery potion on it. A purple light was very quickly flashing next to it. He could sense that the frail state the tree was in was already disappearing. The tree also told him that he was recovering. For the tree, Abel didn't mind if it was telling him anything private or personal. He didn't have much chance to talk to the tree, so perhaps among the entire elven race, it was only the moon goddess that could hold conversations with it, and she was probably doing that only when she was planning to have a divine bestowment. Without any major incidents, she would just not expend her divine power for a bestowment at any point. By now, Abel was already one with the Tree of Life. They couldn't talk, but they could communicate by reading each other's minds. Also, Abel enjoyed that the tree was always very honest and open to him. The tree acknowledged him and trusted him as a good friend. There were no lies and no deceits. There was only trust between 2 good friends. Abel said goodbyes to the Tree of Life as his body flew out of the Tree of Life valley. He flew towards the teleportation circle and returned to the Golden Castle. Druid Lendo, Grandmaster Bennett, just became a legendary druid at the Tree of Life Valley. The same guardian druid made a call to Druid Lendo with the contact circle to tell him this shocking news. Druid Lendo did not know what to think or even feel. What? Is this even possible? Did you get it wrong? He knew very well that it wasn't possible to make this up. Still, it was quite ridiculous for something like this to happen. The big druid that went from rank 22 to 25 was not anywhere close to hitting legendary yet, probably. Legendary druid. What did the Tree of Life receive to do something like this? Druid Lendo closed down the contact circle before the big druid replied to him. He didn't know what the response was, but he needed to head over to the Golden Castle immediately. He needed to see Grandmaster Bennett himself to believe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the courage to even report to the Elven Royal Palace. Quickly, he called out a dire wolf and jumped on its back. He then rushed towards the teleportation circle of the Elven Palace. Druid Lendo's actions were very surprising to the eyes of the royal elves. They had no idea just what happened to make him do something like this. After passing through the teleportation circle, Druid Lendo was just starting to appear amidst the large-sized teleportation circle. Following that, he used the short distance circle to arrive at the Golden Castle. This was a place that he could arrive at freely. Once he was at the main hall, he immediately rushed to the front of Butler Mayor. "I want to see Grandmaster Bennett, Butler Mayor." Butler Mayor was just an ordinary elf, but he still made a slight bow. Butler Mayor bowed apologetically, "Respectful Druid Lendo. My master has already sent out words that he is not seeing anyone during his shutdown training." Druid Lendo laughed and continued, "He's out already, Butler Mayor. Please just tell Grandmaster Bennett that I'm here." Butler Mayor was a bit hesitant, but still, "Please wait for a bit." He then went to contact Abel with the contact circle. Abel heard Butler Mayor and laughed. Druid Lendo, the news spread fast, didn't it? As Abel appeared at the main hall without borrowing anything, he started floating in the air and attracted everybody's attention. It was about noontime by now. The 10 guests that were preparing their food and some guests that went to inspect the legendary light were just having friendly chats amongst themselves. The Golden Castle was now very famous throughout the entire central continent. Anyone here would have to prove themselves to even get to talk to anyone else. In a sense, this place was only meant for those who were among the best in their fields. Grandmaster Bennett. He can fly now. A legendary. Goodness, what am I seeing? They all started screaming at each other. They all knew what legendary figures were, but barely anyone saw one in real life. Most legendary figures would need up to 1,000 years of training. They didn't have any relatives and even friends anymore, so most of the time, they would just be busy doing training than to be noticed by any ordinary class holders. Now, a living legend was appearing right in front of them, and it's Grandmaster Bennett that they were so familiar with. This was already beyond their imagination. We have our own legendary figure. Druid Lendo felt like crying at the thought of a druid that could fly. Abel was just appearing and bowing to everyone. Everyone, I just received a promotion. My control over my presence is still quite unstable, so I won't be staying here too long. He then turned to look towards Druid Lendo as he did an inviting gesture. Followed by 2 teleportation lights, Abel and Druid Lendo was sent to the guest meeting room. Druid Lendo bowed to Abel. Great Grandmaster Bennett. No, I should be calling you Bennett the Legend. Abel laughed and replied. We're friends, no need to be so formal. Druid Lendo's voice was still shaking. I am too excited, Legend Bennett. There have been no legendary druids for so many years, and I didn't think that I would get to see one alive today. Abel said humbly, I'm just lucky, you know. Druid Lendo shook his head. No, luck is part of your strength. All of us managed to become druids by luck. Without luck, we wouldn't have made it this far. Abel kept smiling. So why are you here today? He sat a bit far from Abel. I just wanted to confirm that you actually became a legendary figure, but that didn't seem necessary. Abel poured a cup of juice for Druid Lendo. I didn't think this would happen so quickly. Druid Lendo was a bit hesitant. May I ask, Legend Bennett, whether your success can be replicated? It was an offensive question, he knew. However, he was just too surprised to see how fast Abel was making progress. The last promotion was supposed to be a surprise, and even if he wasn't here, he was still finding it difficult to see what love the Tree of Life had for him. If Abel's progress could be replicated, there might just be more legendary figures among the elves, and no one would go after the elves anymore. Abel didn't think that Druid Lendo would ask this. You think you can replicate this situation, Druid Lendo? His strength as a druid was already lagging behind his wizard level. The Tree of Life was already helping him plenty with its natural force. Meanwhile, Druid Lendo knew that he had misspoken. I apologize for my choice of words. Abel thought and spoke. Druid Lendo, I'll be writing my experience later and make copies to store at the Royal Engraving Monuments. The druids had been great to him. He's been living amongst the elves when he needed the protection. As it stood, since he liked the place so much, he wanted to see if he could do anything for the elves. He knew that his personal accounts wouldn't help much at all, but what they could do was prevent the people reading them from making any unnecessary mistakes. Druid Lendo stood up and bowed. I thank you on behalf of the Elven Royal Palace. Legend Bennett, I'll report this to Her Majesty the Queen. These didn't mean much for Abel. Rather, this was just an ordinary remembrance of his experience that might hold much value for the entire elven race. Whether it was the wizards, the priests, or the druids, the fact that Abel was doing all these things before anyone else did made his experiences very precious for developing the heritage of all kinds of classes. The heritage wasn't just about spells and training methods, but also the mindsets required to hit different levels. Every attainment would mean letting the people go after to make fewer mistakes and make better choices. For instance, when Abel was trying to become a legendary wizard, there were a lot of incidents that he had to bypass with his full recovery potion and his giant dragon body features. Druid Lendo made some more requests. I'm a bit curious as to what a legendary druid should be like, Legend Bennett. Would you mind showing me? Being curious about legendary druids was very important. Although there had been descriptions about them in the records of the elves, even Lendo hadn't seen one in his entire life. Most were already dead by the Great War that happened many years ago. I just got promoted, but haha, that's fine. I don't even know how to fight like this yet, Abel agreed, then looked around. Actually, not here. The furniture is expensive. Druid Lendo laughed as well. He knew that Abel was joking, but truth be told, he couldn't do this while being indoors. Abel made an inviting gesture, follow me. At the same time, the teleportation circle beneath them started lighting up. They already appeared at the battle arena of the Golden Castle, which was a place that was seldomly used. Druid Lendo spoke to Abel, Legend Bennett. According to the records, the summoned creatures of the legendary druids undergo some sort of evolution that would also make them capable of flying. They couldn't cast the power spells here. What Druid Lendo wanted to see was actually the transformation of the summoned creatures. Abel got curious as well. I've never heard of that. A light flashed out of his portal beast ring. A black hole appeared in front of him and let out a great howl. The gray bear jumped out. Its attacking capability was definitely not close enough to him, but its defensive capability was still very top-notch. So while doing ordinary fights, the gray bear would always be around him as a wall of defense. However, when it jumped out of the black hole, it didn't leave the ground but stood on the ground. Abel was confused, but he could sense an energy coming from the spiritual pact he signed with it swarming towards the bear. It felt excited as it sensed this energy. It could feel that its power was just being elevated. Unlike all the promotions it received before, this time it was being elevated from the core. Abel was watching as more and more energy was transferred to the bear. Finally, there was actually enough to wrap around the bear completely so that it was like a white nest. He was looking at Druid Lendo to seek some sort of explanation. Druid Lendo shook his head and smiled. I just heard that they could fly, Legend Bennett. I don't know what's going on here. There weren't a lot of records about legendary druids among the elves. The legendary druids all died from battle, so they didn't have time to study about themselves. What happened right now was very new to Druid Lendo. He knew that everything he was watching deserved to go into every study guide. Time passed by very quickly. If the rules didn't allow it, Abel almost felt like he should call his dire wolves out. But he would only have to wait until the gray bear finished its evolution, until he could start thinking about the other summoned creatures. Quickly, he started thinking if the other summoned creatures could also fly now, but he decided to test that at a later time. An hour passed by. A crack was appearing outside of the nest, wrapping around the gray bear. As a howl was unleashed, the nest became starlight that was quickly dispersed. However, from the howl, it could be heard that the gray bear was becoming more powerful than ever. The bear's body was also starting to be lifted off the ground. It was floating right from the ground. The accident made it quite uncertain what was happening, but its instinct was getting it to adjust its posture. In just a few tens of seconds later, it would be able to start flying in the air. Abel talked to himself. I'll probably call it a flying bear. The legends are true. The summons of druids really can fly. Druid Lendo gasped as he looked towards the flying gray bear. Abel scanned the gray beat with his power of the will. It was also made out of 75% energy, just like his body. This was all because of the special bond a summon possesses with its owner. Abel commanded the gray bear to strike the ground, and it immediately slammed its claw down. Bang! Luckily, the golden floor was filled with magic circles, with the strengthening of the 5-star magic circle, so the gray bear had no chance of damaging it. Abel just wanted to test out its power, but it was definitely not as strong as his other summon, legendary Night Whale. After all, knights were masters of close combat. Legendary Bennett, the strength of a gray bear is not in its attack, but its stamina. They can be our strongest shields and the enemy's biggest distraction. Big Druid Lendo explained after seeing a disappointed look on Abel's face. However, he did not know how strong the ground of the Golden Castle was, so he had underestimated the power of Abel's gray bear. Abel smiled. It seemed like the purpose of a gray bear was to buy time, which was doable since Abel had countless recovery potions. The gray bear had the fastest recovery out of all of his summons, so it would also be perfect for defense. Big Druid Lendo, let me test out the other summons. Abel gazed at his flying gray bear and said. He then retrieved his gray bear and the monster ring, and summoned 3 mad wolves. Their strength was speed, and defense was their weakness, which was a total opposite to the gray bear. The reason many druids love mad wolves was that they could ride them during battle. The only thing faster than mad wolves were half-transparent spirit wolves, but still, Abel preferred walking. If he had to ride something, he would pick Black Wind anytime anyway. After summoning the 3 mad wolves, Abel surrounded them with his power of will. Big Druid Lendo also looked closely at the mad wolves, just like the gray bear. He was watching history in the making. The elves would document everything that happened. After rounds of documentation, Abel finally summoned all his summons, and Big Druid Lendo left the Golden Castle with an excited look on his face. He immediately returned to the royal elves and reported that Grandmaster Bennett had become a legendary druid. Meanwhile, Abel appeared above the Starlight Protection Circle with a flash. What he was about to do was a secret. He summoned his mud monster, his most common priest summon, but it didn't have much attack power. However, it had one unique ability: slow down. Even as a legendary, his mud monster did not look much different. Its mud only got a little tougher. It could not even fly like the gray bear and mad wolves. Abel was disappointed. Although he rarely used a priest summons in the Holy Continent, it wasn't as relevant if it couldn't fly. That's not right, my skeletons are combined. They are not like the skeletons of normal priests. He then summoned his 12 spirit guardian knights, but they were just as hopeless. Abel began to search for a way to help them level up from his druid soul. He did not have much experience when it came to this, and he never saw anything about it in the central continent. His spirit guardian knights were abnormal summons. They were the combination of his druid and priest profession, and he could only do something like this because his ignorant soul somehow possessed both Death Kai and natural forces. If another person tried to do this, they would be squished to death by the 2 energies. Just when Abel was feeling hopeless, an idea suddenly struck him. He immediately summoned a new spirit wolf. Since spirit wolves were an assistant to his spirit guardian knight, they had to be replaced after they died. He then directed his power of the will towards the spirit guardian knight captain and slowly began to separate it from its spirit wolf. But it was not easy since their bodies were basically merged together. The spirit guardian knight captain was his oldest spirit guardian knight. It had taken countless soul potions and it was highly intelligent. After rounds of hard effort, that good old spirit wolf was finally separated from the spirit guardian knight captain, and it immediately turned into a puddle of ink. After years of working together, the spirit wolf was a part of the spirit guardian knight captain's body. If it could not merge with the new spirit wolf, it would have lost its fighting power. However, Abel's newly summoned spirit wolf could fly, so it was worth a try. The spirit guardian knight captain immediately jumped on its back, and the new spirit wolf faced a howl as their body began to merge. The spirit wolf was named after a dead spirit, so it was the closest thing to a skeleton. Merging was their nature, and the process was smooth. Finally, the black substance around the spirit wolf wrapped around the spirit guardian knight captain, and they began to levitate. The spirit guardian knight captain flew around freely in the sky, and Abel thought to himself, since the skeletons of legendary priests can't fly, priests won't be able to recognize my skeletons. Indeed, the process was successful, but it would still take a long time for Abel to do the same with the other 12 spirit guardian knights, so he had to postpone it to the night when he entered the dark world. Meanwhile, everyone in the central continent was getting excited about Grandmaster Bennett's new level up. He was the only one who managed to become a legendary druid in the last 1,000 years, and many powerful figures had immediately congratulated him. At the same time, the research spirit replied that Grandmaster Bennett was in retreat. It made sense since every legend needed some time to adjust, especially for someone with 3 professions like Abel. But since Abel was doing so in the dark world, no one would help him too much. After a few days, all 12 spirit guardian knights and 12 spirit guardian wizards were merged with their new spirit wolves, and they could all fly, which was a huge advantage for the spirit guardian wizards with lightning spells, as it gave them much more options to strike even at close range. These days Abel also tested out the power of his spells as a legend. The biggest advantage of being a legend was not flying, but the suppression they had with lower ranks was far greater than anything Abel had ever seen before. It was a conclusion he ended up with after testing it out with Night Whale. It was the 1st of July. Abel arrived at his dining hall and had a big breakfast with his guests. The fact that he was there meant that his retreat had ended. He knew he couldn't keep his legendary status a secret anymore, so he had to rebuild his relationships. He had no other choice. After breakfast, he met up with 3 familiar guests. "Legend Bennett, I remember when you were still a big druid. Now you are a legend." Legendary wizard Dolan smiled. He sighed. He had never met anyone who progressed this fast. If the Wizard Union did not confirm that the Tree of Life was involved, they might have captured Abel for research already. Druid becoming legendary in a few short years was definitely extraordinary. "Wizard Dolan, I still have not mastered any legendary spells, so there is a lot I have to learn from you." Abel smiled. "We are here today to congratulate you on behalf of the Wizard Union. Not only that, we have to tell you something only legends can know about. I'm not too familiar with druid skills, but I'm happy to discuss that with you." Wizard Dolan smiled. "Wizard Dolan, please tell me." Abel sat up straight and said, "First, there has not been another professional legend, other than legendary wizard, in the past 1,000 years. You are the first legendary druid. So the Wizard Union investigated you." Wizard Dolan smiled. Wizard Dolan was the closest to Abel out of the 3 legendary wizards, so they decided to visit in person. Legends are the most powerful force in the continents. Every legend is allowed to appear carelessly in cities, but of course, if someone has offended the legends, you can kill them any time. Wizard Dolan continued. Abel nodded. He knew how easy it was for a legend's energy to kill a low-rank professional, even without being at close range. Considering how powerful that was, this rule was actually demanded by low-rank professions. Every 100 years, each legend will be granted a holy crystal. Abel was stunned. "A holy crystal, Wizard Dolan. What's a holy crystal?" Abel pretended he didn't know about it. He got the knowledge of God. But there were no mentions about wizards using them still. He thought that it made sense considering the relationship between gods and wizards. Legend Bennett. You may have never been introduced to a holy crystal, but you've definitely seen it in action whenever the Holy Kingdom has an operation. They use a holy crystal to bound their teleportation circle or focus their attack on a single target. There are 2 main training systems in this world. There are professional training systems such as wizards, druids, and priests. The other is the gods' training system. As you know, the only gods who survived in this world are the ones who sided with the Wizard Union, but one of the main ways they increased their power was through faith. Wizard Dolan explained. "Wizard Dolan, are you saying that the gods do not have to increase their power through battle?" Abel interrupted. The first one he thought about was thief god Milton. Milton had no fighting skills. "Haha, you seem to have understood the main point." "Indeed. God does not have to practice any fighting skills. All they have to do is strengthen their holy body. The faith I mentioned can be stored in a compressed form, known as the holy crystal. A holy crystal to a god was like potions to professionals. During the Holy War, the Wizard Union had obtained many holy crystals from the fallen gods. After long years of research, we discovered that holy crystals are extremely beneficial for the wizard meditation, so each legend can get one every 100 years. Wizard Dolan continued. "Wizard Dolan, are holy crystals beneficial to druids?" Abel interrupted once again. "I am not sure, but if you want, I can always exchange with you. I'll make sure you are satisfied." Wizard Dolan laughed. His words immediately irritated the other 2 wizards. "Dolan, you think we can't make Grandmaster Bennett satisfied?" Wizard Loka smirked. "Legendary Bennett, don't worry about them. A holy crystal is very valuable with many special powers. Even if you can't use them for training, you can trade them with the Goddess of Moon, and she will definitely give you a lot of benefits for it." Wizard Duran just couldn't help herself. Abel knew the wizards were just messing around. There was no way they could keep the true value of holy crystals secret. "Can the Wizard Union produce holy crystals?" Abel asked. "Of course not, but the Wizard Union has gathered many of them from the war. From time to time, we will also receive some from the gods we kept alive." Wizard Dolan smiled. The Goddess of the Moon only managed to survive because the Wizard Union allowed her to. He also thought of the holy water being used to heal people in the common world. They were not effective on professionals, so Abel never paid too much attention, but it seemed like the gods they worship might be true after all. Legend Bennett. The Wizard Union requires every legend to serve the Wizard Union for 30 years every 100 years to make sure they are powerful enough to go against the evil kingdom, but since you are a Grandmaster Alchemist and you have been supplying the Wizard Union with potions, you don't have to do that, Wizard Dolan said with envy. Abel didn't know how jealous those wizards were, but it was actually not uncommon for wizards to sacrifice resources for those services. The 3 wizards in front of Abel have served the Wizard Union for hundreds of years, and it was all because they wanted more resources for their future retreat. But since Abel was a Grandmaster Alchemist who supplied potions, the true forces behind the Wizard Union decided that Abel had no responsibility to serve them. It was also because Abel was not even a part of the Wizard Union. He was given a Grandmaster badge of honor. After all, no one was expecting a legendary druid to emerge. Legend Bennett, the Wizard Union will still ask you to participate if a legendary war with the evil kingdom, because that isn't just the Wizard Union's business, but the whole world's business, Wizard Dolan said in a serious tone. Of course, I am a citizen of the Central Continent. I will do my best. Abel lowered his voice. Abel understood how karma worked. Considering his grudge with the demon from beyond, he had to do something. Legend Bennett, for now you can just focus on making potions for now. Wizard Dolan smiled. To be honest, he knew a druid's skills would be limited, even as a legend. Dolan, we've almost covered everything, let's move on, Wizard Durin added. Abel turned his gaze towards this rare female legend. Legend Bennett, you've been in retreat ever since you made a longevity potion for Dolan. How about you make one for me too? Wizard Durin smiled. Wizard Dolan had shown off his potions before pouring them down his throat, so Wizard Durin was wanted one as well. Abel had been in retreat during. Only Wizard Dolan could freely enter and exit the Golden Castle, since the other 2 legendary wizards were just normal friends to Abel. Wizard Durin, I am happy to help, but you need to provide me with the main ingredient, the blood of a god, Abel said. What, blood of a god? Wizard Durin immediately turned to the cheerful-looking Wizard Dolan. Dolan, did you draw blood from the god of war? Yeah, Legend Bennett said fresh blood was better, so I brought him to the Union's underground chamber. Wizard Dolan brushed it off casually. Damn it. I really have to wait another 10 years. Wizard Durin gazed at Wizard Dolan furiously. But in reality, all of these wizards still had a long time to live. If one of them were about to die, Wizard Dolan wouldn't have taken his longevity potion so soon. Abel also understood one thing looking at the wizards. That was one could only draw blood from the god of war every 10 years. Wizard Loka and Wizard Durin left before Wizard Dolan, since Wizard Dolan wanted to have dinner at the Golden Castle. Legend Bennett, feel free to ask me any questions about the legendary rank. He smiled at Abel. Abel had done a lot of favors for him, so Wizard Dolan wanted to help as much as possible. What's beyond the legendary rank god? Abel asked without hesitation. Although he had a wizard guide from the Lightning Clan, the Blizzard Clan, and the Fire Clan, they never had a detailed explanation about anything beyond the legendary rank. Of course, maybe it might just be because he was too low rank when he got those guides. I knew you'd ask about this. There are many titles for that rank. Some call a wizard beyond a legendary rank a ruling wizard because they strengthen their power of law beyond the range of a territory. As for a druid beyond a legendary rank, some called them natural druids, since they were true masters of natural force. However, the most common way the Central Continent addresses this rank is half-god, which was taken from the ancient texts. Wizard Dolan smiled. A half-god? Do all professionals want to be gods? Abel asked again. No, it's just a way to classify the ancient rank power levels. A god rank wizard has nothing to do with gods. Their biggest difference was their body. A profession's power originates from their body, their own power, but a god's power originates from their followers. Once all their followers were gone, the god would go into a deep sleep. The most powerful thing about God was their holy energy, but that too is formed by faith, so none of it was the god's own power. When a professional reaches the god rank, our power will be far greater than any god. That's why we were able to capture so many gods. Wizard Dolan said proudly. Abel nodded. He had come in contact with a few gods himself. For example, he truly sensed how powerful the goddess of the moon was even in her godsend form, but thief god Milton was a weak little chicken. Although he couldn't comprehend the god of war, he could understand why the goddess of the moon was so much more powerful than the thief god Milton, a strong foundation of faith. Abel had never seen a half-god professional, but he could just imagine them considering how much more powerful the legendary rank was. Legend Bennett, I know your growth is fast because of the Tree of Life. But just keep it low-key and stay in the golden castle, Wizard Dolan softly added. Why is there anyone after me? Abel felt his heart drop. He was a legend, no one would have the guts to go after him. Legends are the most powerful public forces of the Wizard Union, but there is still a huge gap in this rank. Old legends who have been stuck in a bottleneck for a long time will be very interested in a fast level up. If you weren't a Grandmaster Alchemist with connections with the Goddess of Moon, they might have made a move already. Just don't give them a chance, Wizard Dolan said softly. Is a half-god or god rank wizard after me? Abel felt his heart twitching and said, No, there are only 2 god ranks in the Wizard Union. They've been long injured, and they have not shown themselves in the past 1,000 years. I don't think half-god will be interested in the affairs of the legends, so don't worry too much about that. Wizard Dolan smiled. Abel felt his heart lift. As long as no god rank was after him, he would be fine. It was just that he could no longer use his Grandmaster Bennett identity once he used it. Wizard Dolan was taking a big risk to tell Abel about this. An old legend was not a rank 26 wizard. Like Wizard Dolan could go against. Thank you, Wizard Dolan, Abel bowed. No need to thank me, I am just telling you what I know. I'm sorry I can't stand up for you, Wizard Dolan waved. Abel saved his life, fought alongside him, and provided him with the best potion. This was the most he could do. At least he would feel better about himself. Abel felt grim in his heart after Wizard Dolan left. It seemed like he had to resurrect his wizard identity again. As a legendary wizard, no one would come after his stone giants. Maybe leveling up too fast was not a good idea. G didn't even have many friends in a higher rank to support him. Luckily, he was on the central continent. No wizard above rank 30 would go after him, which was what gave him his confidence. In the Holy Kingdom's central temple, Mad Knight Momo was reporting to the saint. Normally, they would do a report like this once every few days, but due to the recent decrease in holy energy, they were reporting once every 10 days. Even with their vast investigation network, they wouldn't use them unless it was totally necessary. We have a report that Grandmaster Bennett has become a legend. Mad Knight Momo bowed. What really? The saint stood up and said in disbelief. Legends made up the foundation of power for the Wizard Union. It was their highest level of public power, and the legends of each side were extremely important. There were many surveillance circles in the front line to make sure there were no legends getting involved. This was because both sides treated the front line as a breeding ground for future powers. An ultimate battle between the Wizard Union and the Holy Kingdom would be a battle between the god ranks, and each legend possesses the potential to become a god rank. Yes, there have been rumors saying that the Tree of Life has helped. Grandmaster Bennett level up, Mad Knight Momo replied. The Tree of Life can do that? What a joke, the saint said in a mocking tone. If the Tree of Life could turn any druid into a legend, there would have been at least one legendary druid in the past 1,000 years. Even the Goddess of the Moon had no luck. Becoming a legend was not like other level-ups. It was a total alteration of the body and life force. Outside forces couldn't help someone level up to become legendary. The saint, who had a sea of knowledge, was sure of that. Momo, Grandmaster Bennett is still young, right? The saint gazed at Mad Knight Momo. Yes, Grandmaster Bennett came from a subcontinent, but he has the energy of a young adult elf. Mad Knight Momo bowed. Grandmaster Bennett has always attracted the Holy Kingdom because of his Grandmaster Alchemist status and their many failed attempts at assassinating him. The saint began to regret not doubling down on his attempts before Grandmaster Bennett became a legend, but still, it was worth another try considering his future potential. On my command, stop all movement of faith in the past month and send out 3 rank 29 holy knights. We must guarantee our success. The saint lowered his voice. Yes, your majesty, a commander by the side answered. 3 rank 29 legendary knights were the most powerful forces the Holy Kingdom could send out, and Mad Knight Momo knew how committed the saint was. Rank 29 legendary knights were just a rank away from being half-god knights, and they were the seeds of future power. Momo, I'll give you a month to give me a precise location of the Golden Castle. I don't want our legendary knights to miss, the saint ordered. They still had not recovered from sacrificing vast amounts of holy energy to capture thief god Milton. But killing a young legend was important. On a hill 100 miles from the Wizard Union headquarters, there was a magic tower engulfed in dense mana. It was the best training ground for wizards because it was built on top of a hidden mana gem mine. 2 cloaked wizards sat on the top level of that magic tower, but there were no wizard badges on their chests. Wizard Jules, why did you make me come all the way here? Can't we just talk through the communication circle? Wizard Herrick complained as he took a bite of a water spirit fruit. He was a rank 28 wizard, a very old wizard with quite a bit of accomplishment in the Wizard Union. Legend Herrick, how long have you been stuck at rank 28? Wizard Jules said blankly. Legend Jules, what kind of question is that? I'm just 100 years older than you, Wizard Herrick yelled. This was not because he had a bad temper, but because the Wizard Union has recommended the legends to show more personality. This was why so many legendary wizards had strange behaviors. Legend Herrick, I don't have time to mess with you. I only have 300 years to live, so I believe your time is near as well, Wizard Jules said blankly. Legend Jules, if you have something to say, just says it. Even though I only have around 300 years as well, I will give it my all in the ultimate battle with the demon from beyond. Wizard Herrick added, Do you know Grandmaster Bennett? Wizard Jules' face changed as he said the name. Yeah, do you want him to make you a longevity potion? I heard Dahlan beat you to it. Do you have a way to get the blood of a god? Wizard Herrick had been in retreat for a long time, but he still knew about the famous Grandmaster. He is a legend now, Wizard Jules continued. I know the Tree of Life helped him with the natural force, right? I'm so jealous, Wizard Herrick sighed. Natural forces were exclusive to a druid's level up, so it was useless to wizards. That's a legendary rank we are talking about. At first I believed it as well, but according to the ancient texts, a legend can only level up based on one's own power. Wizard Jules lowered his voice. Abel's level up had attracted too much attention in the Wizard Union, and a few legendary wizards wanted to capture him for research. An alchemist would not mean much to a legend, even if it was a grandmaster. As long as they could become half-god, immortality was imminent. But soon, the Wizard Union got the news that Grandmaster Bennett had leveled up because of the Tree of Life. Many wizards had to give up on capturing Abel. Abel did have an equal contract with the Tree of Life. There was no way they would risk facing the fury from the goddess of the moon. Wizard Jules was also disappointed, but he did not give up. He was certain that there was something strange about Abel. Still, that legendary light in front of the Golden Castle made his spine shiver, and he did not make a move immediately. Therefore, he found his good friend, Wizard Herrick. They had been working together for thousands of years, and their bonds were deep. Friendship like this was very rare, especially for legendary wizards. Legend Jules, so you're saying Grandmaster Bennett has a secret to leveling up so fast? Wizard Herrick felt his heart tingle. Of course, there was no way an elite druid can become a legend in 2 years. We have to capture him and force out his secret. Then we will have the chance to become a half-god or even a god, Wizard Jules said with certainty. Quickly leveling up for other ranks was not as extraordinary to them, but Abel had managed to quickly enter the legendary rank. That was a different story. But of course, they couldn't kill Grandmaster Bennett. So they might just lock him up in a chamber and force him to keep making potions until he told them his secret. All right, Wizard Herrick's eyes burned with youthful energy. It was almost as if he went back to hunting down other wizards for resources. For successful wizards like these two, they did many unsavory things to get to their position. Let's see if we can lure Grandmaster Bennett out first. He lives too close to the goddess temple, Wizard Jules suggested. I'll get someone to send him an invite to an important event, and we can make our move. Once everything is done, we will blame it on the evil kingdom, Wizard Herrick nodded. Abel didn't know who was planning a plot on him, But he did not take Wizard Dahlon's warning lightly. He received many invitations from all kinds of forces during the next 10 days, but he did not attend any of them. He didn't like going to public events too much anyway. Considering his status, turning down an invitation wouldn't affect his reputation too much. It was normal for a new legend to get a lot of invitations, but Abel began to grow suspicious when he noticed even Wizard Hal from the Lightning Clan had invited him to a new member recruitment ceremony. He was puzzled. Doesn't the Lightning Clan know about my introverted personality? He was not even a part of the Lightning Clan, who invited me to something so trivial. Wizard Hal's also sounded suspicious, like he was sending Abel a signal. He had known Wizard Hal for a long time. Are legends of the Wizard Union forcing the Lightning Clan to lure him out? Abel was correct, but there was something he didn't know. The Lightning Clan had already tried their best to call their own legendary wizard to stand up for them. However, the Lightning Clan's legendary wizard was in retreat, and they couldn't manage to reach him. Steward Meyer, Abel called as he stood outside his office. His steward quickly stepped up and bowed. On my command, close the Golden Castle from tomorrow. I will not take any more guests. No one can enter through the teleportation circle. Tell everyone that I am in for a long retreat, and I will no longer supply any potions. Abel lowered his voice. Yes, Master. Steward Meyer was shocked, but he still bowed. Also, tell my 3 followers to be careful, especially the Benson family. Someone might be plotting something against me, Abel added. Afterward, he vanished from the spot and arrived above the Starlight Protection Circle. If there was someone after him and they couldn't lure him out, it was just a matter of time until they attacked the Golden Castle. Abel dwelled above the Starlight Protection Circle until nighttime. He was not worried about the Golden Castle, as it could defend against any legends. As for attacks, his 225 stone throwers and the 2 king puppets of the land were enough to give any enemies a surprise, even if he didn't use his summons. When he was battling in the Dark World that night, he couldn't stop worrying. Even with the 3 spirits in his castle, he had to check if everything was okay after each round of battle. Meanwhile, the shutting down of Golden Castle and Grandmaster Bennett's stopping of potion supply caused a big uproar in the central continent. There were wizards who booked their meals in the Golden Castle, powerful law-defying wizards, druids, and priests. There were also people who wanted to see the legendary light, but they couldn't complain since they were viewing it for free anyway. As the news spread, the authorities of the Wizard Union gathered in an office. Grandmaster Bennett stopped working with us. What do you all think? The Resource Department's Wizard Hume asked. Well, I am not going to get involved. The Investigation Department's Wizard Clemens laughed coldly. As the head of the Investigation Department, he knew there were 2 legendary wizards plotting against Grandmaster Bennett, but he was a law-defying wizard. His well-being depended on them. If Grandmaster Bennett wants to stop his potion supply, he should at least come to the Union and give us an explanation. Wizard Joseph lowered his voice. He was the head of the Investigation Department, but Wizard Jules was directly above him. His position would be threatened if he disobeyed Wizard Jules. He never had that great of a relationship with Grandmaster Bennett anyway. The Wizard Union's meeting proceeded under an awkward atmosphere as each side expressed their different views. The law-defying wizards could not change the decisions of the legendary wizards above them, so they hadn't made much progress. They still couldn't unanimously agree on how to deal with Abel ever since he shut down the Golden Castle and went into retreat. Most of the law-defying wizards in charge were against opposing Abel due to how important Abel's potions were. They also couldn't change the views of the 2 rank 28 legendary wizards, but at least they would be able to show their care by organizing meetings each day. They knew that there was not much they could do as law-defying wizards at the end of the day. But it was because of this, rumors about the Wizard Union's top-rank legendary wizards wanting to oppose Abel began to spread. Soon, the news made it to the Elves' royal palace. Master Bennett was the pride of elves. He was the first Grandmaster Alchemist in the past 1,000 years, the first legendary druid. Is the Wizard Union against the elves having a legendary druid? Queen Louisa asked. At the same time, Saint Lorraine also sent out a revolt to the Wizard Union through the goddess of the moon's temple. The dwarves also expressed their care to the Wizard Union, hoping Master Bennett would be protected. Even the orcs, whom Abel was not close to, expressed their concern. A conflict with Master Bennett made them very worried. Master Bennett was the first non-wizard legendary in the past thousands of years. If the Wizard Union would take him down, were they going to do the same to the orcs if they had a legendary priest? After all, the wizards were much stronger than any other professions. Although the orcs were never good with the elves, this situation would affect them mutually. More and more forces began to voice their opinion. They didn't want legendary wizards to rule over as they liked. No one would be safe if they couldn't even tolerate a Grandmaster alchemist becoming a legendary druid. Under this tense atmosphere, the Golden Castle was fully isolated from the world. Even their connection with the Wizard Union was shut off. But Abel couldn't care less. He knew all of this was caused by his lack of power. Although he had enough methods to deal with any potential invader, his relationship with the Wizard Union has grown cold because of it. He could increase 2-3 ranks every 5 years with his current speed, so what he needed was time. By then, he might have defeated the last Diablo in the Dark World, became a top-rank legend, or even half a god. Therefore, in the following years, he could not afford to get distracted from his training. The Golden Castle had a strong defense, so he thought he would be fine. Since he expressed his dissatisfaction and cut off potion supply to the Wizard Union, the one with the biggest loss was the Wizard Union. In the front line, the Lightning's wizard Charlie returned with his body covered in frost. He quickly wanted to exchange some super healing potions with his credit points, but to his surprise, there were no super potions left on the listing. What happened? He asked the service desk. He knew today was the day Master Bennett would deliver his potion, so he couldn't understand how there were no more left. Grandmaster Bennett is in retreat. In the meantime, he will stop supplying us with potions. The service assistant waved his hand helplessly. There are legendary wizards in the Union targeting Grandmaster Bennett. Even I wouldn't make potions if I was him. A law-defying wizard lowered his voice from a side and added, "Shut up, it is not our right to question the legends." His partner quickly warned. Wizard Charlie's eyes sparkled. He no longer cared about the frost on him. He immediately connected to Wizard Hal from the Lightning Clan. Soon, his face was filled with fury. From Wizard Hal, he realized that a legendary wizard had sent out wizards to force the Lightning Clan to lure Master Bennett out of Golden Castle. But at the same time, he felt powerless. He was only a rank 24 wizard, one that was half dead in the defense wall of Doomsday. He wouldn't even be alive if not for Master Bennett. In the face of legends, there was nothing he could do to help Grandmaster Bennett. But then he realized something he could do. Grandmaster Bennett had saved more than 200 law-defying wizards in the front line, and he began to connect with all of them. They were all furious after they heard the news. They were not afraid of a legendary wizard giving them trouble. They only had 60 years to live anyway. After all, they did not only fight for resources, but their principles as well. Grandmaster Bennett's tension with the legendary wizards began to spread throughout the front line. This information was meant to be top secret. But those furious, half-dead wizards couldn't care less. Most of them soon withdrew from the front line, and due to the decline in potion supply, even normal law-defying wizards began to withdraw. Because of this, the Holy Kingdom regained a certain dominance, with the Wizard Union focusing on defense again. Meanwhile, the two rank 28 legendary wizards in the Magic Tower didn't look good. Even at rank 28, the pressure Master Bennett gave them was far beyond their expectation. "Legend Jules, should we continue?" Legend Herrick hesitated and asked. "Legend Herrick, are you really scared? We will level up as long as we can get Grandmaster Bennett's secret." "Our days are numbered," Legend Jules said bluntly. Legend Jules sounded calm, but in reality, he was just as worried as Legend Herrick. He knew there were many other legendary wizards paying attention. Although they had not made a move, the legendary wizards were clear. If 300 passed by without any progress, the two of them would become history. "Legend Jules, if you want to make a move, then don't wait. The Wizard Union is already under pressure without potion supply / another legend might intervene eventually. I heard the Lightning Clan have already been sent. Messages to that legend in retreat," Legend Herrick added. He was worried. If the Lightning Clan were not so close to Grandmaster Bennett, he would not have forced them to cooperate. At first, all they needed to do was to lure out Grandmaster Bennett, capture him, and give the Lightning Clan some compensation, and it would have been fine. Okay, let's make our move tomorrow as Grandmaster Bennett is in retreat. We will strike directly at the Golden Castle and make sure to move quickly so we don't provoke the Goddess Temple. Legend Herrick nodded. This operation has been much more challenging than they thought. Initially, they thought Grandmaster Bennett would comply just with their legendary status, but Grandmaster Bennett got a warning from Legend Dahlin beforehand. Since some organizations were against their position and did their commands in a more obvious manner to warn Abel something was wrong. On the other hand, Abel had directly flipped the table and put this situation in the eyes of the entire continent. It was a threat to the Wizard Union, and many forces had voiced their opinion, so those two legendary wizards had to make their move as soon as possible. Early next morning, Abel sensed a threat through his intuition in the Golden Castle. He had returned from the Dark World every few hours to check. It was a hassle, but he had to prepare for any surprise invasion. Abel wasn't favored to win. The Wizard Union was the most powerful organization of this world, and messing with their top-ranked legendary wizards was not a good idea. However, it was no longer up to him to decide. Steward Meyer, Polly, Bentham, Gunther come to the lounge. Abel spoke through the Golden Castle. Soon the 4 elves arrived. Abel gazed over and lowered his voice. I want all of you to bring the servants to the alchemy Union. Grandmaster, we can stay in the Golden Castle to protect you, Big Druid Polly quickly added. There's no need. Abel waved his hand and immediately. I'm prepared. You can return if nothing happens, but it is best for you to stay far away from a war between legendaries. The 3 followers felt powerless. They were the official followers of Grandmaster testified by the Goddess of the Moon, but in an actual battle, they couldn't even help him. Here are your resources for the next 10 years. Take good care of them. Abel directly handed out 3 portal bags and said. The 3 followers held the portal bag in their hands. They needed to level up. Even if they couldn't reach Grandmaster Bennett's level, they would at least like a right to protect him. Steward Meyer, you have always taken good care of me, so here's a longevity potion. Please live a good life. Abel took out a golden longevity potion and said. The atmosphere grew depressed. It seemed like Abel was saying his final words. But Abel knew very well, if he were to really go against legendary wizards of the Wizard Union, he had to consider the lives of his followers. He expected to be a top-level legend as well in a few years, so he knew he would be fine. All he needed to do now was to send his followers and steward away. Even a tiny bit of energy from a war between legends could kill them. Abel was in a rough spot as he gazed at his deserted Golden Castle. He didn't want to be on bad terms with the Wizard Union. He didn't even know the legendary wizards who were trying to attack him. He sat on his starlight protection circle and looked around the forest where the extremely valuable purple trees were. Maybe those trees would no longer be around after today. Abel did not contact his friends since most of them were not powerful enough. He grew too fast. As a rank 26 wizard, even Wizard Dahlin wouldn't be much of a help. Abel didn't want to affect Wizard Dahlin because of his business. He already did him a great favor by giving him a warning. If he used his human identity, he could contact Gold Dragon Kemble, who he thought was powerful enough. The Goddess of the Moon was also another option, but Abel had too many secrets. Help from her was his last resort. He would only seek help from her as a last resort. Am I really that fun to mess with? Abel mumbled with a smile. He had no more responsibilities after he sent off his servants and followers. His Elf Bennett identity was forged anyway. If those legendary wizards really didn't want to talk, he would flip the table and unleash a legendary all-out war. He couldn't help but laugh at how worried he was. The more powerful he became, the less willing he was to take risks. Even as an apprentice wizard back in the days, he bombed a magic tower and escaped elite wizards. With his current power, he had nothing to be afraid of. The August sun was blazing from above, and he sensed 2 energies coming from afar. They were unbearably strong, and they were not trying to hide. No surprise, they were the 2 legendary wizards. In fact, Abel was expecting even more since the legendary light outside his castle was a clear reminder to every legendary who thought about messing with him. Everyone in the Wizard Union knew that the legendary knight was badly injured before he was killed, so Abel was expecting at least 2 legendary wizards anyway. Abel exposed himself from the starlight protection circle, so the legendary wizards could see him. Soon, he also saw the legendary hooded wizards under their hood, above the golden castle. The legendary wizards were surprised that Abel was waiting for them, instead of hiding. "Should I call you Legend Bennett or Grandmaster Bennett?" Legend Jules was the first one to speak. He didn't want to make a move yet. Abel seemed prepared. "Call me whatever you please. But can you introduce yourselves first?" Abel lowered his voice. "Sure, I am Jules and this is my friend Herrick. You should know why we are here, right?" Legend Jules let out a cold laugh. They already decided on their moves, so there was no return. Saying one's name was a basic act of respect for a legend. "How would I know why you are here? Please tell me and I'll see if I can help you." Abel lowered his voice again. "Okay, let's get straight to the point then. Tell me your secrets and I'll spare your life." Wizard Herrick was not as patient, so he yelled. "Oh, so that's why you two are here. The Tree of Life is my friend, and I can bring it to you. Maybe it will even help you level up." Abel disregarded the attitude of Wizard Herrick and smiled. "Legend Jules, there's no need to chat with him, just make a move." Wizard Herrick was furious as energy began to gather in his hand. Wizard Jules shook his head, but he followed. Since Abel wanted to test out the defense of his golden castle, he did not make a move. Instead, he stood still with a smile. The moment before the two legendary wizards were about to strike, a flaming red portal appeared near the golden castle and broke their attention. 3 legendary knights stepped out from the portal and froze the fight that was about to break out. Wizard Herrick and Wizard Jules was stunned by how much energy the Holy Kingdom was willing to sacrifice for Grandmaster Bennett. At the same time, they knew even more legendary wizards would arrive in 30 minutes. It was an awkward situation. All 3 sides were enemies of each other. According to tradition, Wizard Herrick and Wizard Jules should immediately start attacking the legendary knights, but they had quite a few people. If they weren't careful, they would be in trouble. The legendary knights were also hesitant to make their moves. Defeating those legendary wizards should be no problem, but the most annoying thing about wizards was their escaping speed. Most importantly, they were in a battle with time. Each second of the portal door was using large amounts of energy from God, and it wouldn't be long until more legendary wizards arrived. "My name is Legend Chase. I can see that we have the same target, Grandmaster Bennett, so you have 2 choices. First is that we fight it out and the victorious side will be the one taking Grandmaster Bennett. But since we are running out of time, I believe this is not what you want." A legendary knight spoke and broke the awkward atmosphere. "What about the other choice?" Wizard Jules' face sank and he lowered his voice. Of course, he stood no chance against those 3 legendary knights, and they would be in big trouble once more legendary wizards arrived. "The other is that we team up to capture Grandmaster Bennett and negotiate somewhere else," Knight Chase added. "All we need is 3 hours of conversation with Grandmaster Bennett. After that, I don't care what you do with him." Wizard Jules thought for a moment and said, "Haha, no problem. Let's make a pledge." Knight Chase laughed and drew out a complicated magic pattern. Wizard Jules also did the same, and the 5 legends ignited them with their power of the will. Soon, the 2 giant magic patterns merged into a giant magic pattern. Seeing the giant magic pattern began to fade, the 5 legends let out a breath of relief and gained the trust of each other. At least both sides agreed. The wizards would interrogate Grandmaster Bennett for 3 hours as soon as he was captured, before handing him over to the 3 legendary knights. As long as a pledge was set, the legends could not disobey. Although there was nothing physically forbidding them from disobeying a pledge, it might leave a mark on their soul and affect their future level ups. Therefore, after countless years of tradition, the powerful normally would not disobey a pledge unless their lives were threatened. Bravo! At that moment, Abel began to clap as he levitated on the starlight protection circle. What am I seeing? The evil kingdom teamed up with the Wizard Union to take down a Grandmaster Alchemist who did nothing, but helped the Central Continent a Grandmaster Alchemist with a Headmaster Badge of Honor from the Wizard Union. This is the biggest joke I've seen all year. Abel laughed as he pointed at the 5 legendaries. Wizard Herrick was so furious his face grew red. If what Abel said was made public, his reputation would be destroyed. Even the calmer Wizard Jules was not looking good. His eyes flashed with murder. "Legends, let's not waste our time," Knight Chase suggested. "I'll make a move first," Wizard Herrick yelled, and 10 spell patterns appeared around him. In a second they were all ignited, and 10 giant flaming meteoroids roared towards Abel. Meteoroid was the most powerful fire spell, but it normally took a long time to create. It was best for a still target, such as the Golden Castle. The other legendaries did not make their moves. They wanted to see the power of the Golden Castle's defense before making their judgment. Abel did not speak, but his eyes were sparkling with murder. All 5 of those legendaries desert to die. The 3 legendary knights were a must since they were the common enemy of the continent. As for those 2 legendary wizards, they deserve to die as well because they've teamed up with their common enemy. Every professional understood that the Holy Kingdom was a threat to this world. If the Holy Kingdom seized power, everyone would become the demon from beyond's follower. The Wizard Union sacrificed thousands of years to banish gods and religions. The demon from beyond was not powerful at all. It was a war about the status quo and social structure. With this in mind, Abel began to doubt if those 2 legendary wizards would betray their comrades in times of crisis. The 10 meteoroids slammed against the energy shield, and it began to wobble. Abel was very happy with its defense. All this time, the magic circle spirit had not stopped working. Every protection circle in his golden castle had been altered. Especially after Abel was threatened, he did nothing but double down on increasing their number. With thousands of years of resources accumulated by the Holy Kingdom in the front line, his 500 puppets had been working like crazy. The number of protection circles in his golden castle had doubled in the past month. By that point, there were 10 mini protection circles in every inch of the golden castle. Those mini protection circles formed a giant protection system, which was what ultimately created this insanely strong defense. Even 10 top-level fire spells from a rank 20. 8 wizard could only cause some wobble. Abel cunningly looked towards the other 4 legendaries. He was very confident in his golden castle's defense. He waited to see the shocked looks on their face after they all took their turns to attack. The 3 legendary knights from the Holy Kingdom and the 2 legendary wizards from the Wizard Union floated in front of the Golden Castle in disbelief. Although they knew the Golden Castle had the most powerful protection circles in the continent, they still wouldn't believe it could handle 10 strikes from a legendary. Legends, it seems like we need to go all out. Something is odd with this Golden Castle. Knight Chase lowered his voice and said to the wizards, "Okay, you guys take the left and we'll take the right, but don't get too close." Wizard Jules nodded. Since their contract did not guarantee that they wouldn't hurt each other with their attacks, it was best to keep a distance. "Okay, let's see who can break the defense first." Knight Chase smiled. He then nodded to the other 2 legendary knights, and a sword and shield appeared on their hands. They charged like a beam towards the left of the protection circle. At the same time, he unleashed his rank 29 energy and heavily slammed against the Golden Castle. However, it was no use. Their energy couldn't even make it to Abel inside the circle. It was the special power of merging magic circles from 2 different worlds. Of course, the number 1 protection circle was still the guardian wings that guarded the Holy Kingdom against the Howling Castle for thousands of years without any deterioration. The 3 legendary knights ignited their aura as they charged. With Holy Freeze in combination with Holy Charge, waves of lighting and ice slammed against the protection circle. However, it was not even as effective as the wizard's meteoroid. After the knights realized their tactic was not working, they changed to a Mad Aura. Mad Aura could double their attack power, and they ignited a charge again. They were moving so fast that their attacks were no longer visible. Since they were attacking a fixed target, they could fully unleash their combo strikes and as many elements as they wanted. On the other side, Wizard Jules and Wizard Herrick used the same tactic, but they did not go all out. Instead, they took turns and unleashed 8 meteoroids at once. Although a legendary wizard had many spells and their recovery speed was scary, unleashing 10 top-level spells continually was still quite draining. Especially since there were knights around, they couldn't guarantee if the other side would turn on them once they captured Grandmaster Bennett. Actually, both sides were still in an awkward situation. The 3 legendary knights also took turns to recover their holy energy. Still, their attacks were real, and Abel had to focus his power of the will on the condition outside. Soon, he became less worried. At this current rate, it would take those 5 legendaries days to break his energy shield even if the golden castle could not replenish itself. That was only the energy shield. The scariest thing about the golden castle was the physical defense of the Starlight Protection Circle. With 40 battle forts alone, even the power of God could not easily break it, according to thief god Milton. Since those 5 legendaries were so confident, they did not pay much attention to their defense as they focused on attacks. But of course, their natural instinct to sense threats was very serious. After all, they were 5 legends, 2 rank 28 legendary wizards and 3 rank 29 legendary knights. A rank 26 druid stood no chance, especially a newly leveled up druid. Another reason they did not have any protection was to display their trust towards each other, at least before they accomplished their goal of capturing Abel. Abel gazed around at the 5 legendaries and found a target. Although he was not expecting to kill all 5 of them, badly injuring or even killing one of them when they were unaware was not impossible. Those legendaries could clearly see Abel within the protection circle, but they could not see the angel hidden behind him or the ancient bow on his hand, the dark gold Baraza-Dukayanan, a powerful bow of the dark world. Although his angel body did not have any archery skills, what it had was speed. With the special ability of the Baraza-Dukayanan, the power it could produce was scary. However, since he still wanted to keep his angel body a secret, he would only use it once the situation fell into chaos. After 5 minutes, the legends began to get a little tired. It was not often they make crazy attacks like this. Just when they were about to attack again, they sensed energy beginning to gather around the golden castle like it was a mana gathering circle. But instead of gathering mana, it absorbed all kinds of energy produced by their attacks. In a few seconds, the golden castle's energy shield was back in top condition like nothing happened. The legends' jaws dropped. They spent 5 minutes attacking this energy shield, and it recovered in a few seconds. It was at that moment of distraction. The 225 stone throwers on the 40 battle forts began their attacks. Since those battle forts were invisible and under the protection of the Starlight Protection Circle, those legendaries did not notice them in time. 250 energy balls shot out of the stone throwers. Abel had tested them before. Even his power of the will could not predict their moves with their speed. Therefore, in a split second, those 5 legends were covered by a sky of energy balls of all colors. Green, the energy of poison; red, the energy of fire; blue, the energy of ice; and yellow, the energy of lightning. It was fireworks. At the same time, the stone throwers began to gather energy again. Since they had many top-level gems as supply, they could unleash a round of attacks every second. How strong was each energy ball? According to Abel's calculation, it was a little stronger than a spell. Abel was not expecting those stone throwers to work so well, and they were perfectly divided into 2 sides. 100 energy balls on the right for the 2 legendary wizards, and 125 energy balls on the left for the 3 legendary knights. Those stone throwers were too fast. Who could have guessed? This seemingly stable golden castle that did nothing but defense for 5 minutes could unleash such scary power. As Abel saw a sky of flying colors covering the legendaries without him even making a move, a golden energy shield suddenly emerged and protected the legendaries. Holy crystal. It was an energy shield formed by a holy crystal. Holy crystal was priceless. Any professional who used it would gain tremendous power, no matter in battle or in training. Abel always disregarded using a holy crystal as a lifesaver, but it seemed like it came in handy for those legendaries in that situation. Still, there was a limit to its power, and it couldn't last for long if those stone throwers kept attacking. Retreat, Wizard Jules yelled. He witnessed the power of the Golden Castle's defense, and he had lost his confidence. Wizard Herrick fought with Wizard Jules for countless years, and he immediately knew what to do. In a situation like this, they could no longer care about their pledge with the knights. The moment before their golden energy shield was broken, they ignited a flash and vanished from the spot. By the time they reappeared 1,000 meters away, they were covered in dust, and blood was dripping down from the corner of their mouths. They did not look good. They were not only poisoned, but they were also cut by frost, and their robes were burned. There were even sparkles of lightning remaining on their body. They couldn't even imagine what would happen if they did not make it fast enough. What did we get ourselves into? Both of them knew very well that was only the power of the Golden Castle. They had no idea how much more Abel had in store if he made a move himself. "Let's go," Wizard Jules lowered his voice. Wizard Herrick also sensed how easily it was for the Golden Castle to gather energy and throw out those 250 energy balls. The second round of attacks might be even greater. Up to this point, he immediately ignited a flash and retreated with Wizard Jules. Abel saw the wizards retreating and felt a little irritated. He was planning to kill at least one of those legendary wizards. They were the one who was seeking trouble from him after all. Little did he know how much of a chicken those rank 28 wizards were. Just a bunch of stone throwers had scared them away. But it was too late for Abel. He could only turn his gaze to the remaining knights whose golden shield was about to fade. The knights quickly ignited their support aura to increase their resistance to elements. They then followed up with a pure aura to heal the wounds on their body. However, since they had taken quite a big hit, and poison normally took much longer to recover, the pure aura could do the trick for so long. The three legendary knights formed a triangle with their shields up front, with a holy shield spell as support. Their defense shot up tremendously. The way those legendary knights reacted reflected their biggest difference between them and wizards: speed. A wizard could move in a flash, which allowed them to escape easily in times of crisis. On the other hand, knights had powerful resistance to elements and defense against physical attacks, especially with their support auras. But still, it was at that moment the knights began to lose their confidence against the Golden Castle. The second round of energy balls was about to strike. "Retreat," Knight Chase lowered his voice. The legendary knights ignited a charge backward while facing the Golden Castle. Their target was the red portal 3,000 meters away. As long as they could escape the attack range of the Golden Castle, they would be safe. At that moment, two 30 meters tall king puppets emerged, and Lan No. One was already standing in front of the portal. Lan No. 2 was madly charging towards the three knights with swords as its hands. The legendary knights could fly, but the portal was on the ground. They had to go through those puppets. The second round of attack from the stone throwers was unleashed, but this time most of the energy balls missed their target. After all, they still did not have much battle experience. Abel frowned. He never thought about the fact that those stone throwers were not the original weapons of the battle. Forts, they needed large amounts of data to get better at aiming. It was a bit too much for them to face legendary knights right out of the gate. But Abel had no choice anyway. He would not be able to test out those stone throwers without destroying his trees in the Hardy Valley. To be honest, his king puppets were also not the best choice against the knights. They were made for attacking large targets, so their aims were not that good as well. Still, they were the only forces Abel could use. Unless he was totally confident that he could kill all other knights, he would not expose his secret power. The dwarves knew about his king puppets and Golden Castle, so the Wizard Union must be aware as well. The 30 meters tall Lan No. 2 fell into the holy freeze aura of the knights, and it was immediately covered in frost, but it did not slow down. The three legendary knights followed up with some combo attacks, but Lan No. 2 remained intact. Unless those knights focused all their strength on one spot, they were hopeless in the face of Lan No. 2's defense. However, there was a problem. Those knights kept changing directions to dodge the aim of those stone throwers, and Abel was stunned by how well those knights worked together. Even if one of the knights was hit by an energy ball, the other two would be able to carry them away from the danger with their triangle formation to avoid further injuries from the relentless attacks of the stone throwers. Both sides were not making any progress. Those knights dashed around frantically, but at the same time they were trying to find a way to the portal. Lan No. 2 kept attacking, but it was also too weak for the legendary knights. Still, it was enough to stop them from approaching Lan No. 1, but with its 30 meters tall body, you could only get through the portal by blasting it away. Meanwhile, Abel's angel body was hiding behind him with the Berza du Kayanan ready. He only had one chance, and Abel would immediately put it back to his soul afterward. His angel body had to show itself during an attack, and the 4 wings on its back were too noticeable. It was at that moment Abel sensed powerful energy incoming from afar. "Damn you, Bennett!" Knight Chase roared as he painfully took out 3 holy crystals. Those crystals immediately turned into 3 golden beams. One blocked the energy balls coming towards, the second landed on land no. 2, and the third landed on land no. 1, knocking it out of the portal. Knight-Chase analyzed the injuries of his knights and lined them up accordingly. Since he was the strongest one, he stood at the back. The holy crystal perfectly counteracted a round of attack from the stone throwers, before scattering into golden sparkles. Land no. 2 also struggled for a few seconds before breaking free again. As for land no. 1, it was frozen for a second. Still, this was enough time for the knights to retreat. But there was no sign of happiness in the face of Knight-Chase. The loss he took was too significant. The central temple had stopped giving out holy crystals, so those 6 holy crystals he used in this mission were all coming out of his own pocket. This number was enough to make a god's heart ache, let alone those knights. Especially since they didn't even complete their mission. At that moment, Abel fixed his power of the will on one spot, and his angel body suddenly appeared 600 meters from the retreating knights. With a Baraza Dukayanan in his hand, he unleashed an arrow a split second before it was retracted back into Abel's human body. Abel did not add any light energy into this shot. He was not about to mess with something he didn't understand just yet. He was very confident in the Baraza Dukayanan by itself already. He tested it in maybe hell creatures of the dark world. Even his thief god Milton or Daf, the Beeman, could not go against his angel body with the 4 wings on its back. This power could almost go face to face with top-level demons like Diablo. The arrow he used was made from the light iron of the dwarves in combination with rare heavy metals. It had the power to penetrate armor, mana, wind, and all kinds of attributes. It was the best arrow, only reserved for the most critical moments. No one would buy something like this, since there were no powerful archers in the central continent. But if it was by the right candidate, such as the angel body, it could easily penetrate someone's defense. Not to mention, Abel had his world stone ignited, so the precision was unmatched. Once Abel grasped the right opportunity to strike, the arrow penetrated through the wind and made its way towards Knight-Chase in silence. At that moment, Knight-Chase sensed danger through his intuition. The portal was right in front of him, and he was the last in line. Even if he didn't move quick enough, the strike would be taken in by his comrades before him as well. But still, his intuition told him that danger was threatening. This meant taking that strike would not kill him. Even if he was seriously injured, he would be able to heal once he returned to the Holy Kingdom. He instinctively held up his shield and cast a holy shield spell. He had been practicing knight skills ever since he was a child. He didn't even need to think when making moves like this. It was not impossible to block an arrow coming from the Baraza Dukayanan, and it soon made contact with Knight-Chase's shield. In normal circumstances, a light iron arrow would unleash all its energy as soon as it made contact with a physical object, no matter if it could penetrate it or not, but this was not a normal arrow. The arrow directly traveled through Knight-Chase's shield like it was invisible. Knight-Chase sensed a sharp pain in his body, and he sensed a big chunk of his life taken away. What happened was not even like an arrow strike. Still, he was correct, it did not kill him. He continued to charge. He was only 1 second away from the portal. However, the unexpected happened. That arrow did not stop after it pierced through his body. Instead, it continued towards the legendary knight in front of him. That legendary knight's body twitched and went off track. Since they were flying in a line, they would miss their chance to return once they went off track. They could sense the legendary wizards incoming, so they would be dead once they missed their only chance to return. Knight-Chase immediately reached out his hand and grabbed his comrade, but because of the heavy momentum, he too was thrown off balance for a moment. That arrow continued towards the legendary knight at the very front. Since his injuries were the most serious, and his powering ability would always unleash the most amounts of power to the final target, the arrow directly landed on his heart. No, Knight-Chase saw life force slowly fading from the knight at the very front as he dropped down from the sky. But all he could do was yell. He could not stop. If he did, he and his other comrade would have the same fate. The red portal vanished into a red spark after Knight-Chase passed through. Abel turned his gaze towards the fallen legendary knight. He could clearly sense this dead knight was even more powerful than the legendary wizard. He was a rank 29 knight, just 2 levels away from being half a god. Abel waved his hand, and his gray bear landed next to the legendary knight's dead body. A beam of pure white legendary light shot out from the dead knight. With a wave, Israel guided the soul hidden within it into Abel's crystal angel statue. This legendary light was even more glorious than Abel's other one, and the incoming legendary wizards were shocked. Wizard Larkin was on duty. He was the first one to notice a passage being forcefully opened up with the power of God. The defense wall of Doomsday. 3 legendary knights had passed through, so he immediately alerted the Wizard Union. Since the scale of the invasion was extremely serious, the Wizard Union immediately alerted all the available legendary wizards. In 10 minutes, legendary wizards began to arrive at the defense wall of Doomsday from all over the continent. Luckily, Wizard Dahlin, Wizard Loka, as well as Wizard Doran were not on a mission or in retreat. Besides them, there were also 2 rank 28 and 1 rank 29 wizards who got the alert and arrived. The Wizard Union had to make sure they had enough power to suppress the knights, and Wizard Larkin was a little worried at first. He knew who the Holy Kingdom was after, Grandmaster Bennett. It would be a huge loss to the central continent, no matter if Grandmaster Bennett was killed or captured. Wizard Larkin, this is the biggest invasion so far. Who is their target? Wizard Mike, the strongest wizard of the bunch, lowered his voice. Their target is Grandmaster Bennett. Their portal had directly opened beside the Golden Castle. Wizard Larkin replied and searched around with his power of the will. Everyone's face suddenly took a grim turn, especially Wizard Dahlin, who was closest to Abel. Is that the Grandmaster Alchemist blackmailing the Wizard Union with potions? Wizard Mike lowered his voice. All the wizards turned towards Wizard Mike with a strange look on their faces. It seemed like Grandmaster Bennett was no friendly guy after all. After all, even those 2 rank 28 wizards were only worried about Grandmaster Bennett for his longevity potion. Since Wizard Mike was the strongest, no one said a word. It was at that moment Wizard Larkin found their closest teleportation circle. It was the elves' royal palace, but that would take a little time to connect. There was no way the elves would let 8 legendary wizards in without an explanation. After the 8 legendary wizards arrived at the elves' royal palace, they did not say too much. Even Wizard Mike, who was the coldest towards Abel, was worried for his safety. There is a fight in 10 miles. Wizard Mike lowered his voice. Okay, let's fully unleash our power to force the knights to retreat, Wizard Larkin asked humbly. To be honest, everyone knew it was not easy to kill all 3 legendary knights, even with the 8 of them. If they fully unleashed their power, at least that would give the knights a little pressure. Since there was a fight, it meant the knights had not succeeded. Grandmaster Bennett was still alive. Since they were certain that Grandmaster Bennett was in the Golden Castle due to recent events, they were already contemplating the worst scenario. Let's just hope Grandmaster Bennett is holding on, Wizard Dahlin added softly. This is one of our biggest operations. Grandmaster Bennett shouldn't blackmail us anymore. Wizard Mike laughed coldly. After all, it was extremely rare to have 8 legendary wizards on the move at once. By the time they entered Hardy Valley, they saw a pure white legendary light shoot up, and they were stunned. It was definitely from a legendary top-level knight. Not a single one of them had died in the last 1,000 years, even in the front line. Soon they saw Grandmaster Bennett floating in midair with 2 30-meters-tall king puppets and a flying gray bear with a dead body on its claws. The energy from a portal still lingered as well as large amounts of energy that broke out during combat. By that point, Abel no longer felt too good about legendary wizards. He didn't know if there were any legendary wizards after him in the Union. Meanwhile, the gray bear handed him the dead legendary knight. Although it was badly injured, all of its body parts were still intact, especially since that piercing arrow did not target the physical body as much as one's life force. This way, he would be able to have another powerful force on his side after a resurrection. He put the dead body into his personal storage box and turned to the 8 legendary wizards. Grandmaster Bennett, you've killed a rank 29 knight with this Golden Castle. Wizard Mike gazed around in disbelief. He had been to countless battlefields, but the Golden Castle looked brand new. It seemed like the legendary knights didn't even manage to break their defense. There were also countless holes, on the ground created by blasts of energy coming from the Golden Castle. Everything was clear. The Golden Castle must have a big secret, especially considering the fast level of Grandmaster Bennett. Wizard Mike began to doubt if Grandmaster Bennett had found a wealthy ancient site. Greed flashed in his eyes. But since Abel still had his world stone ignited, that little signal of greed was noticed. In an instant, Abel floated back with his gray bear blocking upon the front, and the king puppets ready to fight. Grandmaster Bennett, what do you mean by this? Wizard Mike yelled. Yes, he was planning to make a move on Grandmaster Bennett, but there was no way he would do it in front of so many other legendary wizards. At the same time, that dead knight was a clear reminder that he couldn't. I'm just trying to protect myself. Abel lowered his voice. Grandmaster, we are here to help you. Is that how you treat your helper? Wizard Mike lowered his voice. The 5 ranked 26 wizards who knew Abel were also a little bit confused. Abel didn't seem friendly. Since Abel was back in the Starlight Protection Circle, he was not worried about any sudden attacks. Although he had killed a legendary knight and fought off 2 legendary wizards with 2 legendary knights, he knew very well how weak his human body was. Getting too close to that clearly top-level Wizard Mike did not make him feel safe. There was no way he could counteract his attacks without the angel body. If the Wizard Union's support came a little earlier, you would have seen the biggest joke of this world. 2 legendary wizards teamed up with 3 legendary knights to attack the Golden Castle. Abel lowered his voice. Wizard Mike immediately felt his heart drop. He scanned around with his power of the will, and there really was the energy of 2 legendary wizards. Grandmaster, if you are accusing 2 legendary wizards from the Union, you have to come back with us to make it clear. Wizard Mike did not tell Abel about his discovery. The other wizards around could not sense those energies, but if he made his discovery public, the Wizard Union's reputation would take a big hit. He wanted to bring Abel back to the Wizard Union and buy some time. However, Abel did not care. Instead, he turned to the 5 legendary wizards he knew. Everyone, Wizard Jules and Wizard Herrick, were the ones who teamed up with the legendary knights. Is the Wizard Union going to do anything about it? Abel lowered his voice. Grandmaster Bennett, don't look at them. I am the most powerful one here, so I'll answer you. Wizard Mike interrupted and said. Abel turned to Wizard Mike again and waited. I will investigate this, Wizard Mike added. By that point, he realized it was not possible to bring Abel back, but he knew there would be more chances in the future. As for the investigation, he was only to do it half-heartedly. After all, those 2 legendary wizards were very powerful, even though they were weaker than him. If everything is good, we'll be on our way. He gazed at the Golden Castle again and couldn't help but wonder how much more it had in store. Abel also did not say much. He might have invited the wizards into his castle if Wizard Mike's attitude was better, but by that point, he didn't even want to get close to him. A sorry look emerged from Wizard Dalan's face. Legendary wizards were not stupid. They all knew Wizard Mike had an attitude problem. Abel did not call his steward or followers after the 8 legendary wizards left. Instead, he returned his training and waited for a reply from the Wizard Union. After 3 days, he got a message. Grandmaster Bennett, after our investigation, we did not find any evidence in regards to Wizard Jules and Wizard Herrick allying with the legendary knights to attack the Golden Castle. If you want to proceed with your accusation, please provide us with evidence. Abel felt a coldness in his heart as he read on. To be honest, he had always maintained a good relationship with the Wizard Union and provided them with large amounts of potions. He was very disappointed in the way things had progressed. Even if he did have evidence, the Wizard Union would only force those wizards to give him some compression or lock them up for some time. The punishment would be light for legendary wizards. Abel always thought allying with the legendary knights was a big deal, and the Wizard Union would be able to find the truth as long as they were serious about it. There were marks of legendary wizards just in front of the Golden Castle. However, not a single wizard had come to investigate during these days. In reality, the Wizard Union did not have much say to legendary wizards. All the resources they needed were obtained by themselves, and taking care of the Union's business would affect their training. Therefore, no law-defying wizards in charge of the Wizard Union could do much, not even legendary Wizard Dalan and legendary Wizard Larkin. Rank 29, Wizard Mike had all the authority, and he was not planning to prosecute those two rank 28 wizards. Abel had grown too fast. All of his friends were too weak, and he had not managed to form a good relationship with anyone truly powerful. Therefore, there was no legendary top-level wizard speaking up for him. During the day before, Wizard Jules and Wizard Herrick met up with Wizard Mike. And after that, the investigation had ended. Whatever, maybe I should just focus on getting stronger, Abel sighed. He looked around at the luxurious purple trees outside of the Golden Castle, most of which were damaged from the battle. It might take hundreds of years to recover. Joseph, transfer all the skyships the Judson family have to the royal palace as comprehension. Take good care of yourselves. He left a message for his follower, Big Druid Joseph. He then left another message for Lorraine. I will come back when you become an official saint. Abel did not wait for their reply. Instead, he flew above the Golden Castle and put on his mysterious crown. His power of the will was doubled, with the range of 3,300 meters. This range was enough to wrap around the entire Golden Castle, including the 40 battle forts, the Starlight Teleportation Circle, its main body, the dungeon, as well as the Super Teleportation Circle that was added later on. Soon, the Golden Castle vanished in a flash into Abel's holy portal bag, leaving over the initial structure base. He then flashed onto the Fire-Tooth battle forts, Operation Room, and transformed into a human. His destination was the Wizard Union headquarters. He was not the type to let others trample over. If he wanted to let those wizards get a taste of Grandmaster Bennett's final fury, he would do so in another identity. He was about to go against legendary wizards, so that Headmaster Badge of Honor from the Wizard Union was not going to be useful to him anyway. After all, normal professionals had no say in the face of legendary wizards or getting information from them. What Abel had was large amounts of followers from his angel body. He could create a hidden information network throughout the continent. At first, Abel was not planning to use his followers since they were not professionals, and it would be hard for him to explain how he got that information. But he no longer cared. He connected to his angel body and sent out a command to his followers. Find information about legendary wizard Jules and legendary wizard Herrick. Of course, he also added a ban on anyone asking about this in his command. This could not only avoid the Holy Kingdom noticing him, it could also avoid anyone noticing him as a god. Just like that, the central continent was in chaos because of Abel again. The first to notice the Golden Castle's disappearance was Lorraine, but when she tried to connect to the Golden Castle, she noticed its super teleportation circle was gone. Luckily, the goddess temple was not far from the original place of the Golden Castle, so a few big druids were sent out with Lorraine. They were stunned when they reached their destination. The entire Golden Castle was gone, and the areas around were filled with scars of battle. However, Lorraine understood that Abel just had to let go of his elf identity to deal with the threat. Your Majesty, don't worry, Grandmaster Bennett will be okay, Big Druid Lucia said. Lorraine didn't understand Lucia, but she seemed calm. Investigate it. I need to know what happened to Grandmaster Bennett. Lorraine lowered her voice. Grandmaster Bennett's influence on the central continent was huge, and those legendary wizards in long years of retreat did not know. After all, Abel had only existed in this world for around 20 years. Soon, rumors about Grandmaster Bennett being attacked by legendary wizards alongside legendary knights began to spread throughout the continent, as well as the Wizard Union's lack of care towards the situation. This made Wizard Mike furious. He knew that it was one of the other 7 legendary wizards who leaked it. Still, what's done was done. He could only blame Grandmaster Bennett for being too much of a chicken. He didn't even make a move on him. The Wizard Union's reputation had taken a big hit because of it, and after the Holy Kingdom realized what was happening, they gave it another push. More and more people in the central continent discovered the Wizard Union's treatment of Grandmaster Bennett. The 2 legendary wizards, as well as Wizard Mike's name, were made public. It was at that moment, legendary wizard Miles opened his eyes from a retreat with lightning sparks around him. I'm so close. If I keep working hard, I should be able to become a half-god wizard in 100 years. Then I will be able to join the final battle, he thought happily to himself. Wizard Miles was the strongest lightning wizard, a rank 30 wizard. His retreat season had ended, and it was time for him to relax a little before proceeding. As long as he could become half a god, he would be able to contribute a lot in a war with the Holy Kingdom. But if he failed, his power would be limited. Even as a rank 30 wizard, he still wasn't as strong as a god, and that played a significant role. He could only blame the demon from beyond for waking up too fast. He might even become a wizard god in a few hundred years. Then he could go head-on with the demon from beyond. Why is that little guy sending me so many messages? He suddenly noticed the tens of messages Wizard Hal sent him. Is there something happening to the Lightning Clan? He opened a message. In Wizard Hal's voice emerged, Mr. Miles. Grandmaster Bennett is a good friend of the Lightning Clan, and he is threatened by Wizard Jules and Wizard Herrick. Wizard Herrick is forcing us to betray him. Please stand up for us. As Wizard Miles went through the message, he could get a rough idea of what was happening afterward. His face sank. Legendary wizards are teaming up with legendary knights to attack a grandmaster who contributed a lot to the central continent. Wizard Mike is too incompetent if he let this happen. Most importantly, Master Bennett's potions had changed the life of countless law-defying wizards, and the Golden Castle had helped many top-level forces, as the first Grandmaster Alchemist in the past 1,000 years and the first legendary druid. Grandmaster Bennett deserved greatness in his name, and he was being targeted by the Wizard Union. Was that how the Wizard Union functioned? Wizard Miles was the pinnacle of legendary wizards, the ultimate authority of the Lightning Clan. In a flash, he vanished from the training room and immediately arrived at the Wizard Union headquarters in a few powerful lightning strikes. His training room was not far from the Wizard Union headquarters, so there was no need for a teleportation circle. Not many people actually knew where his training room was anyway. Being in retreat was the weakness of Wizard, especially due to its long duration. At that moment, Wizard Mike was having a headache as he looked at the report coming from the investigation department. The chaos Grandmaster Bennett had caused with the disappearance of the Golden Castle was this expectation. Large numbers of elite wizards have withdrawn from the front line to express their dissatisfaction towards the Union, as well as the lack of potion supply. After all, Grandmaster Bennett's potion was special. Once one had it, no one would want to go back to ordinary potions again. Wizard Jules, Wizard Herrick, and even Wizard Mike himself were being frowned upon by many wizards. Although most of those wizards could not do anything, they would be in big trouble if a half-god wizard decided to come out of retreat and investigate. After 3 days, Abel finally got some information about Wizard Jules and Wizard Herrick. It was much easier than he thought, and he felt like a powerful wizard within the Union must have deliberately leaked it out. If not, there was no way the Holy Kingdom's investigation department could find out at that time. Meanwhile, the head of the Wizard Union investigation department, Wizard Clemens, had some new reports in his hand, and a smile began to emerge from his face. They were about someone gathering information about Wizard Jules and Wizard Herrick. He could only think of 2 candidates who would do something like this: Grandmaster Bennett and the Holy Kingdom. So far, Grandmaster Bennett seemed a lot more likely since he had not contacted the investigation department during this time. Gathering information through another avenue made sense. He wasn't going to stop Grandmaster Bennett from taking his revenge. Grandmaster Bennett was not a wizard anyway, and it was a good idea to teach those legendary wizards a lesson. He didn't believe Grandmaster Bennett would kill 2 legendary wizards, so allowing Grandmaster Bennett to unleash his fury and destroy some things might help them rebuild their relationship in the future. However, he had no idea what was coming to those legendary wizards with the information he leaked out. Wizard Herrick was not having a good time during these days. Every legendary wizard was cold to him. There was even a legendary wizard who directly asked him about why he attacked Grandmaster Bennett. He knew very well this was because Wizard Dalan told them about Grandmaster Bennett's ability to make longevity potions. Even though each longevity potion might take a long time for new Grandmaster Alchemists to make, the Wizard Union wouldn't be able to get any ingredients for them in the near future anyway. The last 5 portions have already been distributed by the legendary wizards on duty. Therefore, Wizard Herrick could only stay in his house as much as possible for now. His house was located on a plateau with a decent mana atmosphere. He was not as lucky as Wizard Jules, who found a mana gem mine to call home, but he still managed to gather a city-scale magic circle as well as a spirit to take care of things. He did not worry too much about his safety. Although his protection circles were not as powerful as the Golden Castle, it was enough for him. His home was not the place he went for retreat, it was just for his day-to-day activities. So even if a powerful figure attacked, he would have enough time to react before his protection was broken. Both were moving in a flash, or using a teleportation circle were great. At that moment, he was talking to his two law-defying wizard disciples in the hall. Since wizards could not interact with normal people, their bond was like father and son. "Teacher, your reputation is not going well outside. Do you want to do something?" One of the disciples bowed. "There's no need. Those rumors will settle in no time. It's nothing." Wizard Herrick was feeling furious at heart, but it would be fine if he didn't interact with the outside world. Some law-defying wizards who used to connect with have stopped doing so. "It seems like we are in big trouble." Another disciple spoke up. "It's all because of Bennett. He is in hiding, but he shouldn't be able to leave the Golden Castle. Send someone to search him out." Wizard Herrick clenched his teeth when he thought about the name. "Yes, teacher." The disciples exchanged gaze helplessly. If someone found out they were trying to track down Grandmaster Bennett, they would be in big trouble. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the hall changed. Wizard Herrick looked up and felt like he was locked down by something. Spell pattern flashed in his hand, and he appeared above the sky. But of course, he did not go beyond his protection circle, and he added a frozen armor on for safety's sake. Although the energy shield of his protection circle was not enchanted by lightning, it was still very strong. Above the clouds, Abel sat on his invisible fire-tooth battle fort with the mysterious crown on his head. By that point, he had transformed to Elf Bennett, and the energy Wizard Herrick felt was Abel searching with his power of the will. It was faint energy, but Wizard Herrick still noticed it and directly went for a search. Abel looked down at Wizard Herrick with a murderous gaze. Since Wizard Herrick was furthest from the Wizard Union, it should be some time until the Wizard Union came for support. He didn't know if his idea would work, but it was worth a try. He wasn't going to directly go against Wizard Herrick. No matter what. He could not outtrue a wizard, moving in a flash, especially for a rank 28 wizard. Abel reached his power of the will into his holy portal bag and surrounded the Golden Castle, the entire Golden Castle, including the Starlight Protection Circle and the 40 battle forts. With the support of those special circles, the Golden Castle was like one huge connected object. His plan was to take it out and forcefully slam it down with his power of the will. As Wizard Herrick was still searching for the source of energy, his two disciples also appeared above the roof, as well as 10 intermediate and elite wizards. They were all the finest of Wizard Herrick's school. Suddenly, an indestructibly huge structure appeared above. Even though he could only see the base, he recognized it was the Golden Castle, the thing he was about to search for. However, he just couldn't understand why Grandmaster Bennett would do something like this. Using huge objects to attack a small target was nothing new, and some powerful figures with huge portal bags have tried it before. Tactics like this were all or nothing, and most of the time it was only effective on a fixed target. For a wizard who could move in a flash, Wizard Herrick and his disciples could easily dodge it. "Flash, Bennett is here," Wizard Herrick yelled, and his disciple immediately flashed away. However, it was at that moment the 40 battle forts ignited their mana-forbidden ability. Each of them had the power to freeze powerful a creature, and they were all concentrated on Wizard Herrick. Wizard Herrick immediately reached into his portal bag for a move and a flash scroll, but those invincible lifesavers were not even responding to his power of the will. Just like that, he was hopeless. His power of the will was not going to save him. He had reacted too slowly, and the giant Golden Castle was slamming down like a huge wave. The so-called city-scale protection circle of his house shattered with a single contact. Even Abel couldn't tell how heavy the Golden Castle was. After all, he had added countless supporting gears on it from top to bottom. If Abel did not have the mysterious crown and the holy portal bag, no way he could move something like that. Chilling. Wizard Herrick has contemplated dying in war or dying of old age, but he never thought about squishing to death by a giant castle. Bang! The flashed-away disciples looked towards their home and discovered it was replaced by a huge, golden castle. It deeply sank into the soil, and they could truly imagine how deathly it was. "Where is teacher?" one of the law-defying wizards yelled as he noticed his teacher was missing with his power of the will. It was at that moment a young elf in a long robe with a delicate crown appeared above the sky. The scary thing was that this young elf was floating, and the disciples immediately knew who it was. "Go away, this is between Wizard Herrick and me. It has nothing to do with you." Abel looked at the wizards around and said, "Those wizards could do nothing to him, and he couldn't care less." As he spoke, a legendary light shot up above the sky, giving out an intoxicating beauty with a hint of mystery. "Teacher," the two law-defying wizards fell to their knees and roared with their hands sinking into the mud. The other wizards were also on the ground with disbelief. A legendary wizard, a rank 28 legendary wizard, died in his home just like that. They just couldn't understand why their teacher couldn't escape in time. Abel returned to his golden castle and unleashed his power of the will. In a flash, the entire golden castle vanished again. He turned to the dead body of Wizard Herrick. There were many lifesavers on him. At least there was a golden armor from the front line, and 2 life-saving magic objects were ignited before he was squeezed to death. If he was able to use a super healing potion from Abel, he should be able to survive for a moment. But getting squeezed to death was not like taking a strike. The power would not go away. It would be a joke if Wizard Herrick could hold up an entire castle. Wizard Herrick's body was in a mush. All of his bones were shattered. There was nothing about it that resembled a glorious legendary wizard. Abel carefully surrounded Wizard Herrick's dead body with his power of the will and up it back in his personal storage box. "I was not expecting this. Can I still resurrect him?" Abel thought to himself. It was a rare opportunity to get a legendary wizard's body under the rule of the Wizard Union. If Abel was not planning to give up his Grandmaster Bennett identity, there was no way he would do something like this. Wizard Herrick's death quickly spread through the central continent, and many professionals knew about it. There was no way to hide it. Wizard Herrick did not live in a no-man's land, and his legendary light signified the death of a legend. Although there were 2 legendary lights in the elves' Ervo forest, not many people could see it, especially since the golden castle had disappeared. But since a glorious legendary light emerged from the core of the central continent, many professionals have gathered to witness this once in 1,000 years beauty. Wizard Jules was also stunned. He had lived for too long, and death was too scary to face. Therefore, he teleported to the Wizard Union the moment he heard about Wizard Herrick's death. Since Wizard Mike has been dwelling in the Union ever since Grandmaster Bennett's incident happened, Wizard Jules looked for him as soon as he entered. "Wizard Mike, have you heard about the news?" Wizard Jules asked desperately. "Yes, I know about Wizard Herrick." Wizard Mike didn't look good. Although Wizard Herrick was a rank below him, he knew it was impossible for him to kill Wizard Herrick by himself. A single rank was not enough for full suppression. "Let's demand the Wizard Union to capture Bennett. He basically provoked us." Wizard Jules lowered his voice. Wizard Mike gave Wizard Jules a threatening gaze. Was he trying to drag him into more trouble? Although Wizard Mike would not admit it, he was truly frightened by Grandmaster Bennett. Looking at the report from Wizard Herrick's disciples, it seems like Grandmaster Bennett had turned the Golden Castle into a superweapon, a weapon with the power to kill legendary wizards. There were not many legendary wizards around, and the death of each was intolerable. "Wizard Jules, everyone in the Union knows about you and Wizard Herrick's grudge with Grandmaster Bennett. I wonder who will be willing to help you." Wizard Mike gave out a cold laugh. "Wizard Mike, you are also involved in this. Aren't you afraid that Bennett will come after you?" Wizard Jules yelled. "Wizard Jules, I'm just responsible for the investigation. I did not attack the Golden Castle. I am not the source of all this drama." Wizard Mike was drenched in regret by that point. He just wanted to take some anger out on Bennett and get some benefits from those wizards in the process. But looking at how things have progressed, could he still return? "You can't be certain about Bennett." Wizard Jules dragged on. He had decided he would spread rumors that Wizard Mike was on his side even if Wizard Mike rejected him. This way, Wizard Mike had no choice but to comply. Wizard Jules, if you really want to go against Bennett, we can set up a trap at your place and wait for Bennett to strike. Wizard Mike suggested. After all, he still wanted to get rid of this source of anxiety. Are you sure Bennett will fall for it? Wizard Jules hesitated. As long as you stay in your place, I believe he will, Wizard Mike added. No way, Wizard Jules shook his head. What a joke. If Wizard Herrick couldn't handle the Golden Castle's attack, there was no way he could. Just think about it, maybe we can come up with a plan, Wizard Mike interrupted. Then I'll live here for now before I make a decision. Wizard Jules lowered his voice. He no longer wanted to go home. He had lost his confidence after hearing Wizard Mike's suggestion. Grandmaster Bennett could strike any time. Meanwhile, Wizard Clemens had an awkward look on his face as he sat in another office of the Wizard Union. He was not expecting the information he leaked out to cause something like this. Killing a legendary would normally create a huge uproar in the Wizard Union, but in the case of Grandmaster Bennett, it was a little different. Instead of striking back, every legendary wizard waited for Wizard Jules to make a move himself, since he was the source of this drama. After all, most of them still wanted to repair their relationship with Grandmaster Bennett, so they could get their potions back again. Even if Wizard Jules was killed as well, it would be well deserved for allying with the Holy Kingdom. The legendary wizards knew very well, Grandmaster Bennett could not possibly lie. According to their report, the names of those legendary wizards were kept secret. There was no way Grandmaster Bennett could know about them, especially since he did not have any connection at that level in the past. On top of that, Grandmaster Bennett had attacked Wizard Herrick in the most direct way. He wouldn't do something like this if the grudge wasn't real. Every logical person would come to this conclusion, and so did most wizards in the Wizard Union. Therefore, the legendary wizards would not do anything before Wizard Jules made a move. As for the law-defying wizards, they had no right. Wizard Clemens was stunned as he looked through another report. From the screen on his table, Wizard Jules had decided to live in the Wizard Union. What a chicken, this is not the vigor a legendary wizard should have. At the same time, he saw that the so-called most powerful legendary wizard in the Union, Wizard Miles, was heading to the old house of Wizard Jules. Maybe he was trying to wait for Grandmaster Bennett there. Wizard Clemens gently tapped on his table. He didn't believe Grandmaster Bennett could win against Wizard Miles, so he wondered how he could help. Wizard Miles was a rank 30 legendary lightning wizard. He was not far from being half a god. He could basically wipe out the entire central continent. Although he knew about Grandmaster Bennett's connection with the Lightning Clan, he still didn't want him to be captured. Command, spread that Wizard Jules is living in the Wizard Union headquarters, but make sure that no one finds out we are behind this. He connected to his secret workers and said. Wizard Clemens didn't believe Grandmaster Bennett would take his fury out on the Wizard Union headquarters. He knew very well what kind of place the headquarters was. Everywhere was filled with tight security. There were a few powerful legendary wizards living below, even including a half-god wizard. The Wizard Union headquarters had never been invaded ever since its creation. What Wizard Clemens wanted to do was to stop Abel from going to Wizard Jules' original house. But little did he know, Abel has been dwelling on the Fire-Tooth Battle Fort and continued with his dark world exploration every night ever since he killed Wizard Herrick, so there was no way for him to get any news. If his battle forts didn't need some time to recover, he might have made a move already. He did some planning on the second day, and on the third, he finally arrived above Wizard Jules' original house. This time, he did not use his power of the will to scan, since he learned his lesson last time. Commander Spirit, scan if there are any legendary wizards below. He handed the task to his ancient spirit. With its range, his location would be safe even if it was spotted. At that moment, they were 9 miles above the ground. A wizard's power of the will could not reach that far, no matter how powerful they were. Yes, Headmaster, the Commander Spirit replied, and a strange energy wave reached out. Since Abel had killed Wizard Herrick, it was possible that there were more legendary wizards around. After 10 seconds, the Commander Spirit retracted its strange energy. Headmaster, there is a rank 30 wizard below, it replied. A rank 30 wizard, Abel felt his heart drop. That was the most powerful rank he ever heard. At the same time, he saw a human figure floating up with lightning sifting around him. It was Wizard Miles. Although he had suppressed his energy, the elements around him still had a close bond to his body. Abel knew there was no way of suppressing him unless he was half a god. It was a truly powerful figure, especially since they were not far from the Wizard Union headquarters. Firetooth retreated full speed. But at the same time, he was certain of one thing. It was not only Wizard Jules he needed to go against now. Although he was planning to give up his elf Bennett's identity, there was still some with his human identity. Once the Wizard Union found out, he might never be able to live a peaceful life again. Most importantly, he didn't want the Holy Continent, his kingdom, his friends, and his family to get involved. Therefore, retreating was his only option. At that moment, Wizard Miles sensed the change in current through the lightning around him. It was an unusual change, so he immediately thought about Bennett. But still, the change was too faint, and he was too far to locate its source. Soon, the changes stopped before he could make a move. Little did Abel know, he was a touch away from having all his problems resolved. If he had communicated with Wizard Miles, he would have realized how friendly he was. After all, the Firetooth battle fort was too powerful. Even a top-level legendary could not track it down in its invisible state. Wizard Miles was very puzzled as well. He was right that Grandmaster Bennett had come for Wizard Jules, but he just couldn't make contact with him. As Abel sat on his battle fort, he began to connect with his followers in the Holy Kingdom through his druid soul again. Someone in the Wizard Union must have been deliberately leaking out information about Wizard Jules. If not, there was no way he could find what he wanted so fast. Wizard Jules was hiding in the Wizard Union headquarters. By that point, Abel just wanted to yell at him, "You are rank 28 wizard, where are your guts?" He couldn't help but feel a headache. He just wanted this to end as soon as possible and found a peaceful place to continue his training. Although he might not be able to get as many light gems, he could compensate for that with time and focus. Especially since he was reaching the final continent in the Dark World. Once he killed all the hell creatures, he would get the last piece of World Stone. He had a feeling something big would happen once he achieved that. Even scattered pieces of World Stone had made him a god in 4 worlds. He couldn't imagine what having a full piece of World Stone would be like. "Wizard Jules, do you really think you will be safe just by hiding in the Wizard Union?" Abel mumbled to himself. His gaze was burning in determination. But of course, he knew how powerful he was, and invading the Wizard Union was impossible. He had 2 choices. One was to sneak into the Wizard Union headquarters with his angel body, and the second was to use Thief God Milton. With the 2 holy gears from Thief God Milton, no being would notice him as long as he didn't attack. But still, it would be a challenge for it to make it through so many security magic circles. As for Thief God Milton, no one would be able to beat him when it came to sneaking around. Those magic circles of the Wizard Union were almost like decorations to him, but his only weakness was his power. He wouldn't be able to handle a strike from Wizard Jules if he was spotted. "Let's go with Thief God Milton," Abel decided. At the end of the day, he was still a god, and he had his own summons. His power shouldn't be too bad. Although Thief God Milton had been utilizing the time difference of the Dark World and trained ruthlessly, he did not grasp any new skills. That would need large amounts of holy crystals, but with their scarcity, Abel did not have enough to spend on Thief God Milton. The Firetooth battle fort was raised to 1,000 meters above ground and ignited the invisible ability. Since Abel was getting more confident in his battle fort, he entered the Dark World. The Firetooth battle fort could automatically avoid attacks, so it should be fine even when Abel was not around. As a legendary wizard who could fly, he directly put Thief God Milton in his monster ring and dragged him out from the Dark World. Abel was not going to let Thief God Milton make a move like this. He was no longer the thief god of the past. He was reborn with a basic skill guide. Complicated tasks would still be a challenge to him. The Firetooth battle fort made its way towards the Wizard Union headquarters and stopped 3,000 meters above. Since Abel had successfully escaped from Wizard Miles, he knew his battle fort was beyond what the most powerful legendary wizard could detect. Abel connected his power of the will with Thief God Milton through the soul chain and took over his body. There was no way another god would accept something like this, but Thief God Milton had lost his dignity after the rebirth. Abel was no stranger to the body of a god. He, too, was a god in the dark world. It was just that gods in the central continent were much more powerful. In another world, they could fully unleash their power and maximize their body as well as their power of will. Abel took out a holy crystal to replenish the holy energy of thief god Milton. After all, thief god Milton did have his own followers over the continents. Although their faith could not reach him during his time in the dark world, it was necessary for his survival. To be honest, thief god Milton was living a much better life in the dark world with an abundance of faith in Abel's temple. Its power had increased drastically, and he was even more holy than the thief god who battled with Abel. In this fulfilled state, he could fully unleash his invisible spell, which allowed him to remain invisible even during attacks. If he was a bit more powerful with his attacks, he might even become the god of assassins. His scent-hidden spell could also fully hide his scent and energy. No one would be able to notice any change in atmosphere when he passed by them. These two spells were both supported by the power of God. Only someone a few times more powerful than thief god Milton would be able to notice him, and a being like that would not have time to dwell in the Wizard Union all day. In the past, there was no way thief god Milton would have the guts to provoke the Wizard Union like this, but as the summon of Abel, he could go into the dark world any time if all things failed. Just like that, thief god Milton jumped out of the fire-tooth battle fort and flew towards the Wizard Union headquarters under the control of Abel. Soon he sensed an energy shield before him. It was invisible, so it was the best way to detect intruders. Thief god Milton cast a breakthrough spell, and strange energy wrapped around him, and he penetrated the shield. It was the first time Abel used this spell, but the Wizard Union's energy shield stood no chance. What the spell did was turn thief god Milton into a part of the energy shield's magic circle. Just Abel had made his way in without anyone noticing. It was only until that moment Abel understood why thief god Milton had made his way into the Golden Castle so easily. Without triggering a single magic circle, Abel flew in from the front gate without bumping into any wizards. Along the way at the hall, he noticed 10 different types of magic circles. But as long as he kept changing his breakthrough spells to imitate those circles, that's all he needed. Since he had no idea where Wizard Jules was in the headquarters, he could only go on a search. But of course, it must be somewhere in the wizard accommodations. The Wizard Union headquarters was huge. But Abel was not in a battle with time, so he took it slow. He could also ignore the less luxurious areas, considering the status of Wizard Jules. Finally, Abel spotted a few houses surrounded by countless magic circles, including some special ones that forbidden other magic circles from seeing the condition inside. As thief god Milton continued to fly, he suddenly heard the name he was looking for. Mr. Jules have been living here for 2 days already. I wonder when he is going to leave. My colleagues have been looking at me differently ever since I started serving him. He looked down, and there were 2 low-rank legendary wizards wearing white robes. SHHH, just suck it up for now. It shouldn't last for long, the other wizard whispered. Considering how powerful Wizard Jules was, the Wizard Union had to treat him with the highest respect. But at the same time, his bad name was affecting the ones who decided to serve him. Especially since he was hiding from a famous legendary Grandmaster alchemist, everyone had a distaste towards him. As for the death of Herrick, not many wizards in the Union actually believed it was done by Grandmaster Bennett, even though all the evidence was pointing towards him. For a new legendary druid, killing a rank 28 legend was basically impossible. Only the top-rank, law-defying wizards with the right information knew about the truth. Abel looked at those servant wizards with a smile through the gaze of thief god Milton. At least one of them was serving Wizard Jules, so all he needed was to follow them. The first servant wizard who spoke shook his head helplessly and said goodbye to his friend before walking towards the houses at the very end of the accommodation area. Wizard Jules was horrified, so of course, he chose the houses at the very end. Abel did not follow. Instead, he waited for the servant wizard to leave before he made a move. The magic circles in the accommodation area were nowhere as complicated as the ones in the Wizard Union, so Abel could enter it with no problem. Still, he wasn't going to get too close to Wizard Jules yet. As a legendary wizard, Wizard Jules might sense something wrong even with a single gaze from Abel. Abel was a wizard himself, so he knew about the weakness of a wizard: meditation time. As long as he waited for Wizard Jules to go into meditation, he would be defenseless. Although Wizard Jules might be able to wake up from his meditation, his soul would take damage more or less. In that vulnerable state, Abel would be able to unleash a life-taking blow. Abel waited in the garden. He could clearly sense Wizard Jules within the house, so it was just a matter of time until he made a move. The sky slowly got dark. Abel sensed Wizard Jules entering a room and ignited a few barrier circles before his. Energy faded. Those were top-level barrier circles, which was a must for top-level wizards. Abel waited for another 10 minutes before flying into the house. With a gentle tap, the front door automatically opened like it was his house. This move had completely defied the normal function of those magic circles. Normally they needed to be opened from within, but since Abel had become a part of the magic circle, he could do anything. He then pulled open the door to the training room and saw Wizard Jules within a mana gathering circle. Looking at the peaceful look on his face, he should be deep within his meditation. He would never expect to get attacked in a place like this. The Wizard Union headquarters was basically the safest place in the world. Abel gazed down at Wizard Jules. Killing him like this would be easy, but if Abel did so straight away, Wizard Jules' legendary light would be noticed by the Wizard Union immediately. At the same time, he couldn't guarantee success in one strike, so he had to make Wizard Jules lose his consciousness first and kill him somewhere else. Thief God Milton was in an awkward situation. He could not use the power of God. In the Wizard Union, the power of God was basically like a fire in the dark. But if he didn't use the power of God, he couldn't make Wizard Jules lose his consciousness. The body of a legend was partly made out of energy, so making them lose consciousness was much harder than killing them. The only thing that could come close was someone as powerful as the Golden Castle. However, Abel had prepared. He reached into his portal bag and took out an iron fork, a dark world's dark gold gear, the Kelpie snare. Thief God Milton stopped into the mana gathering circle and began to snatch Wizard Jules' portal bag, followed by his gears. With the god's power of the will surrounding Wizard Jules, he was stripped naked in an instant. Since Abel was worried that Wizard Jules was hiding anything, he did not even leave a single bit of clothing for him. Wizard Jules sensed his clothes disappeared as he was deep in his meditation. However, before he could even make the decision to wake up, he was attacked. He was immediately knocked out of his meditation state and felt his soul aching. However, he could no longer care. He knew he had to strike the moment he opened his eyes. It was at that moment he realized his soul was 75% slower than usual. This was the power of the Kelpie snare on display. Even a strike from it could not do much damage. Wizard Jules did not see anyone around, but he kept sensing sharp pain coming from his body, followed by strange energy injecting into him. His muscles were also slowed down, so it would take him 4 times longer to flash away, but this invisible enemy of his would not give him a chance. Each strike of Abel was aimed at his joints, and they were precise. Wizard Jules felt his soul aching more and more, which made casting a spell even harder. He had no choice but to use a move in a flash scroll, but to his surprise, his portal bag was gone. He was naked after all. The only thing he had was his fist. With a 75% slowed down, he could not even cast a spell. His opponent was way too fast. Cracking sounds kept emerging from his body as his joints were broken one by one. He yelled out of agony, but no one could hear him within a barrier circle. "I beg you, spare my life. It was too painful. There was nothing he could do than beg for mercy." At that moment, he was just like a stray dog with zero dignity. But Abel had no sympathy for him. He was not going to give up after making it this far. After all, pain alone was not enough to kill a legendary wizard. He was not going to kill Wizard Jules, but he had to make him lose all resisting ability before he could safely bring him away from the Wizard Union. With Abel in control, Thief God Milton's precision was a lot scarier than his own ability, even without any supporting skills. In just 2 minutes, Thief God Milton had broken every piece of bone and every sensitive nerve in Wizard Jules' body with a hit rate of 5 strikes per second. Wizard Jules was starting to lose his consciousness as he gasped for breath. Of course, Abel could not have done this if he didn't have a good understanding of a legendary wizard. He knew exactly how to make a legendary wizard break down how to force them to the verge of death. After all, he was facing a naked legendary wizard who was knocked out of his meditation state. It was just a matter of time until Wizard Jules fully lost his consciousness. With a barrier circle around, Abel was not worried about another legendary wizard noticing them. Abel gazed at the unconscious Wizard Jules sluggishly, laying on the ground with a smile on his face as he took out a monster bag. Although a monster bag could hold conscious beings, Abel couldn't do so without their consent. Therefore, he had to make Wizard Jules lose his consciousness before he could bring him away. It was pitiful. He was the first legendary wizard to get knocked out by brutal strikes. The process was smooth, even without thief god Milton exposing himself. Just their difference in rank alone was enough for thief god Milton to monitor the condition of Wizard Jules. He then left the training room under the control of Abel and locked up the barrier circle to create the illusion that Wizard Jules was in retreat. He flew along the path he entered and exited the Wizard Union headquarters without a single hassle. It was what Abel wanted. Even if the Wizard Union noticed Wizard Jules was missing, he didn't want them to know that he had the power to sneak in. Thief god Milton returned to the Fire-Tooth Battle Fort, and Abel retracted his power of the will. The Fire-Tooth Battle Fort then flew away at full speed, and just like that, this unbelievable operation had happened without anyone noticing. As long as Abel didn't say anything, even the Wizard Union could not do anything to him. After an hour of flying, the Fire-Tooth Battle Fort stopped on a hill, and Abel entered the dark world with the monster bag and thief god Milton. He let out Wizard Jules in the rogue encampment. It was at that moment he realized maybe he was too heavy-handed. Wizard Jules was basically half dead. But suddenly, Wizard Jules' eyes brightened up and gazed at Abel. "It's you. The life force of legendaries is too strong." Abel didn't care as he looked at Wizard Jules curiously. He was the god of the rogue encampment after all. "Don't you know that legends will give out a legendary light after they die? The Wizard Union will not let you go." Wizard Jules still believed he was in the Wizard Union, so he said with confidence. It was a disgustingly confident look. The Wizard Union would not tolerate any invasion, not even a Grandmaster. If Grandmaster Bennett had died with him, he would have peace of mind at the very least. "Jules, have you looked around?" Abel said gently. It was at that moment Wizard Jules sensed a strong pressure coming from the world around him. At first he thought it was coming from Grandmaster Bennett, but it was not. "So that's your secret." The confident look on his face had faded. All he could do was to yell his final words. Afterward, legendary light shot up from the rogue encampment and illuminated the night sky. After 10 days, the Wizard Union finally realized something was wrong after the servant wizards reported that Wizard Jules had not left his room ever since. Although going into retreat for 10 days was nothing extraordinary for a legendary wizard, the Wizard Union's headquarters was not a place for retreat. The head of the law enforcement department, Wizard Joseph, arrived at the training room the moment he heard about this report. He was not supposed to interrupt a legendary wizard, but he would also be in big trouble if something bad happened to Wizard Jules. Wizard Joseph's position was very powerful, and there were many wizards after it. At that moment, the head of the investigation department, Wizard Clemens, also arrived. If the Wizard Union was invaded, his department would be blamed as well. "Wizard Joseph, don't worry. Wizard Joseph is powerful. He will be fine." Wizard Clemens lowered his voice. At the same time, he was confident in the Wizard Union. If Wizard Jules was dead, there would be a legendary light. Even the soul beam of a law-defying wizard would be seen, let alone legendary light. Wizard Joseph felt his heart lifted for a bit. "Wizard Clemens, let's open the door together." Wizard Joseph forced a smile. "Let's go," Wizard Clemens nodded. "Wizard Spirit, diffuse every barrier circle and open the door of the training room." Wizard Joseph lowered his voice. "Agree," Wizard Clemens added. "Identity confirmed, door opening." A robotic voice replied and scanned the training room to confirm if the condition for the opening was met. In order to ensure the security of a wizard, the Wizard Spirit would not open the door if there was a wizard meditating inside. Even for the highest authority, They could only open the door once the wizard inside had finished meditation. Wizard Joseph was the first one to speed in after the door was open. The best scenario was that Wizard Jules had only gotten himself hurt, but still, if he were badly injured and his power had taken a big hit, Wizard Joseph would bear the consequence as well. However, to his surprise, the training room was empty. "What, where is Wizard Jules?" Wizard Joseph was stunned. He was not feeling good about this. Maybe his worst nightmares had come true. The training room's magic circle was locked, and you can only open it from within. "Do you think Wizard Jules had left on his own?" Wizard Clemens asked. He couldn't help but doubt as well. But there could only be one explanation. He just couldn't contemplate the idea that Abel had the power to break into the Wizard Union headquarters in silence. Wizard Clemens felt a little regretful. Did Wizard Jules find out that someone within the Wizard Union was deliberately leaking out his information? "Yeah, Wizard Jules must have left," Wizard Joseph quickly added. As long as he swore Wizard Jules was okay, no one would threaten his status. At least that's what he thought. Wizard Clemens shook his head. Even though Wizard Jules was frightened by Grandmaster Bennett and hid in the Wizard Union, Wizard Joseph still needed to bear full responsibility for letting him escape without notice. Meanwhile, legendary Wizard Mike also got this report, and a chill immediately ran down his spine. Am I still safe in the Wizard Union? He knew a little more than others. He knew why Wizard Jules was hiding in the Wizard Union. There was no way Wizard Jules would have left without a solution to his problem. Wizard Jules was not just a wizard. The forces that served under him would be taken over by other legendary wizards immediately if he disappeared. On my command, the Wizard Union has condemned legendary Wizard Herrick and legendary Wizard Jules for attacking our Headmaster of Honor, Grandmaster Bennett, and contacting the Holy Knights. Investigation into Wizard Herrick's death will be discontinued, and Wizard Jules will sacrifice 100 years of rewards, he yelled. Wizard Mike knew very well, dignity meant nothing in the face of death. He did not care about the strange look on his worker's face. He was the one creating this mess anyway. He then immediately connected to legendary Wizard Dalan, hoping he could be a middleman and resolve his tension with Grandmaster Bennett. As Wizard Mike's heart was trembling, there was a golden castle hidden on a hill within the Battlecry Plateau. It was a huge castle, but it was unnoticeable even under the glistening sunlight. This was because Abel had used his starlight protection circle to make his golden castle invisible. If Abel had to pick the safest place in the central continent, it would be the Battlecry Plateau, and he had decided to make it his new home after he left the elves. This way, Doff the Beeman would also be closer to his barbarian followers. The barbarian has been growing smoothly in the central continent after their food shortage was resolved by Abel's secret supply. At the same time, their importance in the front line also grew with their new healing spell. Especially since Grandmaster Bennett's disappearance, their healing spell became the perfect substitute to make all professionals go crazy. After all, there was no return for a wizard who used Grandmaster Bennett's potion. Normal healing potions always came with many side effects, and those chronic injuries would undermine the level up the potential of a wizard. Mad barbarian warriors were always the lowest rank in a team when it came to rewards, and most teams would even reject them entirely. But ever since each mad barbarian warrior could accumulate 3 healing spells in a battle with an hour of praying, they had become the lifesaver of wizards. Abel sat on the iron chair of his battle fort above the starlight protection circle and admired the views of the terrains just like he was in the elves. There were many challenges facing the Golden Castle, the biggest of which was teleportation circles. It wasn't just his super teleportation circle, since that would expose his Grandmaster identity immediately, but all large-scale teleportation circles as well, since they needed to connect with the Wizard Union's network. The Golden Castle had basically become an isolated castle. However, Abel did not care too much. He realized how difficult it was to be a legend, so it was best to isolate himself and focus on his training, even though his Grandmaster Alchemist identity had brought him a sea of resources. "Headmaster Bulle wants to see you," the research spirit sounded. Abel smiled and immediately arrived outside of the Golden Castle in a flash. He had returned to his human form. He no longer needed to hide as a legendary wizard. Headmaster Bule was the headmaster of the God of War Temple, the true spokesman of Daf. Although Daf was not powerful enough to do God send on Headmaster Bule, he could still bless him with the Beeman prayers through the ancient totem. You could just imagine how powerful those blessings were looking at the rate the barbarians have grown in just a few years. Since Abel was about to settle here long-term, he needed a passage to connect with the outside world, and Headmaster Bule was the perfect candidate. Daf's spokesman was basically Abel's spokesman. Even Headmaster Bule might not know about that. The prestigious saint, Bule from the temple, greets you. Headmaster Bule couldn't help but feel in awe as he saw Abel floating towards him. He was extremely excited when he got a command from the temple that a saint wanted to see him in this place. After thousands of years of ups and downs, the God of War Temple and the barbarians were on the brink of extinction. But the invasion 2 years ago, the God of War returned and brought glory upon the barbarians again. Therefore, he could only guess the God of War was paying even more attention to the barbarians by sending a saint to see him. Headmaster Bule, please keep what you are about to hear a secret. Abel smiled. Yes, my prestigious saint, Headmaster Bule bowed. Abel waved his hand. A strand of power of will guided Headmaster Bule up and brought him into the starlight. Protection circle. All of a sudden, a huge golden castle emerged from that seemingly empty hill. It was a huge shock. The barbarians always built their house with sticks and stone, but this golden castle looked like it was built by the elves. At the same time, he also heard from rumors that Grandmaster Bennett of the elves also had one that was similar. After all, Abel's elf identity was too famous. Even the isolated barbarians knew about him. Headmaster Bloom held down his emotions. He promised the saint to keep his mouth shut. Instead, he felt extremely honored as he stepped into the golden castle. Headmaster Bule, just tell me all the challenges the barbarians are facing. Abel smiled and led Headmaster Bule into the lounge. However, Headmaster Bule was only willing to take a seat at the corner. My saint, the barbarians always lack in food and training resources. Our number of barbarian fighters has grown tremendously under the greatness of the God of War, but because of that, we are using up more resources. Headmaster Bule quickly bowed. He was treating this like a report to God. He would not lie or exaggerate. I can provide you with enough nutritious food for all professionals barbarians. As for training resources, give me a list, and I'll figure it out for you. Abel thought for a moment and said, unlike the elves, the barbarians were his followers. After many years of spreading faith and miracles, the barbarians were extremely faithful to him. Their nature was simple and direct, so they were the best resource for faith. Although the barbarians lost a little faith ever since the God of War was captured, Abel had restored it entirely. He was planning to train in secret, but helping the barbarians along the way wouldn't hurt. The High Elves had fields of barley in the Dark World. With their time difference and the third goddess spring water, Abel had more than enough for all barbarians. Not to mention, the environment that barley was grown in could help strengthen the body. The population of High Elves in the rogue encampment had been growing at a steady rate. As the oak tree kept giving birth, they were reaching the population of 2,000. Therefore, taking care of more barleys would be no hassle. It was just that Abel didn't have that much spring water. Maybe it would take a few months for each harvest, so Abel might need to make a trip back to the Holy Continent from now and then. My saint, I thank you on behalf of the barbarians. Headmaster Bule bowed. He then took out a patch of lambskin from his waist and wrote down the resources before carefully handing it forward. Abel gave it a glance. They were only mana gems and plants, nothing valuable. Although Abel didn't have any plants on him, he had exchanged every kind of seed from the Alchemy Union before he left the elves. As for gems, he had enough for the barbarians to train for thousands of years in just his portal bag alone. Although there were not many top-level gems around even in the front line, there were endless intermediate and low-rank gems. Abel took out a 50 square meters portal bag and filled it to the brine with intermediate gems. Here are some gems, take good care of them. Abel handed the bag forward and lowered his voice. Long live the God of War. Headmaster Bule carefully looked inside and gasped with excitement. The barbarians were too poor under the suppression of the Wizard Union. Only the professions could venture outside and get some rewards. Although things had taken a brighter turn in the past 2 years, they were still very tight in resources. Most cities in the Battlecry Plateau didn't even have a teleportation circle, since they needed gems for energy. Therefore, this mere 50 square meters portal bag of gems felt strangely heavy on Headmaster Buelle's hand. Little did he know, Abel had so many intermediate gems he didn't even know where to put them. After you return, give me access to the temple and connect to its teleportation circle, Abel said his final words. Headmaster Buelle bowed and left the Golden Castle. After half a day, Abel's magic circle spirit was connected to the teleportation circle of the temple. If Abel wanted to use a teleportation circle in the future, he must transit from the God of War temple. In regards to returning to the Holy Continent for the third goddess Spring Water, he was wondering where he could find a super teleportation circle. His elf Bennett identity and his human identity were still in trouble. The elves and dwarves should allow him with their connection, but that would attract the Wizard Union. Suddenly he thought of another identity he had, a giant dragon. He should be able to ask Gold Dragon Kemble. It was noon, so he flashed into the Fire Tooth Battle Fort. Fire Tooth, head to Gold Dragon Kemble, he commanded, and the Fire Tooth Battle Fort accelerated in mid-air. After 2 hours, the Fire Tooth Battle Fort arrived at the ocean, but this time it did not hide its energy. Although many sea monsters were attracted by it, they were soon scared off by its scary energy. Abel didn't know about the horror burned into the blood of those sea monsters in ancient times, so he had no idea why they were so afraid of it. Brother Abel, it seems like you are free today. Just like last time, Golden Dragon Kemble suddenly appeared in the Fire Tooth Battle Fort in a mysterious way. Abel was stunned. He couldn't sense the energy of Gold Dragon Kemble, even as a legendary wizard. How powerful are they? Hey, you've grown quite a bit, Gold Dragon Kemble added in surprise. It had only been a month, which is like a blink of an eye for a gold dragon. But this little blue dragon had already grown a lot. Gold Dragon Kemble, I'm basically a legend now, Abel smiled. Haha, I know my brother is no ordinary. Come to my Dragon Island if you have time, I'll show you around. Gold Dragon Kemble laughed. Abel had treated him to many amazing wines, so he had to take good care of him. Especially with Abel's speedy level up, Dragon Kemble couldn't help but take him even more seriously. After all, leveling up for a dragon was a painfully long process. Gold Dragon Kemble, here are the wines I've brought. I got some problems recently, so my wine production is low. Abel smiled and took out 50 barrels of 2 combination Grandmaster wines. Gold Dragon Kemble had almost put them away immediately and asked attentively, "What happened? Do you want me to stand up for you?" "It's nothing, I've resolved it." Abel smiled and asked, "Do the dragons have a super teleportation circle that can travel between continents?" "Do you want to go home?" God Dragon Kemble smiled. "The Dragon Island have one. It's a standalone from the Wizard Union network." Gold Dragon Kemble knew Abel was a legend, so every super teleportation circle should be open to him. But since Abel was not using those super teleportation circles, he knew he must be avoiding the Wizard Union. Although Gold Dragon Kemble didn't know what trouble Abel was having, he wouldn't make a move on the Wizard Union unless Abel asked him. "Seems like I have to take a trip to the Dragon Island. Are you free now?" Abel asked. "Yeah, I got 5 legendary sea monsters to look after things for me around here, so it should be fine." Gold Dragon Kemble smiled. Abel really wanted to know how powerful Gold Dragon Kemble was, but he just couldn't bring himself to ask. Gold Dragon Kemble turned to the map on the Fire Tooth Battle Fort and gently tapped on a spot. "Here." But since the Fire Tooth only listened to Abel, it did not respond to Gold Dragon Kemble. "Proceed," Abel added, and the Fire Tooth Battle Fort began to move. "Brother Abel, this thing is quite convenient, isn't it?" Gold Dragon Kemble took a sip of the wine and said with satisfaction. "Too bad I can't find another one," Abel said helplessly. He had many battle forts, but this was his only fully intact one. "I'll see if my other brothers have some in their inventory after we return. If they do, I'll take one and I'll give the rest to you." Gold Dragon Kemble smiled. When it came to collecting treasures, no beings could compete with the dragons. Abel continued to chat with Gold Dragon Kemble about the dragons along the way. By the time the sun sets, they've reached their destination. "Brother Abel, we are almost there." Gold Dragon Kemble stood up and flashed out of the operation room. Abel also flashed and floated beside Gold Dragon Kemble. He could see a huge flat island under the moonlight, but it was a little different than what he imagined. He always imagined the Dragon Island would be an extremely well-developed place. Could this be an illusion? Put that big ancient thing away. We have to fly on our own for now. Gold Dragon Kemble pointed at the fire-tooth battle fort and said, so Abel waved and put it away before he continued to follow Gold Dragon Kemble. As he approached the Dragon Island, he sensed an energy shield, probably one of the strongest ones he felt. However, all it did was give him a little scan to confirm his dragon blood before it let him in. As soon as Abel entered, everything in front of him changed. He was no longer looking at an island, but an endless piece of land. Haha, I love seeing the look on those who have never visited here before. Gold Dragon Kemble laughed. Is this another dimension? Abel was in disbelief. Unlike the dimension in his portal bag and monster ring, this dimension was an open space, just like his Ankara tent, but countless times larger. This is our world. Outsiders know it as the Dragon Island, but only we know that it is a world of its own. Gold Dragon Kemble said with pride. This is a world. Abel couldn't help but think of the Dark World. If it was really like the Dark World, it would be very scary. It's just a little world. The great dragon god found a piece of world stone from a dimension and created this place. Although it is not as vast as the actual world, you can still use normal laws. Gold Dragon Kemble smiled. Abel paused. He had 3 laws in him and he could use all of them here. They just felt a little weaker. If he wanted to fight as a wizard here, his spells would be 3 times weaker. Gold Dragon Kemble, how come the laws of ice, fire, and lightning are so much weaker here? Abel asked. Oh, I almost forgot that you know wizardry. Only the ones with the strongest body could survive here. The spells of all professions are suppressed, making this place truly for dragons. Gold Dragon Kemble smiled. It made sense that the dragon god would want a world that worked to the strength of dragons. Even the most powerful wizard would not be able to win against a dragon, with most of their power gone. Gold Dragon Kemble, is this your son? Suddenly, a mocking voice emerged from behind. Abel turned his head and saw a blue dragon flying towards them in human form. Blue Dragon Hurley, can't you see this man is a blue dragon as well? Gold Dragon Kemble shook his head. Oh, you really are a blue dragon. What bloodline do you belong to? Your blood is so thick, yet you are not a giant dragon. How old are you? Blue Dragon Hurley gazed at Abel and asked. My name is Abel. I don't know about my bloodline, but I come from the Holy Continent, and I am 21 years old. Abel felt a friendly bond with this blue dragon, so he answered. However, both giant dragons were immediately stunned after they heard Abel's reply. Brother Abel, it's no wonder you are not a giant dragon. You still have not reached the age to transform. Gold Dragon Kemble sighed. Haha, I think we blue dragons have a genius on our hands. Blue Dragon Hurley laughed. Abel was not planning to hide from those dragons. Ever since he did a giant dragon transformation as a druid, he truly got a sense of how powerful dragons were. 21 years old was very young even for humans, let alone a dragon with a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. Since Abel was already this powerful at that age, there was no question that he was special. A giant dragon was not ranked by their appearance, but by the thickness of their blood. As long as a dragon's blood was thick enough, they would be able to transform into a giant dragon once they reached 100 years old, and Abel's giant dragon transformation spell was barely scratching the surface of their power. A creature with dragon blood tends to grow at a slower rate, and some elements would be rejected by their body. For example, blue dragon blood would reject fire and lightning elements while having a close bonding with ice element, but this process would only accumulate with time, which was why dragons would need time to unleash the full potential of their blood. Abel had become legendary at 21 years old not because of his talent, but because he had overloaded himself with top-level potions as well as his ruthless training in the Dark World. Abel didn't know, but the Central Continent had always suppressed the power of his dragon blood, but not in the Dark World. With this support, he was able to achieve something even much greater, even if he was given the same amount of time to train in the Central Continent. On top of that, his energized body had further minimized the downside of his dragon blood. Every creature in the world yearned for dragon blood. It was the true manifestation of law, so it made sense that the central continent would want to suppress it. Blue Dragon Hurley, I'll show Brother Abel around. Gold Dragon Kemble saw how Blue Dragon Hurley had reacted and said he wasn't going to let him steal Abel from him. As long as they could remain close, he would be able to enjoy the best wine in the world and continue to have this amazing friend. This was why he left his guarding mission and came to the Dragon Island with Abel. Blue Dragon Abel, can I call you my brother? You can call me Brother Hurley or just Hurley. We are from the same tribe, so we should take care of each other. Blue Dragon Hurley smiled and turned to Gold Dragon Kemble. Let me go with Brother Abel as well. Whatever, Gold Dragon Kemble sighed. Brother Hurley, how many dragons are here? Abel asked curiously. There are not many adult dragons here. Only around 50, and most of them are sleeping. There are only 3 giant dragons on guard, and I am one of them. Blue Dragon Hurley continued to smile. Guarding, more like babysitting, Gold Dragon Kemble laughed. But soon, he realized he might have said something wrong as Blue Dragon Hurley gazed at him. Brother Abel, just call me Brother Kemble from now on, Gold Dragon Kemble quickly added. Okay, Brother Kemble, Abel followed. Let me tell you something, Brother Abel, we are not too good at breeding. Each egg takes large amounts of energy from top level gems. Blue Dragon Hurley lowered his voice and told the truth. Gold Dragon Kemble then added, we always have been trading gems with the Wizard Union, and finding gems is another reason we guarded the 4 big oceans. Although most of the gems in this world were held by the dragons, their number was still a limited resource, and they were crucial for teleportation circles. Therefore, the dragons could only sacrifice more time to slowly cultivate their eggs using the power of law in Dragon Island. But it was because of this, the number of giant dragons had plateaued. Abel was struck. He was not planning to disclose the number of top-level gems he had. But this gave him an opportunity to help the dragons when needed. The world of dragons was much bigger than he thought. There were mountains and valleys, rivers and oceans. Although they were not as big as the actual ocean, they were about the size of a human kingdom with a wealth of resources. Brother Abel, the ocean is where us giant dragons find our food. When the time comes, I'll take you along, Gold Dragon Kemble said. The great dragon god had created this world for us. No matter what happens in the outside world, we will never need to worry about food, Blue Dragon Hurley laughed. Abel finally understood why the dragons were not fighting for power outside. One was because they needed sleep to grow, another was because of the Dragon Island's protection. As long as the dragons stayed in the Dragon Island, nothing could threaten them, not even if the Holy Kingdom took over the central continent. There were no sun or stars above the sky of Dragon Island. It was almost like everything was constant. There were also many strange land creatures around, and they all had a small amount of dragon blood in them. Are there anything similar to a wolf or deer around? Abel asked. Nothing without dragons can survive here for long. This is the world of the dragons, Gold Dragon Kemble laughed. It made sense. Dragons could fly, and normal creatures would be suppressed to death by their energy, let alone pass on their genes. That's my home, let's take a rest there, Blue Dragon Hurley pointed at a hill and suggested. Gold Dragon Kemble gazed at him. He already sensed something odd about Blue Dragon Hurley's flying path. Just as expected, Blue Dragon Hurley was trying to lure them into his home. It was a hill covered in snow. Even the entrance of the cave was pure white. However, Abel soon discovered that it was made out of eternal ice. Considering the size of that cave, he could only imagine how much energy that would need. The 2 ice wizards inherited objects Abel had that were made out of eternal ice as well, but this entire cave was made out of it. It was priceless. Haha, Brother Abel, it seems like you've noticed the eternal ice of my cave. Blue Dragon Hurley laughed. Yeah, I only have 2 eternal ice objects. I was not expecting you to have so many, Brother Hurley, Abel said in awe. Eternal ice is the product of the deepest ocean. It was an extremely dangerous place, only us blue dragons will go. Blue Dragon Hurley laughed in a spooky tone.